Blood Rush, written by Ash Crafton, narrated by Kelly Pruner. Dear Sophie, I've read your articles on relationships, so I know you'll understand my situation. My own relationship ended several months ago when John woke up one day a completely different person. We haven't spoken since we split, but I recently changed jobs and discovered he works for the same firm. Seeing him again awakened so many feelings I thought I'd conquered. I realize, despite the pain he'd caused me, I never stopped loving him. Our contact is purely professional right now, but I want to reconnect with him on a personal level. Sometimes it seems like a good idea. Other times I worry he'll run away, or say something to devastate me again. Should I take the chance? I mean, I don't have anything left to lose. Do I? Signed, Lonely Yet Hopeful, in Harborview. Dear Sophie, this is another fine mess you've gotten us into. How are you going to help that lady when you can't even help yourself? Sincerely, Sophie. Chapter 1. I don't believe in happily ever after. These days, I'd settle for alive until sunrise. I never thought I'd become a 9-to-5er. Certainly never thought I'd be too preoccupied to make fun of myself for being one. Sometimes the irony was too great to appreciate. While I waited for the elevator to arrive at the mag's foyer, I smoothed my scarf along the back of my neck and hefted my tote bag a little higher on my shoulder. Every chime increased my trepidation, tightening the fist of anxiety in my chest and the sensation of bees swarming in the top of my stomach. I hated quitting time. More underappreciated irony. Why not? People chatted around me, but I fidgeted with my zipper, keeping my gaze lowered and my mouth closed. Leaving at 5 in the afternoon meant more than crammed elevators and crowded buses. It meant the light would fade soon, and with it, my peace of mind. The autumn wasn't a happy golden foliage time of year for me anymore. Although it was only early October, already the longer nights and shorter days made me feel nervous and brittle. Bad enough I didn't have a sweetheart to share the long nights. But even worse, now that I knew what came out when the sun went down. Although I hadn't had any problems with vampires over the last year, the threat never left my mind. Vampires were out there. It was just a matter of time until I had to deal with them again. Halfway during our descent, I felt a vibe. It was a mild one, but over the past year, my empathy had become sensitive to the point of being squirrely. The thin thread of power wound its way around each of the passengers, as the demi-vampire who owned it checked out who else was in the car. When it reached me, it felt like a poke on the arm. I glanced over my shoulder, catching the eyes of an older, dark-eyed woman near the back. She sent a tiny pulse of apology-laden power, and lowered her eyes. I smiled politely and concentrated on tugging my scarf loose. The DV didn't approach me in public, where any old human could see. We kept our dealings distant and private. That was the way I preferred. The door opened and I flowed out with the crowd, sunglasses on and scarf over my hair. I hoped everyone would more or less continue on together today, so I could hide in the crowd a bit longer. Without turning my head, I saw a rail-thin guy, his scruffy head and jeans out of place amongst the exiting office employees. He leaned against the wall, scanning the people emerging from the other elevators. Seemed to have missed me. Good. Taking shelter behind a taller woman and her chatty companion, I hustled out the front doors. Outside, my luck ran out. My camouflaging crowd of co-workers suddenly scattered like roaches when the kitchen light is turned on. I hesitated, taking too long to pick a direction. It was all he needed to spot me. I looked back through the glass into the foyer of the mag's building. He was on the move, eyes locked onto me. I bolted. Startled faces blurred past as I hurried through the 5 o'clock exodus, bumping into one man, dodging another, and rounding the corner at a speed unfitting for heeled pumps. Steve Madden would be horrified if he knew what I did in his shoes. Well, Steve could kill me later. Right now, I was facing a much more immediate threat. At the corner, a bus was loading, and at this point, I didn't care if it was mine or not. An elderly lady with a big shopping bag struggled on the steps, and I danced behind her, like a first grader with a full bladder. Once she cleared the last step, I leapt up, slamming my token into the fare box. The door closed behind me just as my pursuer caught up. For once, I was glad for the driver's rude efficiency. The bus leveled and lurched forward. I grabbed the bar, almost swinging into the laps of the front seat passengers. As we pulled away from the curb, I met the man's stare through the grimy glass of the door. Rusted orange eyes with wide pupils. Non-people eyes. Werewolf eyes. I sank onto an empty seat, heart thumping, gradually slowing. Glancing up at the sign over the driver's seat, I realized I'd ended up on the roundabout route. Close enough for me. I tugged my necklace out of my shirt and kissed the pendant, my good luck charm, and offered a silent, thankful thought to whatever divine powers had saved my behind, yet again. Reaching into my bag, I pulled out a book of poetry and readied for a long ride home. Ironically, when I'd flipped to a random page, I opened to one of Dylan Thomas's poems. Do not go gentle into that good night. Rage, rage against the dying of the light. I had no energy left for rage. All I could muster was a thankful thought, because at least today's escape had gone better than most. A beast of a different sort met me at the door once I got home, but I was prepared for this one. Since moving to my current apartment, Euphrates had become a 100% indoors cat, and poor Kitty was not coping well. I squeezed through the narrowly opened door and blocked his escape with my tote bag. He'd made it out into the hall twice since moving here, which could have caused major fallout. The other apartment on this floor was occupied by a no-pets-allowed vigilante who seemed intent on catching me with the furry goods. Mrs. Peterson already suspected Euphrates wasn't a television and frequently warned me something dire would happen should I dare bring in a dog. As if. I definitely didn't swing that way. Luckily, Euphrates wasn't up to any cat acrobatics, so my bag was enough to contain him. He accused me with a heavy-lidded glare and a toothy wail that made me pity his near-solitary confinement. Scooping him up, I dropped my bag on the couch and glanced around with dismay. Stacks of cardboard boxes exaggerated the tight fit of the room. I'd begun to unpack when I moved in 3 months ago, but quickly grew disheartened by the lack of space. If I'd had time when I was planning to move, I could have picked an apartment that was at least big enough to fit the couch. Instead, it sat at a strange angle across one corner of the room. Either that or block the doorway. I would have gotten a place that allowed pets, too, but I just didn't have the luxury of time to browse through rental listings. Once that ware had discovered my last apartment, I was out of there in 4 days flat. what was the point of unpacking when it didn't feel like home? Life hadn't been exactly all new pumps and Oreos since my soulmate Merrick and I split more than a year ago. Well, more precisely, he split. Demi-vamps pushed to the brink of evolution tended to do that, since their own society generally wants nothing more to do with them. Evolution is a one-way street, more or less. Nothing can bring a brinking DV back from that terrible edge. Nothing, except maybe for me. Still, it didn't make me immune to being dumped. Merrick had made it crystal clear he didn't want to see me anymore when I tracked him down after the crap that almost killed me. I was an old-fashioned girl, you know? If a guy made love to you one night, then tore out your throat and exsanguinated you the next, he should at least call you in the morning. I sighed and pulled out a stack of mail I'd brought home from the office. Before meeting Merrick and the rest of the DV, writing my column was barely enough to justify my gainful employment at the mag. I usually contributed to other features in order to claim a regular paycheck and benefits. It shames me to admit the lengths to which I'd go for health insurance. Unfortunately, being Sophia for the American Demi-Vampire also made writing my advice column a full-time job, since the DV decided it was the perfect way to petition me. Every once in a while, a letter would contain an emotional signature so strong it evoked the Sophia. I couldn't risk having my eyes change color in front of the mail clerk again. It was almost like face-on petitioning, really. I could simply sort the petitions from the human letters and get on a roll. Once the Sophia responded, the answers flowed smoothly. First drafts were last drafts, and when I included select petitions for print in the column, they were the ones that impressed my editor most. I would then mail the remaining responses off to their respective petitioners. Sometimes the petition was doubled with a pushy compulsion, a read mine first, or some other obnoxious request. That sort of thing really bunched up my boy shorts. Of course, I couldn't complain about it at work, because no one knew about the demi-vampire, much less that I was their spiritual guardian. Hence all the off-the-clock work. Give until it hurts Sophie. That's me. Flipping through the mail, I breathed a tiny sigh of relief. None of the envelopes triggered a compulsion, so I figured there was probably nothing I couldn't handle today. I sliced open the envelopes and began to sort the letters into piles. Column, petition. The petitions were easy to spot, even to someone who couldn't sense DV power. Each was addressed Dear Sophia, and signed with a real name, not a witty pseudonym. I had a growing number of regulars who made me think I ought to start charging them. Column, petition, column, Rodrian. I blinked, trying to focus my eyes and dispel my surprise, recognizing the handwriting on the envelope at once. Rodrian Thurzo preferred writing to typing, and he had a real thing for fountain pens. Yep, that Rodrian. Merrick's brother. When I pulled out the letter, the power signature tripped a switch in my brain, triggering my Sophia. My eyes changed so fast, I swore I could feel them flow from brown to auricular blue. I had to sit down before I fell over and felt behind me for an Afghan to wrap around my shoulders. The chills were so intense, I thought my teeth would chatter. Damn that Rodrian. Once my Sophia settled, I unfolded the letter and read it. The letter contained a brief request to meet him at his 10th Street office. Some sort of business proposition. I couldn't imagine what business he could possibly have with me. I especially couldn't imagine what was so important that he'd send enough power to turn my intestines into balloon animals. I came this close to throwing up on Frady. I'm sure the cat would have loved that. So, business with Rodrian. Now the question remained. Would I go? Chapter 2. I arrived at the 10th Street offices 10 minutes early. Not that I was in any particular hurry. It had been almost a year and a half since I'd ridden this elevator or stood in this reception area or looked at the broad door that led to the interior of Rodrian's office. 15 months was a long time. Time enough to change wall art and hire new receptionists and make strangers out of two people who had once been as close as family. I arrived 10 minutes early only because I was nervous. I walked quickly when I was nervous. At the receptionist's polite nod, I took a seat near the windows. The sparse waiting area had not been designed for comfort. People waiting to see Rodrian Thurzo needed no distractions or trivial ways to pass time. I longed for a stack of well-worn magazines, something to occupy my hands and my mind. Instead, I curled my hands together in a quiet semblance of patience, and dreaded the moment the door would open. I never had to sit out here before, waiting to be granted an audience. My composure slipped, and I squirmed. Technically, I hadn't asked for an audience with Rodrian. I'd been summoned. Bossy jerk that he was, Rodrian probably wouldn't have thought twice about commanding me. But he hadn't. His letter had been politely written, a carefully worded request. However, the moment my skin touched the paper, I knew this was no ordinary letter. Mental actions spoke louder than words. Request or not, I really had no choice. He had laden it with emotion and was clever enough to use the one particular emotion I couldn't ignore. Need. I wrinkled my nose and grimaced at the mahogany door, promising to come up with new descriptions for the type of jerk he was. Conniving, opportunistic, and manipulative seemed a good way to start the list. Eventually, I gave up and sighed. Someone else would have to come up with the right word, because Rodrian wasn't my jerk anymore. As far as I was trying to be concerned, I was here on official Sophia business. I sat still and stared impassively at the door and tried to look professional. I was sure I failed. Par for the course these days. "Ms. Galen?" The receptionist's inquiry broke through the nervous buzz of my thoughts, and I sprang to my feet as if she'd pressed an ejection seat button. "He'll see you now. Do you need a guide?" I quickly shook my head. I knew it wouldn't be an escort who guided me to his office, but rather a compulsion. "No, that's all right. Left wing at the end?" She beamed a Stepford Wives smile at me and turned to answer the phone. The door slowly swung open, and I walked through as if it was something I did every day. No big deal, right? Just official Sophia business. I paused in the bend of the V-shaped hallway as a hum of power enveloped me, making the air feel sandpapery. The subtle wards buzzed like dull electricity, and I recognized Rodrian's signature upon each one. They were a new addition. I hadn't known he could set wards like these. They seemed alert, like guardians, watching, waiting. Nonetheless, they were easy to disregard. My control over the Sophia had improved a bit since it first emerged, and now I wasn't so simple-minded that I could be swayed by suggestive spells. In fact, I'd come to attribute the foolish antics of my youth to influence by spiteful demi-vampires. I didn't make those mistakes anymore. Now, mistakes wouldn't leave me humiliated. they'd leave me dead. A real motivator if there ever was one. Tugging a strand of hair out of my eyes, I turned to the left and headed down the hall. Time to take care of business and get home before the daylight died. Rodrian leaned in a doorway, across from his own office, and I took in the entire sight of him at once. His dark hair was shorter. His bangs used to fall chin-length when he didn't gel them back. Now, despite the gel, stubborn strands broke loose to fall around his eyes, making him look younger. As usual, he wore dress pants and a tailored shirt, wide cuffs closed by glinting cufflinks, but he slouched against the door, as if wearing a t-shirt and jeans. I heard his voice as he made some light comment, saw the smile playing on his mouth and in his eyes. My approach made him look up. His smile didn't fade, but it changed. His power reached me a moment later. It was only a brief touch before he pulled it back, but it was enough. More than enough. I had been sitting on empathic pins and needles anticipating this moment. That little bit of Rodrian that leaked out at me, blasted like a radio with the volume turned all the way up. I faltered in my steps and gave him a tiny frown that said, "It's not polite to knock the Sophia down with one's power." His businessman veneer slid all the way up, and he went into full-out professional mode. "Miss Galen." His voice was low, smooth, controlled. The familiar sound curled itself around my insides and squeezed. "Mr. Thurzo," I responded as dryly as I could. Not difficult, considering I was completely cotton-mouthed. He gestured toward his office door. "Please, go in and be comfortable. I'll be in momentarily." Rodrian was a lazy decorator. Like many bachelors, he was content to live in unchanging surroundings until someone else decided he needed to change. His office hadn't benefited from someone else's intervention. Everything was the same as I remembered. The broad oak desk, the stacks of leather-bound ledgers, the antique inkpot of cobalt glass. Even the comfy couch, cushioned so soft and accommodating, I used to slip off my shoes and curl my legs beneath me, listening to Merrick lecture his younger brother. I ignored the couch's silent invitation and perched instead on one of two straight-backed chairs facing the desk, which reminded me of the hot seats in a junior high school principal's office. I was here on business. I had to be. He closed the door behind him, and the air moved as he took his seat. A single file folder lay on the blotter before him. He thumbed the edge, hesitating before opening it, and sat back in his chair. "I'm surprised you came." "I'm pretty surprised myself." I lay my hands gracefully upon my lap. My pro smile popped on, the one that didn't show teeth. It was my, "Go on, dear, I'm listening," smile. It was my equivalent of assuming the Sophia position. According to his request, Rodrian needed me. It meant I had the upper hand. The notion made me level my shoulders, and I donned what I hoped was a patient, expectant expression. "You've been busy," he said. The pro smile slipped. I couldn't help the eye roll. Understatement. My second job really cuts into my free time. Rodrian looked puzzled. What second job? Instead of answering, I closed my eyes and concentrated on the thread of power drifting from him, wrapping my mental fingers around it as if it were a rope, and pulling. The part of my mind that was the Sophia roused and stretched before unfurling into awareness. Chills, having nothing to do with the autumn weather, brushed down my arms. leaving gentle swirls of tingles in their wake. Opening my eyes, I gazed back at him, knowing they shone a bright and startling shade of blue. My gaze locked onto his, and I gave his essence a little tug before releasing my hold. The Sophia slipped back into hiding, my eyes darkening once more to their usual brown. The DV weren't the only ones around here with nifty eye tricks. Rodrian stared back, his own eyes glowing like hot amber. He'd seen my blue eyes, felt my empathic touch. Surprise had loosened his control, and he was unable to keep the light in his eyes from answering. Most DV couldn't when I touched them that way. Ah. His voice was rough, as if I'd given him a lap dance. The Sophia. His hungry look made me uncomfortable. I twisted my ring and avoided looking at him. Yep. How can you consider that work? I wrinkled my nose. What? Saving the world from vampires isn't work? I expected him to laugh, but he only tilted his head. You're not a slayer. No, but an ounce of prevention is worth a megaton of cure. Rodrian was quiet for a few long moments. You stopped attending the conclave sessions. Yes, I said quietly. It became too difficult. Difficult? Emotionally. My own personal issues kept interfering. I didn't want this to turn into a conversation about Merrick, even though he may as well have been standing right here next to us. I was never truly free of his presence, thanks to my obsession with him. It's just easier to do the Sophia stuff through the column. So I've heard. That would explain the stack of the mag issues sitting on the windowsill, but I was too modest to point them out. Yeah? Did you hear I got syndication? The column's been picked up by 6 other markets, and management let slip a West Coast rumor this week. The mag's making loads of money. Then why? The mag is making money, I said. Apart from a raise and some extra bonus in my Christmas stocking, I'm still a columnist who does her best work for free. That doesn't sound fair. He frowned at me. I figured he would. His first love was profits. Things like volunteer work and charity probably gave him a rash. I'm glad we agree. But who argues with destiny and wins? I can't stop being the Sophia. I just have to do it my way. And anyways, I jerked my shoulders in an uncomfortable shrug and slid my purse across my lap to a new position before gripping it tightly, urging my fingers to be still. This is just as good as any other way. It's not like I'm going to slip on Grecian robes and move into a drafty old temple anytime soon. Funny you should say that. He flipped open the folder. That's why I asked you to meet with me today. As suspicious as I was, I couldn't help but perk up. I'm getting a temple? No, he said. But there's a mansion lying around if you want it. I think I missed the joke. I'm serious, Sophie. He glanced down at a neat stack of pages. I'm referring to the country estate you've visited with my brother. We are offering it to you. And why? I was baffled. 1,000 things had crossed my mind as the possible reason why I'd been summoned. Getting a house was not one of them. Do you remember the wards on his private quarters? I nodded. Merrick had explained they were a security measure. Those wards were much stronger than the ones Rodrian had set down the hall, but Merrick had tuned them to me, so I would not feel them, despite my empathic sensitivity. The wards don't recognize him anymore, so they can't be removed. He told me you... seemed to enjoy your stay there, and asked me to arrange its transfer to you. So what? He doesn't like his mansion anymore and figured I'd want a hand-me-down? A hand-me-down? Rodrian's eyebrows almost disappeared under his loose bangs. Money wasn't something he joked about. The place is worth 7 figures. I gulped, suspecting all 7 were in front of the decimal place. Then I definitely have to refuse. I'd never be able to afford the taxes. Rodrian shook his head. That's all arranged. A trust will be set up for that, as well as maintenance, staffing, utilities. He looked down at the paper in front of him. An income, too. An income? I narrowed my eyes in suspicion. Oh, I get it. I'm the maid, aren't I? No, goof. The babysitter. I gaped. I've seen fish on ice at the market with more composure than I had at the moment. I'm sorry, he said. I shouldn't have called you that. Yeah. I waved it away. Babysitter Road? His power pulsed warmly at the sound of his diminutive. Yeah, sort of. I'd like Shiloh to move in with you for a while. Would you object to it? No, I stammered, as if I had a clothespin on my tongue. This unexpected request left me reeling. What's up with Shiloh? I haven't seen her in a long time. She, has a medical condition. Something you can help her with. It's complicated. Ah. That explained the sense of need I felt attached to his letter. Details? The corner of his mouth twitched, and he dipped his head. Not today. I'd like to meet with you another time to discuss all that. It's Shiloh. My baby girl. I can't talk about her and business at the same time. It wouldn't feel right. Does that make any sense? I nodded when he looked at me for a response. Family was separate from business. I found both comfort and disappointment in his idealism. You've been thinking about this for a while, haven't you? Look, Soph. Rodrian abandoned his corporate act and pushed his chair back. I haven't been the most considerate of friends, I know. I've been busy and things have been hard. Just hard. I know, I said softly. Don't explain. But I need to. He leaned against his desk, trying to close the distance between us. I never forgot about you, and I need to tell you nothing. You need to tell me nothing. I don't hold anything against you, or... I waved my hand, and avoided saying a certain name. Any of your people. Would have been nice to get a little help now and then, considering what's expected of me, but I'm not keeping score. Much. Sophie. No, Rodrian, don't explain. Don't apologize. Don't talk about things you can't change. It'll only hurt. He lowered his eyes, seemingly chastised. I wasn't sure if that had been my intention. These days, I didn't mean to do a lot of the things I did. When he looked up again, the business facade was back in place. Do you think we can work together on this, Sophie? Of course. I gave him a sincere smile. I was nothing if not sincere. It was part of my job description. I need to hear the details first, but I'd never turn my back on you, Rode. And why is that? Knowing you, the moment I did, you'd snap my bra. Or are you too mature for that now? I asked, when his eyebrows shot up in protest. You haven't changed, Sophie. Relief relaxed his expression, and he laughed. Oh, but see, that's where you're wrong, Rodrian. I've changed plenty. I pressed my lips together and kept from elaborating. But let's not talk about it. Let's hear more about why you called me here so I can decide whether I leave laughing or screaming." "Fair enough," was all he said before he got down to business. After a 20-minute demonstration of Rodrian's exceedingly suave vocabulary, I figured I understood enough of his offer to contribute. "So, basically, I've inherited a fortune." Rodrian only shrugged in reply. That little dismissive gesture told me there were great discrepancies between our definitions of fortune. "It's not right, Rode. I've always taken care of myself, money-wise," I added firmly, when he shot me a look of disagreement. It was the same look his brother used to give me. Merrick had never believed I was capable of taking care of myself either. He still didn't, apparently. "It's a lot to take in." "I know it's a lot, but I need to know. About Shiloh, I mean. The house isn't going anywhere." A tiny flare of anxiety broke through the demeanor of his power when he said her name. "You really mean to guilt me into this, don't you?" "Not at all. But I don't believe in serendipity." Merrick's offer came to the table nearly the same time as Shiloh's condition became apparent. This isn't about guilt. This is about opportunity and divine intervention, if that's what you want to call it. I chewed my lips and thought about it. This arrangement would solve any number of my current problems. Decent housing and security topping the list. I wasn't stupid enough to pass up an opportunity either. However, I didn't have an overwhelming impulse to admit I'd been failing miserably at solving my own problems and needed help. I gave the help around here, darn it. "I need time. I can't just say yes to something this big. I mean, I'll do anything for Shiloh. But the rest of it? I don't feel comfortable taking something from your brother." "You can call me later if you want. Or I can stop by." "No, that's all right." I hadn't had company at my new apartment yet. Not even my demi-vamp best friend Dahlia. And I didn't want to start. Being Sophia made me a big enough target without allowing the DV to taint my home with their power. Remembering what a flirt Rodrian was, I figured he'd spread it around like a tomcat. "I'll call you once I've had time to think about it." Since we seemed to have concluded business, I stood to leave. Rodrian pushed away from his desk and hurried to escort me to the door. Something softened his expression, and I worried he might embrace me. Thankfully, however, he only offered a handshake. His skin wore a sheen of power that felt the way sunshine looked on water. The shake wasn't as efficient as it could have been, but I didn't really mind. This business was personal. It could never be anything but. "You'll call?" "You bet," I said, and smiled thinly. When I walked out into the hall, he remained in the doorway. His eyes were almost a weight upon me as I left, and I tried to ignore the feeling that at any moment he might seize me and pull me back. Chapter 3. The next day, my editor called me into her office as soon as she got back from her morning meeting. As I shut the door behind me, Barbara Evans glanced up and gestured with a help-yourself wave toward the coffee station. "We heard from St. Louis last night. They're on board." I lifted my styrofoam cup in response to her coffee offer. Once, Barbara's coffee station brought me a glimpse of paradise. The imported beans, the milk steamer, the little shaker tins of mysterious spices and flavors. But my beverage of paradise disappeared into limbo after a near-death experience left me drained. A DV healer named Pontian banned me from drinking coffee, saying it would interfere with my blood loss treatment. I considered it a punishment for a crime I never committed. He never even told me when I was eligible for parole. Being separated from the things I loved most had become a theme for me. At least it lent tremendous inspiration to my freelance writing. Sinking into the big red chair by her desk, I set my cup down. "That's great, Barb." She waved the air in front of her face. "Still drinking that stuff?" Recently, I had embarked on a chai kick. The creamy spiced tea was the closest I could get to recreating the mystical coffee experiences I'd once had at her coffee bar. Barbara, however, didn't share my enthusiasm. She thought chai was disgusting and insisted I refrained from breathing on her while drinking it. I sighed. "Did you call me in here to tease me?" "Anywho, the column is spreading like wildfire. Tommy said he's gotten 4 unsolicited requests in the last week." Tom was editor-in-chief at the mag and Barbara's supervisor. Anything that made Tom happy tended to make the entire office happy. "Did you pitch him my idea about unique columns?" "Yes," she said, "but I don't think he's sold on it. Tell me again why it's a good idea." "Well, the column has always been city-specific. It was our own residents reading the mag. People like seeing their own letters in print. Makes for a strong connection and reader loyalty. If we branch out into new markets, the hope of seeing their letter diminishes. I think the response will diminish too, and reader loyalty won't be as strong." "But think of the work you're already putting into it. Are you going to write a column for every market every month? It defeats the purpose of syndication." She pulled out a drawer in her filing cabinet and flipped through some files. "Plus, I know you, kiddo. You love having free time. You've really bumped up your office hours over the last couple of months." "Is my work suffering?" "No, of course not. It's just that you don't seem happy anymore." "I miss the old Sophie." "I am happy," I insisted. "It's just that lately I've been a little tense." I hadn't told anyone about being chased, not even Barbara. Although she was my closest human confidant, she knew nothing of the supernatural double life I led. "I've been worried about you," she said. "You seem secluded. It's not healthy." "I know, but the breakup, the funeral, I didn't bounce all the way back. I'd lost the people I could have counted on for support." "You never lost me." I would have hugged her if not for the desk between us. "I know. Thanks, Barb. If it wasn't for you, I don't know what I would have done." I raised my chai, eliciting Barbara's cheerful frown. "I'd toast you if you had a drink." "Well, I'll be toasting you tonight after Tom gets through with me. You always made me look good, hon, and if you keep up your magic, I might not even recognize myself anymore." Her phone rang, and I used the distraction as an excuse to head back to my cube. I fervently hoped Tom would buy into the unique column idea. If I could swing that, it would cut my work in half. Instead of answering letters privately, I could use the DV petitions as column material, thereby satisfying work and the DV needs simultaneously. My obsession with answering each letter was largely responsible for my horrifically average-length workdays. Barbara worried about increasing my workload. She didn't realize my workload couldn't possibly get any worse. I was already doing the very work I proposed. Making it official would save me the effort of being my own secretary. On my way into my cube, I snagged my mail from the hanging basket on the outside of the partition. On Mondays, the stack was so thick it didn't fit, and the delivery person usually tossed the bundle onto the floor inside my cube. I had yet to catch them doing it, but when I did, they'd better be ready for an extremely dirty look. It wasn't right for anyone to go postal outside the post office. It was like people parking in handicap spots when they weren't handicapped. I fished out the day's catch. Immediately, an envelope trimmed with red and blue stripes caught my eye. Airmail. The address was handwritten with a purplish-blue ink that would have made Rodrian drool. The writer had used actual calligraphy, inscribing each letter with precise flourish. Simply looking at the envelope made me ashamed of my less-than-perfect penmanship. No return address. No surprise there. Most of my mail tended to be anonymous. The postmark was blurred, but if I deciphered it correctly, it read, Budapest. Just great, I thought. My free advice had gone international. Not that Canada didn't count, but anyways. No compulsion on the envelope meant I had to open it if I wanted to know anything. The crisp page was carefully creased. Ivory paper, embellished with gold embossing and a faint fragrance. The letter had been written by the same hand as the address, and the words swirled gracefully across the page, an elegant dance of the written word. Dear Sophia, it is with great pleasure that I write to announce my intent to visit your city. News of your manifestation has traveled all the way to my country, and I cherish the opportunity to meet with you. My journey will bring me to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, in October of this year. I have enclosed the information for the hotel, as well as my itinerary. Please contact my representative so we may arrange to meet soon afterwards. I do not travel often, and do hope we can make the most of my time in your land. Warmest regards, Sophia Irene Bistos. A Sophia! I read the letter twice more before refolding the thin sheet of paper and sliding it back into its envelope. My heart thumped at the prospect of meeting another Sophia. Finally, I'd get to talk with someone about whatever the hell it was I should actually be doing. The letter had been dated nearly 2 weeks earlier, which meant she'd already be at the hotel. I picked up the business card she'd enclosed, intending to call immediately. A twang of regret managed to strike its way through my happiness, however. I longed for a way to tell Merrick about the letter. He'd searched for the Sophia for so long. It wouldn't be fair to keep such monumental information from him. I knew he avoided me out of guilt and remorse for what had happened the night we were taken by the master. But by doing so, Merrick estranged himself from whatever benefit my Sophia could be to him at a time when he needed it most. He'd offered me the security of his country home. I still felt uncomfortable about accepting such a generous offer. At least now I could introduce him to another Sophia. Sort of pay him back. Perhaps she could heal him and bring him back to his true self. It had to be torment for him, living on the precarious edge of evolution, knowing the slightest nudge would damn him forever. I shouldn't get my hopes up. He might not even listen to me, let alone agree to see her. Promising I wouldn't get my hopes up so high I couldn't retract them, I glanced at the hotel card and dialed the phone. About time I started doing my job. A sparkle of inspiration struck at about 4 o'clock that afternoon, and for the first time in weeks, I enjoyed a quitting time free of dread. Although it involved considerably more effort than should have been necessary, it was well worth it. God bless the parking garage next door. I got off the elevator on the 7th floor and crossed the catwalk to the adjoining garage complex, following the ramp down to the elevator on the far side. I emerged on the opposite side of the block from my office building. The wear-free side. I would have done a congratulatory jump and heel click, but those extra minutes meant I had to boogie to make it to my bus. Couldn't waste time bragging about my ability to outsmart a wear. It should have been easy to ask Rodrian for help with my furry tracker. Why not? When he needed help with Shiloh, he had no problems calling me for a favor. However, offering a house in exchange was a huge pile of persuasion. I didn't quite have that kind of leverage. But being Sophia should have counted for something, shouldn't it? I didn't take a paycheck or stock options or anything. Being Sophia meant I was destined to protect the DV. Shouldn't they protect me in return? But do I really do anything? I scowled and sullenly stared out the dirty window, watching block after blurry block slide by. Sure, I answer petitions all the time, but am I really doing anything? Being a spiritual healer didn't provide the most quantifiable of data. That was the big thing that kept me from asking for help with the wearer who was tailing me. I didn't think I deserved the right to ask for anything, when all I did was simply be myself. And if I couldn't justify asking for help, I certainly couldn't justify taking a house. Not even one disguised as a gift. One that no one else on the planet could live in. My resourcefulness got me home without the wearer seeing me. I repeated it like a mantra until I convinced myself I'd be able to help Shiloh without taking Rodrian up on his offer. By the time I reached my apartment building, I'd made my decision. I would call Rodrian and tell him what I should have told him right then and there. No. Thank you, but no. The flight up to the second floor seemed longer than usual. Mrs. Pedersen was on the phone again, her voice carrying like extra 15 pounds in bikini weather, filling the narrow staircase. What she had against privacy, I'd never know. Who put their telephone right next to the door? A thin gleam showed under Mrs. Pedersen's door, sharp and bright in the dimly lit hall. The gray square of window at the far end didn't offer much light. Stupid shorter days. Trying not to grumble and straining to see, I tipped my purse and felt inside for my keys. When I pulled them out, they dragged out half the contents of my bag, scattering them over the wooden floor. Ninja Sophie? That's definitely not me. As I stooped to collect my clutter, Mrs. Pedersen's door jerked open. Do you mind? Her hair rollers and cigarette and bright pink lipstick made her look like the housewife from hell. It must have been the angry curl of her lips that left me with such a distinct impression, despite serious doubt that she even really was a Mrs. Not that I was one to judge. I'm on the phone. I'm sorry, I dropped... Mrs. Pedersen sneezed. And sneezed again. 5 rapid catches before a wheezing chew, with no room in between them for a bless you. I had to sidestep her Marlboro when she sneezed it at me. Honestly, pets weren't allowed, but smoking was? How dare you bring a dog up here? Her cigarette smoldered, forgotten on the floor. Eyes wide, she pointed a bony, heavy-ringed finger at me before sneezing again. But don't tell me! Ka-choo! I told you I was... Ka-choo! Allergic to dogs. I don't have a dog. I knew she was nutty, but this was raving madness. Would pepper spraying her do any good? I would be totally justified. Then he does. She pointed behind me. Get it and your friend out of here. My friend? In the glare from Mrs. Pedersen's open door, I caught a glimpse of a shadowy figure sporting a ruffled head and a pair of orange eyes. I screamed like a slasher flick vid. Mrs. Pedersen echoed me with a phlegmy rendition of her own. The wearer scrammed, stomping down the steps and banging the front door as he fled. My God, girl! Mrs. Pedersen wheezed as she stooped to retrieve her cigarette. What was that all about? I unlocked my door and lunged inside without answering. If she was offended, too bad. Jamming the lock across and twisting the deadbolt, I knew it wouldn't make the slightest difference. That wasn't a burglar out there. That wasn't an ardent fan. That was something locks weren't designed to keep out. I repeated a frustrated F-word litany and fought to calm myself, forcing slow, corrugated breaths over the rapid bump of my heartbeat. Through the door, I could hear Mrs. Patterson back on the phone, relaying the weird occurrence to her friend. I didn't need to relive it. Retreating to the living room, I flopped onto the couch. Another apartment down the drain. Maybe it had been foresight that kept me from unpacking. Foresight or forewarning. Either way, I was out of here. When I recovered enough to manage a casual tone, I dialed the phone. Rodrian picked up on the first ring. "Hi, Rode." I smiled purposefully, trying to lighten my voice. Saturday night sound good to you?" Chapter 4. Dear Hopeful, you have seized an important victory. You have held on to hope. As long as we breathe, there is hope. As we press on through pain and loneliness, hope is our guide. It leads us out of the dark. True love cannot die. It gets lost sometimes. It may even be forgotten. But true love is an eternal spark that doesn't cease to exist simply because someone walks away. The spark dims with time and distance, yet may reignite if you are brave enough to press your wick closer. You are blessed with a second chance to reclaim your love. You don't have anything to lose, except solitude. If it was a true love you shared, there is always hope to share it again. Be brave and always be hopeful. Sincerely, Sophie. Saturday night, I walked into Cordula's Bistro, wearing a little black dress and an overcoat of trepidation. It went well with the faux pearls, actually. I worried I might be overdressed, but I was double booked tonight. Sophia Irene had invited me to her hotel later on, so I wanted to make a good impression on her. It didn't hurt to look nice for Rode, either. Never knew if he'd say something to Merrick about what he was missing. Best to look spectacular in any case. Rodrian wanted to discuss Shiloh's medical condition, so I suspected this wouldn't be a light matter. This whole business with his family was as far from a light matter as it could get without imploding. Guiltily, though, I'd still looked forward to it. Any subject would be worth dealing with if it meant I could be near them again. I missed Merrick's family almost as much as I missed him. You're getting carried away. I handed my wool coat to the check girl, thinking it might be best to keep the mental one. Fools rush in and all that. The hostess escorted me to Rodrian's table. As she led me through the labyrinth of booths, I tried to ignore the pressing sensation of being an unmarked human amidst a roomful of hungry DV. Rodrian rose and moved my chair for me. Even though I'd always considered it a silly gesture, it didn't look silly when he did it. He'd learned his gentlemanly affectations in a different era, and he used every one of his 120-plus years to his advantage. He liked being the focus of attention. It made for a worthwhile experience for anyone who cared to watch. "You look terrific," he said. I could have spent a good hour returning the compliment. Rodrian looked GQ perfect, as usual. If David Beckham ever gave up modeling, and knock on wood, he wouldn't, Rodrian could step right in and womankind wouldn't spend a single moment in mourning. "Thanks. I have a meeting afterwards. Sophia stuff," I added. I didn't want to elaborate, although I was positively itching to tell him about Sophia Irene. This was about Shiloh tonight. I didn't want to distract him. Taking his seat, he signaled to the waitstaff. who filled my wine glass. I pushed my hair back behind one ear and rubbed my elbows as Rodrian began a casual conversation, seeming to ignore my fidgeting. Eyes on me. Eyes and a sense of someone hovering right over my shoulder. Flickers of movement in my periphery kept jerking my gaze away from his face, making it hard to concentrate on him. Sitting in a DV establishment, I felt like the catch of the day. The sensation of being watched began the moment I walked in, but I tried to disregard it. I've been around enough DV to learn to suppress my discomfort. In a restaurant, however, it became much harder to ignore. Appetites were sharper in places like this. Didn't help that I kept catching glimpses of the manager, casting oily glares in my direction. Andre Kahn wasn't my idea of a fun time, or a nice time, not even an okay time. I knew the difference between the demi-vampire who cohabitated with humans and tried to remain undetected among them, and the demi-vamps who didn't care if we knew we were being hunted. Andre Kahn was of the latter group. He enjoyed being a bad time. Eventually, I couldn't tolerate it any longer, and interrupted Rodrian with a vague wave of my hands. "Can you fix this?" "I'm sorry," he said softly. Stroking his jaw, he leaned over and stretched his fingers toward me, brushing my hair away from my throat and trailing them along the side of my neck. "I'd forgotten how sensitive you are." Human patrons might have thought he was being affectionate, or perhaps merely admiring my earrings. They missed the mystical caress of power that now surrounded me, effectively putting me off-limits to wandering fangs. By marking me, he'd taken me off the menu and made every DV in the place aware he'd placed me under his protection. The discomfort lifted immediately. I closed my eyes for a fortifying breath and stretched a little in the mental breathing room. Thanks. That's much better. Looking around, I took in the rest of the bistro. We got takeout from here a couple times. Plus, I'd read a few reviews about Cordula's, but this is the first time I came here. Nothing at all like Folletti's. Rodrian, by profession, was a restaurateur. Folletti's was one of his previous establishments. Whereas Folletti's had been formal and elegant, the preferred destination for senators and royalty, and men trying to impress the hell out of their dates. Cordula's was less stifling. This place specialized in pop rock music, boozy laughter, and finger food. My worries that the little black dress would be overkill were quickly dispelled. Cordula's looked like a casual date place, an after-work place, a night out with friends place all rolled into one. Little black dresses were the ultimate multitaskers. They were also the ultimate butt-savers, considering that Rodrian wore gray Armani. I supposed it was his idea of dressing down. I tasted the contents of the wine glass and nodded my approval. The sangria was sweet and zippy, like the perfect wine should be. I smiled. Rodrian remembered my preferences. "Have you owned this place long?" He tilted his head and narrowed his eyes. "How did you know it was mine?" "You mean you'd shop at your competition?" Rodrian laughed. "Oh, gods, never. I acquired this last year and reopened on Valentine's Day. Cordula means little heart. Great tie-in for the marketing." I glanced around, noting the full tables, the swarming waitstaff. "You have a good thing here." He looked steadily at me and said, "I know." That wasn't a look meant for your brother's ex-soulmate. I picked up the menu to avoid looking back. "Is it okay if we order right away? I had an early lunch and a busy afternoon. I have a hunch you're going to talk more than you eat." "Fine with me. I'm starved." Starved was an understatement. Within 10 minutes, the table was covered with plates. No mystery where Shiloh got her hollow legs. She, too, had an admirable appetite, even for a teenager, and we'd spent most of our time together eating. It had been murder on my wardrobe. Thank goodness for stress and depression. I watched him demolish the appetizer with college boy zest before he moved on to a generous cut of porterhouse, freshly cut and grilled medium rare. Rode, how do you still fit in your pants? He tilted his head, letting his bangs fall over one eye before pushing them back. You want the serious answer or the other one? I blushed and he grinned, just like old times. I do a lot of exercise. His undertone hinted at activities other than jogging, and he grinned again before taking a drink from his glass. You haven't changed either, I said. Nope, I'm too old to change. So I'd heard. How's Shiloh? Funny you mention her. All this talk about not changing. The grin faded, and his expression grew serious, emphasized by the tremor of concern in his power. She's all right? Yeah, she's all right. She's just not safe. I shook my head a little to show I didn't follow. You know my girl's 17 now. Yeah, how about it? I smiled. She ready to take on the world yet? No. That's the problem. He cleared his throat, looking acutely uncomfortable, and I felt his power twinge with concern. This was the need that called me here. It curled around my core. Shiloh has hypolution. She hasn't cusped yet. Cusp? I vaguely remembered hearing the term used before. The change from human-like child to DV adult. You know our children grow exactly as human children. They're nearly indistinguishable. But the onset of puberty doesn't only bring physical adult characteristics. A DV teen goes through a cusp, an awakening of power and DV-specific physical changes. It explained why I never felt Shiloh before. She'd always been just a regular person to me. All along, I thought she just had better manners than you. Shiloh? Manners? His eyes sparkled with mirth a moment before growing serious again. You've met her friends. Did you ever sense any of them? Some, yeah. They didn't announce themselves the way adults do. Their power was weaker, diluted, unsteady. I searched for the right word in an attempt to describe a vague impression. Hard to describe what I didn't altogether understand. I must have been close enough because he nodded. Yes, exactly. But from Shiloh? Nothing but sass, I sighed. He pressed his lips together. Well, I dare say that most of her friends would feel like ordinary DV adult by now. But you wouldn't feel Shiloh unless you used both hands. Why is that a problem? I asked. She sounds like a late bloomer. It's more than that. Concern knitted his brows. Her body is rapidly developing into adult. But without the cusp, her other attributes, her mind, her power, aren't keeping up with it. Rodrian sighed and set down his fork. I'll be blunt. Her body is beginning to require blood sustenance. Without her cusp, she doesn't have compulsion abilities. She can't obtain prey. The notion of consuming blood is as attractive to her as it is to you. She just doesn't have a taste for it. Ugh. I wanted to push my plate away. Is there a treatment? Yeah. But it's dangerous. Pontian said the only way to overcome hypolution is to use blood rush to kickstart her cusp. That was grim news. Rodrian had spoken to me about blood rush once before. Trouble-loving teens sometimes got their thrills doing it. It didn't involve death energy, but in young demivamps, blood alone was enough to instigate evolution. It was a matter of being blood naive and having zero tolerance. I suddenly realized how difficult this was for Rodrian. When he'd first told me about Blood Rush, he'd been recounting the death of his son. I steeled myself against pessimism. I had to be strong for Shiloh's sake. Pontian knows what he's doing, I insisted. He fixed me right proper, didn't he? I'm sure this treatment will be carefully controlled. He nodded a little. I have complete faith in him. Pontian is one of the oldest and wisest I know. It's the therapy I fear. She'll go through withdrawal, and it will be painful. I hate knowing what I have to put her through. And 17. She's a typhoon of emotion. Do you remember 17? Did I ever? Grief laced its fingers around my heart for a moment, as I remembered who I'd been at 17. I'd found and I'd lost so much at that age. Events that defined the parameters of my deepest ideals and made me who I was today. Feeling a little guilty about placing so much value on events that happened half a lifetime ago, I allowed myself only a small private moment before I smoothed the crease in my brow and from around my soul. Yeah, I whispered. I remember 17. So you can understand why I need you, why Shiloh needs you. Not just as Sophia, but someone who knows her, someone who cares for her. I do understand. Did you talk to her about us shacking up together? He gave me a sly, I'll let that one go kind of look. She says it'll be a never-ending slumber party, especially when Brianda comes to visit. Brianda was Shiloh's older sister. I don't really know her. I don't think you met her yet. Not officially. She carried me once. Brianda had rescued me the night of the crap that almost killed me. I'd have bled to death if she hadn't delivered me to the healers in time. We didn't exactly make conversation. It had been a rough night, with me almost dying and all. Something moved behind his eyes, but the pulse of his power didn't give anything away. Don't worry. The stocks is so big you'll be more like neighbors than roommates when she's actually there. The stocks? That sounds ominous. As in Rack and Guillotine and Iron Maiden ominous. Doesn't it? He grinned, giving me a flash of his eye teeth. They weren't fangs by any stretch of the overactive imagination, but their sharpness gave his smile a hungry, wild look nonetheless. Black Oak Stalks is the name of the estate. It's been called that as long as I can remember. A lot of the trees on the property are old black oaks. It's where the name comes from. And the stalks part? Rodrian shrugged and sliced off a portion of steak, balancing the bite on the back of his upside-down fork. So Euro-cool. Every old house has at least one skeleton in the closet. Well, I said, as long as they're cleared out before I move in. Afraid of skeletons? Hardly, I just need the closet space. I shifted in my seat and smoothed out my napkin. When do you expect Brianda to show up? Hard to say. She's busy with new projects. Doesn't talk details, really, and she's never needed a nanny to follow her around. He chewed, wearing a pensive look. She's been her own person all her life. Just sets a goal and pursues it into the ground. She's aggressive and focused, but she has the benefit of good judgment. Family trait. She's a Thurzo through and through. I don't know. He concentrated once more on his steak. I look at her and only see her mother. Rodrian had never discussed his wife before. He didn't wear a wedding band, and he definitely didn't act married. I ventured along the topic carefully. You don't talk about her. Is she in the past? In the past. He seemed to muse the phrase. I suppose that's one way to put it. Most of the time, she's in the past. Are you still married? He lifted his shoulders in a shrug and reached for his glass. Still mated. Same thing, right? Depends on the DV. Less to some, more to others. I get the impression the relationship is a little one-sided. Good call. He pressed his mouth into a thin line and looked away, seemingly more interested in the walls than the conversation. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to pry. No, it's me. I should be honest. But if you don't like talking, not that. I never knew anyone who needed to know about her. She's away. She works in acquisitions, an artifacts dealer, always traveling. From time to time, she pops in, reminds me why I can't live without her, and leaves again. Usually after conceiving another child. It's her way. I wrinkled my nose. That's your relationship? You're just a stud? His eyes lit with mischief. Not just any stud. Nice. Seriously. That's it? Rodrian sighed and set his fork down. She's the only woman I ever loved. I guess my love is destined to be 99% waiting and hoping. That 1%, when she finally comes home, is worth the wait. That sounded melodramatic, even to me. It's cruel. No one should repay devotion with separation. And yet, it's love. I can't not feel it. I can rage and argue against it, but in the end, it changes nothing. His irises warmed, a reminder of the inconstant nature of hazel eyes. Sometimes brown, sometimes gold, sometimes green. I remembered green eyes that glowed the same and softened my position. I can relate. I know. Rodrian reached across the table and patted my hand. It makes us kindred spirits. Our misery. As lovely as it sounded, these days I was too tense and bitter to appreciate the beauty of unrequited devotion. I steered the conversation back to the scheduled topic. It'll be nice to see Shiloh again. I'm glad you think I can help. I'd hate for her to go through this alone. She'll never be alone, he said. But knowing that you'll be there somehow makes it feel less lonely. He raised his glass solemnly. Thank you, Soph. Lifting my glass in reply, I sipped the wine. Unconsciously, I toyed with my necklace with my free hand. The pendant was made of blood-red jasper, an oblong cabochon that had been inscribed in tiny, intricate detail. Egyptian hieroglyphs streamed across the stone, spelled out a passage from the Book of the Dead. A spell. A prayer to Isis, begging her protection. I'd worn it nearly non-stop since Merrick gave it to me, calling it my good luck charm. Maybe this spell was the reason I was still alive. There was only a brief time I hadn't worn it. Merrick had torn it from my neck during the crap that almost killed me. But one of the DV had found it and returned it to me, repaired. A tiny chink in the gold chain was the only sign it had ever been broken. The necklace was scarred. Just like me. I treasured scars. Scars were not open wounds. They were a sign that wounds eventually heal. They reminded me that, although something bad happened, something good had happened first. Most days I needed that proof. Rubbing my thumb along the back of the pendant, I thought about the other set of hieroglyphs that decorated the back of the pendant. They were encircled by a magic cartouche, engraved into the stone as surely as they were scrawled across my heart. His name. Merrick had asked that I never forget him, and I'd promised without hesitation, without a thought of how much it would hurt to remember him when he was gone. Rodrian smiled at me, his power feeling a bit less burdened. He had complete and utter faith that I could help him and Shiloh get through this. And I wanted to. Wanted to be near people I loved, people who understood what I myself had been going through, since the Sophia decided to manifest itself in me. I just wasn't sure I was ready for more reminders of what I'd lost. It was just a matter of time before someone would say his name, in that certain context, with that certain implication, and those scars would reopen all over again. I soaked up Rodrian's power, basking in the hope he'd found, and did what I did best. I faked it, and hoped no one would notice, and prayed that I could somehow make everyone all better again. With a smile that I'd practiced in front of a mirror, I set down my glass. Everything will be just fine. I gave my pendant one last squeeze in supplication. Heavens forgive me if I'm wrong. Chapter 5. By the time my 10 o'clock appointment with the Sophia rolled around, my nerves were jangling like a box of metal hangers. It was probably the low-carb monsters I drank on the way to her hotel. My hands had developed a noticeable tremor, and I had to tuck them under my arms when I stopped at the reception desk for her room number. Hopefully, I wouldn't develop a kidney stone or be mistaken for a junkie. Note to self, 2 energy drinks were pushing my upper tolerance. A uniformed woman opened the door to the suite, showing me into an opulent sitting room. There wasn't anything presidential about this presidential suite, unless by president they meant king of the world. The room was an exercise in elegance. Ivory walls, bone-colored carpet, tasteful accents of crystal and brass. Even the high ceiling was a sight to behold. A sculpted molding formed a rectangle that framed the room below. The wall to my left boasted a white marble fireplace, the mantel bearing twin crystal vases of white orchids and green tender shoots. A cheery fire cast its glow onto the arrangement of pristine white furniture arranged around a long glass coffee table. 2 couches faced each other across the low table, one high-backed and high-legged, the other lower and less imperious. It was the sort of arrangement that spoke more about politics than aesthetics. Behind the sofas, 3 tall windows spanned the far wall, their sumptuous beige drapes pulled completely open to invite the night inside. The night sky provided more color than anything else in the room. Against the cream and ivory and crystal decor, the windows revealed long panels of purple black, the color of moonless midnight. Stars hid themselves from city dwellers, replaced by the electric lights of surrounding buildings and far-off bridges. The view was breathtaking, although I usually found all heights a little on the breathtaking side. I was afraid to sit down, feeling too much like a commoner. This Sophia certainly had expensive taste. A door on the right opened, and a regal woman made her entrance, pausing at the door and surveying the room as if to determine the extent of her audience. Her pale pink woolen suit, with its tasteful black pipe trim and delicate lace collar, only needed a hat to put every first lady from the last century to utter shame. She had an air of expectation around her, and when her gaze settled on me, her eyes measured me, as if she could see right through me. "Sophia," she said, more like announced, as if her declaration alone would make it so. At this point, I didn't know if I should kneel or bow or melt backwards out of the suite altogether. I remembered my posture, tried to look as pleasant as possible, and hoped it would suffice.
"Welcome, Sophia. I am Sophia Irene."
She pronounced her name Irene, her voice rich and cultivated, made velvety by the undercurrent of an Eastern European accent. If voices had color, hers would be jewel-toned, sapphire, garnet, and onyx. The door opened once more, and another woman entered, carrying a silver coffee service. She was the opposite of Irene. Her hair, an indistinct shade of brown, was pulled back in a severe bun, and her expression revealed a sturdy sense of gravity. A single glance at her convinced me she knew little of cheer. Although her clothing was functional and unadorned, she too had a sense of quiet elegance. Something told me Irene would not tolerate to be near anything unbefitting of a court.
"Ah, Dorcas, the table there will be fine."
Irene folded her hands before her, looking every bit like the headmistress of a charm school. Dorcas set the tray upon a coffee table.
"It is cold and late, Sophia. Coffee will please you?"
Actually, I can't drink coffee. The meekness in my tone wasn't faked, and I glanced apologetically at the silver pot. At her stern glance for my refusal of her gracious hospitality, I added an explanation. "Doctor's orders." Irene raised a hand, but never moved her eyes from mine.
"A tea service, Dorcas,"
she said, her tone slightly cooler. The maid disappeared with the offending coffee, and Irene took a seat on the higher of the two couches, indicating I should sit across from her.
"So, Sophia, I am glad we are able to meet. My time in this country is short, but I did so want to meet the newest Sophia."
I sat down and smoothed my dress, which now seemed more flighty than functional, given the ambiance. "Have you been Sophia very long, Irene?"
"Longer than you can guess."
Frankly, I would have guessed she'd manifested in grade school, because she looked much younger than I. Her grace and eloquence practically moaned maturity, though. I supposed it was a cultural affectation. Or clinique.
"What is important, however, is not my control over the Sophia Oracle, but rather this opportunity to share information and experience."
I gulped and tried to keep from looking crestfallen. Information and experience? I had almost zilch. The only thing she'd learned from me was how to play Sudoku and how to avoid uncomfortable public confrontations with DV on the first day of the month. Somehow I had the feeling she'd be disappointed in my share. "My Sophia, manifested a little over a year ago," I said, "so my experience is somewhat limited. None of the local DV know enough about the Oracle to share information with me."
"DV? Demi-vampire?"
At my nod, she continued.
"Not even the Thurso clan?"
I felt as though I swallowed a glob of Play-Doh. "Thurso clan?" She stiffened, lifting her chin and narrowing her eyes.
"We'll not play games, Sophia. I've looked into you before making contact. You are acquainted with one Merrick Thurso. He is well known in some circles for having done extensive Sophia research, and he was the demi-vampire who discovered you. Is this not true?"
"It is," I said. My suddenly thumping heart was wrecking my phony composure. I uncrossed my legs and planted both feet to stop my telltale foot jiggle. It's just that he didn't tell me much, and I don't see him anymore.
He has mentioned nothing of the cannons?
She sounded shocked. I shook my head, feeling quite inadequate, even though I could hardly be blamed for anything Merrick failed to disclose. Leave it to me to look villainous when feeling victimized. Briefly, I thought about the big book Merrick had dumped into my lap the day he first mentioned the Sophia. Why hadn't I looked at the title page? Oh wait, he'd just told me I was an oracle, and I was a little flabbergasted. That's why.
Odd. For someone who has traveled so extensively to my country in search of this sacred oracle, one would think he'd have shared it with his pet, Sophia.
I am not his pet. All thoughts of Merrick's dusty old book went poof, gone, bye-bye. I couldn't keep the indignation from my tone. Thankfully, she didn't seem to take offense. Rather, she smiled as Dorcas re-entered the room with a fresh tray. Irene poured the tea herself and offered me a cup.
That is a relief to hear. I have met other Sophias who had been deceived into believing they owed allegiance to one particular group of demi-vampire. I hope you have not been lured into thinking along such lines.
I took the cup gratefully, warming my hands against the porcelain. No, of course not.
Excellent.
Irene smiled.
So, will I have the honor of visiting your temple?
I'm sorry, I don't go to temple. I'm Catholic. She blinked, twice.
Your court, your place of honor, where you grant audience to the demi-vampire and offer them counsel.
I was way out of my league. My court? Was that what I was supposed to have? I did just about all things Sophia through the advice column. I had pen pals, for crying out loud. How could I tell this Sophia my court was nothing more than a 5x7 cubicle? Well, I said, thinking fast. At one time we held sessions at a private courtroom downtown. However, lately I've been holding fewer face-to-face sessions and participating in more private dealings. Through correspondence. She issued a pleased sound. Ah, I too engage in much written correspondence.
My land is vast and steeped in tradition. Writing is a personal effort, very desirable for counsel.
I rallied a bit and sat up straighter, sipping at the tea. Not Lipton. Of course not.
What about your magic?
She asked. I almost choked on a swallow. This time I couldn't fake it. My blank stare gave me away.
Your magic, she repeated. Your empathy. How many recoveries have you accomplished?
I don't understand, Irene. I know about the empathy part, but recoveries? She dropped her hands into her lap and looked away.
How can it be a Sophia doesn't know such basic trivia? It is the premise of the oracle, straight from the canons themselves.
But I didn't know about the canons until...
Are you sure you are Sophia?
Her shrewd look nearly peeled my skin.
Thurzo may have been mistaken.
He wasn't wrong. I kept my voice level. I simply have had no guidance. I've been left to myself to figure this thing out, and don't think I'm happy about it. Irene sat quietly for a few moments, and sipped at her cup.
You are completely untrained.
she said at last. Yes, I am. I set my cup down on its saucer, missing its warmth immediately. Can you help me? These cannons, can I see them?
There is but one known collection of the books, and they are incomplete at that. I've only seen them a scant number of times, as the circlet travels constantly.
The who? She sighed, and clearly fought to maintain a civil expression.
The Circlet of Sophia is a group which services the Sophias. They travel from land to land, since Sophias do not travel well themselves. I put great strain upon my comfort to leave my own lands in order to meet you, even though I console myself that there will be at least some small worth in it.
Oh. I felt small and utterly incapable. If I hadn't pinned all hope of Merrick's redemption on this one woman, I would have made an excuse to use the bathroom and slinked out the door. The DV never mentioned.
They cannot mention that which they do not know. The circlet is a Sophia matter, unknown to the general masses. They are the keepers of tradition, the enforcers of our order. They have not yet sought you?
Seeing my head shake in negation, she sighed.
Not promising at all. They know where every Sophia is at all times. Surely you should have been indoctrinated by now. But never mind, I have a great memory for such matters. I can share what I know with you until we find them.
My spirit soared. Really? Thanks, She cut me off with an imperious lift of her hand.
Keep in mind that I am here in your lands for a short time only. I, too, am reluctant to spend time away from my people. I do not wish for any of my moments here to be wasted.
Of course not.
Good.
She smiled once more, like the sun breaking free of the clouds. She seemed to swing back and forth between royal stiffness and gracious helpfulness. I wasn't sure which face she favored, but I fervently hoped it would be the latter.
I have primary business to attend, and my correspondence takes precedence to your tutoring. You will accommodate me, of course.
I nodded. I had a distinct impression she would be a royal pain in the ass, but I always said beggars couldn't be choosers. Unfortunately, in this case, I felt more like a beggar than ever. Let me know what works best for you. I really appreciate your time.
You are most welcome, she purred. I am sure our meetings will be mutually beneficial.
Chapter 6. Rudrian picked me up in his silver Audi TT the next morning and took me out to the stocks for a walkthrough. What a harrowing ride! He zipped in and around traffic like a kid playing pole position. Sports cars made me nervous, especially ones that weren't designed to do well in high-speed crashes. But his driving wasn't really what was bothering me. All of the weaving in and out of traffic simply added to my apprehension about returning to the last place Merrick and I had spent time together. As a couple. Today's venture wasn't intended to be a trip down memory lane. I was supposed to view the property, look at the suites, and get an idea of what I'd do with the place. Rodrian knew I'd only had a limited tour during my brief stay there. I didn't clarify that I'd only seen the gym, the pool, and Merrick's bedroom. That sounded trashy no matter the circumstances. The porch seemed wider than I remembered. The double doors more massive and intimidating, the foyer ceiling higher and colder. I'd half feared that ghosts of those memories would attack me at the door. But, in the late morning light, everything looked different. Younger. Sharper. Amazing what a different slant of the sun could do. It was like Oil of Olay married Mr. Clean. I'd also half expected to see the place full of white-sheeted furniture ghosts, but there weren't any of those either. Rodrian explained the staff kept the house ready, so it never had lain completely empty. The thought of mysterious staff living in the same house with me wasn't encouraging, so I settled for pretending I'd be moving into a hotel. He disarmed the alarm while I glanced around. The only new thing I noticed was a bunch of lilies in a vase upon the side table. Crossing the foyer, he beckoned me to follow him to a set of 2 enormous pocket doors, which he slid open to reveal a den. A grand fireplace occupied the far wall, and an impressive bar had been set up in the front corner. 2 couches and a huge armchair made a very casual and inviting group, implying the room had been designed for the enjoyment of company. The first thing that struck me was the color. Red. Not sultry lipstick red, or Santa suit red, or even Coke bottle red. Earthy red. Baked clay red. Inside of my eyelids on a spring morning red. Grounded and substantial. Thick carpet of short burgundy plush cushioned my feet without sucking them in, and stretched wall to wall in a subtle pattern of dark and light diamonds. Here was a cozy closeness the cold foyer lacked. Walls of dark paneling stretched toward an unadorned beige ceiling. Wine drapes over sheer ivory curtains matched the chocolate cherry upholstering of the furniture. Warmth, comfort, and strangely, food. Appetites would be awakened in here. Red and lots of it. I'd never been in a red room before, but I guessed I couldn't say that anymore. Back out in the foyer, he pointed to the open archway leading to the dining room and kitchen beyond. The housekeeper wanted to know if you had any culinary persuasions. I tried not to snort. Not really. Why? I don't have to do KP, do I? No. He sounded relieved. Bethany likes to be in charge, and hoped you didn't have any thoughts about trying to take over. You mean she won't let me in there at all? Not even to do dishes? Rodrian shoved his hands into his pockets. Will you be angry if I said no? No, I mean, it's her kitchen, right? Secretly, I rejoiced. My idea of a 3-course meal was a Hot Pocket, Ritz crackers, and Edie's for dessert. I wouldn't want to cramp her style. I'm sure whatever she does will be fine. If she ever needs anything, of course, I'll be glad to help. I'll let her know. Now, the lower west wing houses the garage and guest suite. He opened the deadbolt and swung open the double doors. You can keep the doors open if you like. It's just a habit. I keep them locked. I shrugged my indifference and rubbed my fingers together, glancing over my shoulder at the twin staircases, sweeping up toward the 2nd floor, where the living quarters were located. Rodrian cleared his throat, reclaiming my attention. You can see them later, if you'd like. Why don't we head upstairs? The right side of the 2nd floor housed Merrick's private rooms, which took up the majority of the east side of the house. Rodrian tactfully only pointed out the left as he led me upstairs. The upper wings were separated in the center by a lush private office, similar in shape and size to the den directly below it. Here, too, was a fireplace, clean and dark with disuse, but the bar had been replaced by an office nook and the carpeting with gleaming hardwood. A staunch antique desk set sat facing the room, while full bookcases lined the walls. forming a picture-perfect backdrop for a lawyer's ad. The desk was in current use, covered with a familiar spread of leather folders and fountain pens. Rodrian confirmed my suspicions with a grin. "You must have me all figured out. I've run the estate affairs from here. My brother didn't come here often in recent years, and never used this office anyway." I walked to the windows and pushed aside the white curtains, revealing French doors that opened out to a balcony. Pressing my face to the glass and turning my head, I realized the balcony wrapped around behind the fireplace to another French door on the other side. The balcony overlooked the grounds behind the house. A large stone patio and gazebo took up a large amount of space down to my left, and the rest of the grounds sprawled out into empty field. Beyond the field, some distance off, stood a tall forest, deep with stark trees, presumably black oaks. No other house was in sight. Having lived in the city for so long, the view amazed me, and I warmed to the prospect of seeing that splendid piece of God every day. It was hard to look away. I'm kind of partial to my old desk. I could just set it over here by the windows, and you could keep yours where it is. This is your place now, Soph. You can do whatever you'd like. These records can go back to my office. No, really. Just keep it. You'll be here often enough, I imagine, to check on Shiloh and stuff. Whatever suits." He shrugged. "It's nice of you to offer. I appreciate it." His voice sounded non-committal, but his power was positively glowing. "Hey," I joked, "mi casa es su casa." "No." He rubbed his mouth, expression difficult to read. "It's definitely not my casa. So, you want to go see the suites now? You can pick any one you want." He gave me a sidelong glance. "Maybe even decide today?" "What's the hurry?" "Shiloh. She's waiting for you to pick your room." I laughed. "Little eager, huh?" "There's that." He paused to flip through a few papers on the desk. "Brianda got a call earlier. Her obligations are pressing. The sooner we get you girls settled, the better." His tour revealed 6 separate suites the size of mini apartments in the left wing. Each suite was decorated in a different shade and had its own sitting room and bath. 3 of them shared a common area, made up of an open den and a kitchenette. I couldn't imagine why Merrick, the ultimate loner, would have built a house filled with spare bedrooms. Perhaps he built it with dreams of a large family in mind. I guessed, in Merrick's current condition, a family of his own was firmly past consideration. At least with Rodrian's girls moving in, it would seem like part of that dream could be reality. I'd been determined not to think of him while I was here, trying to reduce his presence to an objective, factual minimum. One simple, sympathetic thought was all it took for his essence to take hold. Merrick's memory lingered as we concluded the tour of the wing and returned to the top of the staircase. Catching the briefest scent of leather and sandalwood near the open office door, I peered down the hallway leading to Merrick's quarters. The scent was like an invisible touch on my shoulder, holding my attention. If I had to stay here, I had to face it all, now. Great windows lined the front of the house, designed to let light stream into the hallways of each of the upper wings. On Merrick's side, the drapes had been drawn, causing the long hall to disappear into uninviting shadows. It seemed like even the light was forbidden access to the abandoned quarters. Determined to stare down my past, I confronted the shadows and headed down the hallway. Rodrian quietly followed behind. The air felt different in this part of the house, and as I neared the massive door that led to Merrick's former chambers, I sensed something else. A stir of air, as if air itself was a living thing. I passed through a spot that felt like a radio between stations. The air buzzed along my skin, bathing me, submerging me, pressing into me with unseen fingers. The wards. They sizzled along my skin, raising goosebumps all the way up into my scalp, and I held my breath. Then, just as quickly, the sensation faded. The wards had recognized me and sighed away, granting me permission to continue. I twisted the heavy latch, an old-fashioned handle high up on the door. The room was dark. Stale air rushed out, a dusty taste with it. I stepped in cautiously, feeling for the light switch. Everything looked exactly as I had remembered it. I could have been here yesterday. If what Rodrian had implied was true, I was the last person to have been inside this room. The bar glinted with glass and crystal bottles, empty decorations. It was all for show. It was pretty, though, and I remembered how they sparkled when the colored lights shone behind them. A wide L-shaped couch faced the windows, its matching armchair pushed to the wall. A thick layer of dust coated the end table. I dragged my finger through it, leaving a streak. The staff didn't come in here to clean. I walked over to the windows and dragged open the heavy drapes and solid blinds, letting the light spill in. Immediately, the room changed, taking on new life. Sunlight had a way of reviving things that had grown stale. It was a pleasant improvement. In the non-judgmental sunlight, it was once more a hotel room, a rented space, a borrowed lodging. Shadows of the world made shadows of the heart much deeper. If I had my way, these curtains would never be shut again. Turning around, I noticed a dusty paper on the bar and picked it up. It bore my handwriting. A note penned on the back of an office memo regarding the citywide expo I had attended last year. I'd spent a long time trying to forget that event. The whole thing was supposed to be a lousy waste of a weekend spent dealing with work. Over the weeks leading up to it, I built up a healthy supply of dread and disgust and resentment for the office manager, Donna, who'd hosed me into doing it. The expo was a PR event, and I'm just not a PR person. Little did I know that stupid expo was the beginning of the crap that almost killed me. I'd been ambushed by vamps in the parking garage, part of a setup organized by that jealous vamp slut, Donna. They had actually shackled me to a wall. Really? Shackles. In Balaton. It's not like they sell them at Pier 1 Imports. Closing my eyes, I took a steadying breath. I'd worked desperately to create this sardonic bubble of disdain for the whole thing in order to forget it. But once I start thinking about it, I can't stop. I balled my fists, clenched my teeth, willed myself to stop. Just stop. Don't go there. But this memory was a landslide. Once I slipped, it was all downhill, swept along with everything I'd felt or known or wished. I remembered Donna, getting her just but cruel desserts. I remembered the master, the beauty, the voice, the touch inside my head. I remembered Jared, my best friend. My last sight of him, a lifeless pile on the floor. Don't, please. I remembered Merrick, reduced to a seething predator. His eyes a violent emerald fire, his teeth fully bared, his DV power a roil of hate and desire and destruction. When the master unleashed Merrick, he grabbed me. There was nothing of my lover in him. He was cold, alien. He ripped my throat and devoured me. I should have died. Why didn't I die? I did. Just not all the way. And I have lived with it every single day since. So much for not remembering. I brushed the page off and read it. Honey, if you get back before me, this is where I'm at. I know you want me to stay here, but if I don't show up, Donna will kill me. I won't be long. I promise. Love, S. I stared at it. The letters swelling and blurring, caught between one thought and the dreaded next. He was gone. The crap that almost killed me pretty much killed Merrick, too. Because he wasn't Merrick anymore. He was a DV on the brink of falling. And I wasn't doing anything about it. Sophie? Rodrian's muffled voice startled me out of my reverie. Are you okay? Yeah, I lied. Crumpling the note, I tossed it into the trash can behind the bar. Why are you still out there? After a slight hesitation, he cleared his throat. I didn't want to try the wards. Oh. A ponderous thing. I'll just look around a bit more, if it's okay. It's fine. I'll wait downstairs for you. The sound of footsteps retreated down the hall. 3 doors led from the parlor. One opened into a guest half-bath, which looked as if it had never been used. Another revealed a personal library I'd never be able to ignore, no matter how hard I'd try. The third? Well, it was Merrick's bedroom quarters. Not his, I reminded myself. These weren't his rooms anymore. I stood in the doorway, taking it in and facing my ghosts. A 4-post king-size bed loomed against the far wall, curtains closed and quiet. The furniture reflected the styles of antiquity Merrick had always seemed to prefer. All in all, I have to say I took it quite well, despite having glimpsed my old overnight bag moldering on the bureau. By the time I made my way back out to the staircase where Rodrian waited, I wore a painted-on smile and had made 2 decisions. First, I'd picked my rooms. And second, that bed would have to go. Chapter 7. Once Rodrian accepted my decision, it didn't take long for Shiloh to settle in. By the time the movers pulled up to the doors with my belongings a week later, Shiloh had already made herself at home and was putting the kitchen staff to rigorous use. She met me at the door in a whirlwind of hugs and chatter and swept me up the stairs toward the tri-suites where she and her sister had settled. The tri-suites reminded me of the dorm I'd lived in during college. Okay, so maybe we didn't have a 36-inch wide plasma television or a Bose sound system. Still, close enough. If someone hung up a poster proclaiming that everything I needed to know I'd learned on Star Trek, it would be sophomore year all over again. Shiloh must have unpacked like the Furies hounded her, because it looked as if she'd been here for years instead of days. How'd you get it all moved in so fast? I plucked a throw pillow off the futon and fluffed it. You haven't been skipping school, have you? I tried, she said, but Dad's a truant officer. He really believes in the existence of the permanent record. She rolled the inner bag shut in a box of Cheez-Its and tucked the lid flap closed. He's the one who took care of getting it all done. Wow. He does have a sense for design after all. Hardly. He just did what he always does when there's real work to be done. He cheats. Figured. He was such a brat. Cheats? You mean Uses his talents?
No, Rodrian said from the doorway. I delegate the work. I almost jumped. The way the DV could just sneak up on you drove me nuts. Lazy, I said. Resourceful. He wiped his upper lip with the back of his hand. Sophie, when you're done, come downstairs, please. Okay. Neither his expression nor his power gave me a hint. I'll be down soon. As I turned back to Shiloh, I glanced into the open bedrooms. Only Shiloh seemed to have unpacked. One bedroom was still empty, and the middle was full of sealed boxes. Is Brianda here? Not yet, Shiloh said. Her stuff is here, but I don't know when she'll actually show up. She's busy with Uncle Merrick again. She'll come home sooner or later. Shiloh grabbed my hand and tugged me into the efficiency kitchen, just beyond the common room, dropping the cracker box on the counter. And look, Bethany said if I promised to stay out of the big kitchen downstairs, she'd keep the fridge stocked up here. Oh. She sighed blissfully and stroked the microwave with a tender touch. I love this microwave. It's got 2 popcorn settings, and there's a bacon tray up here, and... Eventually, I extracted myself from her jubilation and headed downstairs to see what Rodrian wanted. I paused to watch 2 men bringing my desk upstairs. Sobering to realize I'd been able to pack my entire life into a U-Haul. When they reached the top of the stairs, I recognized Greco, one of Rodrian's security guards. Security guard might be too timid a term. Rodrian's force was more like a SWAT team. I called them his muscle, and other various terms of endearment. They were good guys. For the most part, anyway. Andre Kahn, Cordula's manager and all-around Mr. Bad Time, was definitely not one of the guys. Could be why I didn't see Kahn getting his hands dirty carrying in my boxes. I still couldn't figure out why Rodrian gave him so much authority. Why he made Kahn his right-hand man. Maybe their shared history made up for Kahn's lousy personality. Gian Greco was head of security, and he took his job very seriously. On the job, he was prepared for anything. He was fond of saying something bad happening was a matter of when, not if. I found his lack of optimism annoying, but always felt safer when he was around. Off the job, I almost didn't recognize him. Today he wasn't wearing his holster or a thick black vest, deceivingly tailored to look more like Old Navy than Navy SEAL. Clad in a long-sleeved Ed Hardy t-shirt and jeans, with a pair of metallic glazed wraparound sunglasses on the back of his neck, he looked like just about any other shaved head in Balaton. Until he turned around. His 5'10" stature might not look overpowering, but the wit and intelligence of his eyes let everyone know exactly what they were up against. No matter the situation, he'd already considered each possibility 10 steps in every direction. He was never surprised. As a result, he was never bested. Greco's eyes lit with a flash of dark gray recognition when he saw me. More or less the DV equivalent of, hey, and a wave. Oh no, I grinned. You've been demoted. Not really. I consider it weight training. You really made the most of every box. He said something to the other mover, and they set down the desk. Slapping his hands against his thighs, he leaned on the rail and took a breather, although he looked anything but winded. His hands rested on his hips, a stance he favored when he wore his Kevlar vest. Body armor had a way of changing simple habits, like how to position one's arms comfortably. How've you been? Better now, I said. It's a relief to be here. His eyes went on duty. Greco looked at me with the intensity of a hawk, dark-eyed and piercing. Relief? Why? What's been going on? I realized I said the wrong thing to a security man. This probably wasn't the time to discuss the wolf that had been chasing me, so I thought fast. I just meant the packing and waiting. You know, the whole temporarily homeless thing. His intensity dropped a notch as he grinned. I've moved around myself. I know what you mean. Living out of boxes for the first week is a real pain. The first week? Try the last 3 months. I scanned the foyer but didn't see Rodrian. Are they all done? There's still furniture on the truck. I better get this inside. I thanked him and headed down. It was turning out to be a family reunion of sorts. Well, almost. I didn't suppose the head of the family would be playing guest of honor anytime soon. Rodrian stood outside, talking with one of the movers. They wore discouraged expressions and did a lot of head shaking. What's wrong? Squinting in the bright sun, I lingered in the doorway and peered into the open bay of the truck. As far as I could see, only my bedroom things remained. Rodrian excused himself, and the mover headed back onto the truck. He placed his hand on my back and urged me back inside, away from the chilly wind. I hadn't removed my coat yet, but Rodrian only wore a sweatshirt and jeans. I didn't know he did manual labor. I also didn't know it was possible to make a sweatshirt look like it belonged in a Calvin Klein ad. But Rodrian's body had a certain talent in making everything he wore look bedroom-eyed sexy. There's a little problem. The wards upstairs. They're pretty strong. I blinked and focused on his face, trying to pay attention. Yeah? The movers can't cross them. Oh, good to know the wards were picky. I felt safer knowing they actually worked. Is that a problem? They can't get your bed inside, or take the old one out. Oh. I hadn't expected that. Are they sure? I glanced out at the men, who looked like they'd recently experienced something ugly. Maybe one of them tried to move Euphrates' pet carrier. I shuddered before remembering the cat was locked safely in the bathroom upstairs. Yeah, Rodrian said. What do you want them to do? Do you want to pick another room? No, I said. I'll figure something out. For now, can we put my bed downstairs in the guest suite? He nodded. The boxes too? No, upstairs in the hall, if they don't mind. Okay. Rodrian nodded before turning back to the movers. Joe, can you come in here? He strode to the door, leaving me alone in the bright foyer to contemplate both this unwelcome development and the expression he'd worn as he turned away from me. By supper time, Greco and the moving crew had gone, and Bethany, the housekeeper, called us into the dining room for a feast. Baked ham, real mashed potatoes, even yams with cinnamon and brown sugar. I got the impression it was more to establish herself as rightful owner of the kitchen than to feed us poor waifs, but who cared? The woman cooked like my grandma. Shiloh alternatively devoured dinner and chattered like an 8-year-old on Tang. I hadn't seen very much of her over the past year, and, as usual, there was a world full of news to catch up on. I finished eating before she'd come close to finishing speaking. The move went well, Rodrian said, when Shiloh finally paused for breath. I agreed and reached for another roll. I didn't think it would happen so fast. The last few times I moved, it was a nightmare, a recurring one. I briefly thought about the were who'd been pursuing me. Every time I moved, he managed to find me. No matter how safe I thought I'd be in a new place, I'd spot him on a corner or near a doorway or walking down the other side of the street, and poof! So long, security! Well, the nightmare was over. He'd never find me out here. And if he did, he wouldn't last long. Maybe the house guard kept Dobermans. If I yelled, "Release the hounds," would they go after one of their own? "Perhaps you're done for a while," Rodrian said. "Hope so. I'm getting too old for this." I used my napkin and pushed from the table, gathering up my dishes. "I've got a couple boxes of necessities to go through. I'll give you some daddy-daughter time." Bethany sailed in and shooed me away, claiming all rights to anything of the kitchen domain, messes included. She did, however, nod toward the foyer, where my kitchen boxes, all 2 of them, still sat, looking like the last puppies at the pound, and reassured me the staff had the place under control. I got the point. Fine by me, I thought. I was more demand than supply anyway. Now I was comfortably full of the proof that Bethany had meant every word she'd said. Harboring not the slightest grudge, I lugged the boxes upstairs to Shiloh's suite, thinking the kitchenette was more my speed. "Let me." Rodrian caught up to me on the stairs and tugged them out of my arms, Shiloh following close behind. "You should have left these for me to bring up." I frowned, but didn't put much effort into it. I was never a tremendous fan of lugging boxes around. "I'm not helpless." "I know, but it's okay to delegate." Once in the suite, Shiloh flipped open the top box. "What's this?" "Stuff from my old apartment." She pulled out a ceramic wall plaque, a pale blue teapot bearing the letters WWMD. That was a throwback to my single and long-abandoned attempt at playing Happy Homemaker. "Do we have to use all of it?" "No." I slipped it out of her hand and cradled it to my chest, while Rodrian set the boxes on the snack bar. "If you don't need any of this, leave it in the box, and I'll take it to the garage." "Okay," she grinned, toothy and bright. "You should move into the 3rd room so we can be real roommates." I laughed at her eagerness. "How about I just sleep over on late nights?" "Deal." Her cell rang, a sudden blast of hip-hop remix, and she peered at the screen. "Ooh, it's Luke. Later." She disappeared into her room, closing the door with a subtle variation of her signature teeth-rattling bang. Luke was her big crush and almost boyfriend. I remembered 17, so I couldn't take her abrupt dismissal personally. He was the priority, not family or me or anyone else she could count on as solid parts of her life. "The ward's giving you any trouble?" Rodrian pushed one of the boxes away from the edge and leaned against the counter. "No," I said. "Honestly, I don't even feel them." "They're old. Really old. Still as powerful as they ever were." "I meant to say something earlier," I said. "Nice wards at your office." He didn't outwardly register the compliment, although his power did a small, manly kind of grunt. "I've been practicing. I hadn't really needed those skills before." "Is business getting dangerous?" "No, not that. I never had to do them myself before. Merrick did all the warding." It was my turn not to register a reaction at the sound of his brother's name, but it was a lot harder than concealing pride. "I decided it was time to renew my skills." "Could you tell they were mine?" I nodded. "Damn." He flashed an irritated grin and scratched at his temple, tousling his hair. I still can't get the knack of removing my essence at the end. "Do you have to?" "It helps, especially with security wards. If someone's looking for me, they more or less point the way." "I guess it's a DV thing, huh? The ability, I mean." "I don't know," he said. "I don't have a human perspective. I'm not sure what you can or can't do in the first place." He cocked his head at me and flashed a grin. "Well, I have a pretty good idea. Still, warding is an extension of compelling. Humans don't seem to be able to compel, so I assume they can't ward, either. Skunked again. How did I keep ending up on the short end of the evolutionary stick? First fair skin, now this. Maybe the Sophia can help out. Can you set a ward and explain it while you're doing it? I'll watch and see if I can offer a suggestion. Why not? He glanced around, expression set in concentration. Let's go downstairs. I know just the room. Chapter 8. Once inside the den, Rodrian started the fireplace and made sure a fast fire was blazing before moving to the center of the room. The process of setting a ward is pretty straightforward. First, I choose a target. We can ward the entire room or just a part of it. I guess as far as lessons go, bigger would be better. I moved a pillow and flopped onto the couch. Now this one was comfy. The fluffy back felt like I was snuggled against a pile of pillows. That's what I've always said. I was hoping you would. He dropped the academic veneer and leered at me. I'll try not to disappoint. Just try to get the job done, buddy. Right. Second, we need an intent. One of the main uses of a ward is to add a layer of security. Since the home is secure, we can try a simple confidentiality ward. That sounds like a lawyer thing. Not really. Although you won't find many DV attorney offices without them. A confidentiality ward keeps things private. No one can hear through a closed door. I said. Good for secrets. Rodrian looked down at me, eyes piercing and copper bright. Wow, that caught his interest, even though it had been completely unintentional. I shrugged to diffuse him. Not that I have any. Maybe one day I'll want one, so it would be good to have a room to keep it in. Seeming satisfied, he resumed his lecture. So, we have a target and an intent. Now we set the intensity. It screens people, more or less. We'll tune it to you, since it's your house. And to me, since I'm setting it. Hence the ward will keep anything you or I say or do to ourselves. I thought it over. I wouldn't mind having someplace to speak with you in private. It's not like I can take you upstairs. You know. His eyebrows lifted with mischief. It takes much restraint not to run with that. Oh my God, he was relentless. Please try. No fun. Shall we begin the ward? Good a time as ever. Let me get ready. I closed my eyes and sank into myself, giving the Sophia a little nudge. Using mental fingers, I traced the edges of Rodrian's power, enticing the Sophia to respond. It did, albeit in a sleepy, off-handed manner. I was a little disappointed by the lackluster response. Maybe the Sophia needed real reason to come out and play. Eyes still closed, I pushed farther into his power, past the outermost announcing layer to the personal core beneath. He felt my touch, and slipped a stream of eager surprise. His quicksilver spurt of emotion giving me the jolt I needed for a Sophia supercharge. The oracle shuddered through me as she took hold. Connection established, I opened my eyes and gave him a glimpse of oracle blue. He saw it. Had to tear his eyes away from it. Voice quiet, he sounded determined to focus on the task ahead. Let's do it. Rodrian circled the room, spiraling toward the walls as he paced. A ward is only an extension of the common compulsion. See, compulsions affect living beings. Wards, on the other hand, only affect inanimate objects. I wiggled to a more comfortable position, enjoying the rare treat of an actual info share. Rodrian's main talents were acting bossy and making money.
Until now, I hadn't realized he could give such good oration. Guess it only seemed natural he'd pick up the skill after listening to Merrick for so long. A compulsion is no more than a touch of power, with the force of my will behind it, he continued. It works only as long as the power stream is maintained, since a living being has a life force and a will of its own. Without constant contact, the target's will can break the suggestion and resume thinking for itself. I cleared my throat, delicately. Herself, he amended. His expanding path brought him to the edges of the walls, and he slowed his pace, lifting his arm, hand parallel to the wall. An object, on the other hand, has no memory and no will of its own. A touch of power leaves a residue that continues to exert a force after contact is broken. Are you following any of this? I think so. Your power is like slime and you sling it around the place. That's disgusting. You said it. He stopped his circuit and crossed his arms at me. This is serious. Look, pal, you drink blood, okay? And you know where I stand on that. Now you tell me you fling your power around and it leaves residues. It doesn't paint a pretty picture. All of a sudden, Mr. Flirty McJokes-a-lot was all business. He leveled a no-nonsense look at me that made me want to duck. Can you be a little more clinical? You're supposed to be using the Sophia to figure out what I'm doing wrong. Oops. I hung my head, trying not to laugh. Forgot. Sorry. Okay. The residue continues to work after you separate from it. Yes. I place the power like this. He resumed his walk, lifting his hands and spreading his fingers. I don't need to use my hands, but I want to show you how I mentally direct my power over the surface of the target. He circled the room, paying careful attention to the windows and air vents, and finally, the closed doors. I send my power up along the ceiling and down over the floor. The fire is energy too, and it disperses the power up the chimney. This way, the room will be encapsulated. Honestly, it only looked like he was waving his hands. I couldn't see anything. But his power? I felt it in every pore of my skin. The Sophia perked up while Rodrian spread himself around the room, sensing the steady flow of DV power. I felt it swell inside my head, shifting my vision, dripping its cool manifestation over me. Chills and fog together. The Sophia filled my head, my body, my entire being, hungry for the touch of demi-vampire power unleashed. The Oracle took over. All I could feel was Rodrian. Never before had I felt so much of him, all at once. The Sophia was submerged, my senses swelling, engorging themselves on his essence. Unaccustomed to such a vehement reaction, I grew alarmed. I tried to draw my empathy back, but it wouldn't be reined in. Alarm turned to panic. I breathed Rodrian's power. I tasted it. I drifted and spun and swam through it. Everything turned blue, the blue eyes of the Sophia, and I was lost in the slurry of his demi-vampiric power. Rodrian's voice faded. I couldn't breathe. Trapped. Terror. The slurry solidified, pressing down like a violent change in air pressure. Blurry whiteness crept around the edges of my vision, and the ceiling lifted. Walls stretched impossibly long. Muffled pounding in my ears, like a cotton-wrapped clock. Breath wouldn't come. I grew lightheaded, the white spreading. Rodrian's face peered through the peephole at the end of my vision. Gone. My head thumped a thick rhythm as the room faded back in. God, Sophie, you scared the hell out of me! I cracked my eyelids, feeling couch beneath me, and seeing Rodrian hovering like a nervous bird. No more passing out white. No Sophia blue. No power. Just room and a concerned face. What happened? I tried to sit up, but a silver streak of headache anchored me to the cushion. I sank back and closed my eyes, groaning. What did you do? I set the ward. You collapsed as I finished. What were you doing? Dunno. When I rolled my head, it swam like a concussion. I let the Sophia out and it went apeshit. So much power. Where did it all go? Into a new form. He sighed and reached to smooth my hair back. I guess you missed it. Oh well. I won't risk setting another ward like that around you. So the ward is there. You can't feel it, can you? I pushed up, swallowing the ebb of nausea that bobbed behind the tide of looming migraine. He steadied me, helping me sit up against the back of the couch. I can't feel anything, but then again, it hurts to try. I'll have to check it later. But you don't feel me anymore, do you? He sounded hopeful. Not even with you standing a foot away. I groaned. You broke my Sophia. That sounds so dirty. He grinned, full of adolescent appreciation at my ability to say something so provocative. I wanted to hit him. Ugh, not now. He squatted in front of me, peering up into my face while I shielded my eyes, holding my forehead in place. Slowly, the pain receded. Dull booms like noisy upstairs neighbors fading. Stomach settling. Breathing easier. I stretched a wan smile at his distressed expression. You okay? He reached up and stroked the side of my face, concern and amber glints deep in his eyes. I nodded and didn't barf. Good sign. I'm fine. Okay. He breathed deeply and stood. Look, I'm going to say goodnight to Shiloh. It's after 8 and I wanted to stop in at Cordula's tonight. Need to sign off on a few things. I didn't quite believe the last part. He seemed uneasy, and I suspected he wanted to find one of his blood dates. But I didn't call him on the fib because it really wasn't my business. Didn't have much time to dwell on how he spent his free time anyway. I still had to unpack my closet. Testing my feet and finding my headache had faded to bearable levels, I leaned and pulled him in a friendly one-armed hug, careful to press more shoulder to him than frontage. The smell of cherry and cologne still lingered, and I inhaled his scent, not meaning to do so, but unable to help it. Thanks, Rode. I'd sleep like the dead tonight, without the worry of actually getting dead. Don't worry about the ward thing. We'll figure out a way to work together without blowing my head off. He patted my arm. You're a trooper, Soph. I'll call you. Before I went upstairs, I stopped in the dining room, where Bethany was gathering up the tablecloth. An extra, thank you for the wonderful meal, earned me an invitation to sit and have a slice of cake. With mocha fudge frosting. I felt like a kid on her birthday. I licked a finger and smiled. I think I adore you, Bethany. Don't you worry, young miss, Bethany said. She flipped the tablecloth with an imperious snap and folded the square over her arm. I've got things covered down here. You've no need to worry. You'll see I'm more than capable of handling this house. She looked around the room and sighed a contented sigh. It's been my little kingdom for a long time. I pride myself in taking care of the ones who live here. It's nice to have charges again." I smiled, feeling uncomfortably shy around the stern-faced woman, now that the lines of authority were softened and her maternal side shone through. I could handle iron-handed Hausfrau. Softer was, somehow, harder. A gentle Bethany reminded me of my Aunt Marie, whom I hadn't seen in a long time. My Aunt Marie was all the family I had left. Somewhere. I hoped so, anyway, and left it at that. I didn't need to deal with old issues with so many new ones piling up in the inbox. Thanks, Bethany. I like being taken care of. It's a nice feeling. One I haven't felt in a long time. Well, she gathered the stack of napkins and hooked the napkin rings onto her index finger. You'll never find any shortage of it here. No matter what walks through that door. If it's trouble, old Bethany will see to it. Good night. She left me in the dining room, alone with the now bare table and empty chairs, puzzled by her words and the sense of foreboding they stirred inside me. I decided to head up to Shiloh's room to shake off the weird feeling. If anyone could provide a distraction, it'd be my new housemate. I hadn't had a chance to visit with her in a long time, and I'd missed the girl. I remembered her shoe and handbag fetish, too, so hopefully I could visit her closet. I needed a good closet tour to set me back to rights. She was busy in the kitchenette when I got to the tri-suites. A pot bubbled on the stove, and I sniffed the air. What you making? Ramen. She yanked open the fridge and pulled out a bottle of ginger sauce. Want some? I made extra. No, thanks. I'm okay. Still a big eater, huh? She was taller now, but still slender. I don't know where you put it all. Meh, I have a fast metabolism. She shut off the stove and drained the noodles, shaking a liberal amount of sauce into the bowl. Grabbing a pair of chopsticks, she took her things over to the snack bar. Hit the Keurig, will you? Dad said you don't drink coffee, so there's tea in the cupboard. Earl Grey and junk. I turned on the machine before sitting down next to her at the bar. So, how have you been? She shrugged and finished chewing. Okay, I guess. School is stupid. I have a boyfriend, though, so at least that gives me something to do while I'm there. She grinned. I knew better than to believe she was slacking off. Shiloh was a dedicated student who kept a 4.0 with seemingly little effort. And I got a new coach for my birthday. It's pink. You'd love it. I shook my head. I mean, how are you? How have you been feeling? She wrinkled her nose. Fine, I guess. Oh no, you didn't go back to nursing, did you? I don't want to be your guinea pig. No, Shy, not that. I'm just concerned. You look tired. Duh, we moved today. She picked up several long noodles and held them over her upturned mouth, dropping them in like curly worms to a baby bird. I huffed out a breath. Fine, I'll just spit it out. What's going on with you? Your dad said you were feeling a little off. Oh, that. Yeah, well, I'm a cripple, apparently. Dad says I have to get hypolution treatments. Big deal. I don't see what the rush is. I sagged my shoulders, relieved. So you're not deathly ill? Your dad had me worried. Well, stop worrying. She downed the last of the ramen and carried her dishes to the sink. Tea? When I nodded, she popped a K-cup into the brewer and placed a big mug under it. The smell of Earl Grey instantly filled the little kitchen. Not bad. If it tasted as good as it smelled, I might be in good shape. I really had grown sick of tea bags. They tasted like trips to my Aunt Marie's house. Plenty of cream and sugar never quite improved the astringency of her tea. It tasted like proper old lady stuff. As a result, I declared myself allergic to Lipton's. So what's the deal with these treatments? Beats me, she said. I don't even know why I have to get them. I feel fine. But your dad, that man overreacts to everything. She groaned and started another cup at the Keurig. Honestly, he is so overprotective. I was just fine living with Brianda. She took perfect care of me. But now Dad took over because Bree had to go off somewhere, and all of a sudden, he's mother henning me to death. So I didn't cusp yet. Big deal. He made it sound like you're going to get sick if you don't cusp. She smacked her hands down on the countertop, her back still toward me. I'm not ready for this particular conversation right now. I chewed my lip. Her tone was taking on an edge I wasn't familiar with. Teenage cocky, I guess. I didn't have much experience with something like that. Better play it safe and not say anything that might set that tone off again. Well, whatever. At least we get to see each other more. It'll be fun. She brought her cup over to the snack bar and squeezed my hand. I missed you, Sophie. Dad should never have kept us away from you. I smiled back, caught off guard by the gentleness of her voice. It caught something in the back of my throat. I nodded. Well, things can be made right now. Except for Uncle Merrick. She sipped her hot chocolate. I wish he could be here, too. I miss him, and I miss you and him together. I wish there was a way to bring him back here, so we could be a family again. I just want him to come back. I didn't know how to respond. I wanted what she wanted. Difference was, I had a secret. Maybe Irene could bring him back. It just wasn't fair to get the poor kid's hopes up. Her phone rang, rattling upon the countertop. She tapped the screen and leaned toward it. Hang on. Looking at me, she hung her head. Can I talk to you later? I took my tea back to my rooms. Thank goodness for cell phone interruptions. I didn't need to be an empath to understand her frustration. I wasn't ready to have that particular conversation myself. My first night in Merrick's room was a complete nightmare. I tried to give it a chance. I changed the sheets, I opened the bed curtains all the way, and I emptied an entire bottle of fabric deodorizer into the room, turning the ceiling fan on high to get everything to dry. The bureau and wardrobe were empty, so I put my favorite sachets into every space. Remembering my teasing conversation with Rodrian regarding skeletons in the closet, I didn't open the one in the bedroom. That closet could stay shut for now. I figured one surprise at a time. Even though the bed smelled like a lavender cloud, I could still detect Merrick's scent. Leather and sandalwood. It was there, beneath the fragrances in which I drowned the room, lurking like a constant reminder. I didn't know if it was just my mind insisting it was there, exaggerating a tiny wisp of scent. Didn't matter. I lay awake all night long, restless upon the unfamiliar mattress, feeling contained by the big four-poster bed. Memories of our last night haunted me, and I replayed the events over and over in my mind. The motorcycle ride, the dunk in the pool, the love we'd made in this very bed. The thoughts kept tumbling around my head like socks in a dryer. Exhausted as I was, I couldn't fall all the way to sleep until early in the morning. When I slept, I dreamed. Marek, here, next to me. A presence at first. A voice. A sensation of heat lying beside me. He spoke to me, nonsense words of comfort and love. I didn't know I was dreaming. I was too exhausted for lucidity. Caught up in the dream, I reached for him. It was our last night together. All over again. He slid his hand over my bare stomach, wrapping around my side, tugging me, pulling me against him. I melted against his skin, the heat and the muscle so familiar, lost in his scent. His breath against my neck, he murmured my name, a rumble of bass notes. "Love me," I whispered. And he did. For the length of one precious dream, I was in the arms of the man I loved, allowing him to strip away all my doubts and my grief, and he loved me the way he had before. I cried out. I nearly wept. Every emotion I'd swallowed and denied for the last year surged up and out, freeing me. I was loved. Marek loved me, and he consumed me, and we reached completion. Every muscle in my body throbbed with longing to stay in that moment forever. But then, the dream changed. Marek grew chilled, cold to the touch, and I realized he'd become a stranger. He drew back and lay facing away from me, at the edge of the bed. His breathing was low and ragged. Marek sounded like he was in pain. I reached out a hand to stroke his skin. The coldness of his shoulder made me snatch my hand away. Fingers of fear crept along my spine, and I shivered. He rolled onto his stomach and propped himself up on his elbows, hair hanging over his face like a shroud. I pushed his heavy silken mane back over his shoulder, peering through the shadow at his profile. His proud nose, his sculpted mouth, his high cheekbones, his closed eyes spreading lush black against his pale skin. Marek turned his head toward me and opened his eyes. They glowed pale green, like icy mint. Not at all the warm emerald they used to be. The color in his eyes had started to fade, just as his grip on his soul was slipping. He was brinking. He would fall if I didn't do something. What could I do? Would love be enough? Would the Sophia be enough? "Love me," I whispered, my heart splitting with grief and the desperate desire to bring him back. "Oh, I will," he leered, sharp canines slipping free of his smile. "But you are not going to enjoy it." He opened his mouth and grabbed me, dragging me beneath him. His mouth, his snarl, his teeth descended, and he took my throat. All of my grief and longing and despair, all of those awful things from which I thought I'd been freed, all of it came rushing back, filling me, drowning me, suffocating me. I was finished. I woke up, a scream in my throat, too scared to release it, afraid he'd hear me and come back. I couldn't escape the memory of the glow of pale eyes. They burned on my eyelids whenever I blinked, like a retinal afterimage. Grabbing my blanket and pillow, I slid off the bed and plodded out to the couch. It was a lot easier to sleep out in the parlor. Dreamless sleep graced me the rest of the morning, making me think I might have to buy a sleeper sofa. Marek Spector could sleep in there by himself until he learned to behave. Chapter 9. It didn't take very long for me to adapt to my new surroundings. I didn't even mind living outside the downtown area. where I took the bus or walked when the weather was pleasant. However, living outside the metro area meant I had to drive to work every day. The driving part was a mixed bag, though. The last 20 minutes of my new commute home were pleasant and usually made up for the first 30. But the city driving? Ugh! I hated driving in rush hour traffic. People did stupid things with their cars. At least I arrived home in a good mood. On the flip side, I usually walked into work ready to breathe fire, fighting to unclench my teeth and to stop reliving all the flashes of what I wanted to do to some particular driver had there been no laws against dismemberment. Technically, I could probably have solved the whole morning drive issue by getting up a lot earlier and leaving for work before traffic got heavy. But that would have been ridiculous. Me? Give up sleep? Hell to the no. The commute did have a redeeming quality, however. Parking in the garage adjacent to the MAG's building. I'd called the office about leasing a spot after I had my meeting with Rodrian. But the gruff manager told me that not only were spots extremely expensive, but there was also an extremely long waiting list. Stupid adverbs and the mean way people emphasized them. One little phone call to Rodrian took care of everything, though, because for some unknown reason, I soon got whisked to the top of the list. The same manager delivered my parking pass personally and told me I was only 20 feet from the elevator on the MAG's side. The Pope couldn't park any closer, and not just because the Pope-mobile was too big for a compact spot. The whole thing made me furious. I wouldn't have gotten it without Rodrian's help. However, my indignation completely dissolved the first day I drove out of the garage to go home. For the first time in months, I didn't have to run away from that wolf-eyed bastard, and I sang along to my favorite CD all the way home. Dropping my keys on the narrow table inside the foyer, I hollered, "Anybody home?" "In here." Rodrian's voice called from the den. The doors were wide open, and I could see the fireplace blazing. I could get used to this, I thought. Feels like coming home already. Maybe not, I amended as I came in. Rodrian sat on the couch, wearing a concerned face as Shiloh hunched sullenly next to him. Mascara made gray streaks under her reddened eyes, her pink nose hinting at recent crying. I sat down next to her and patted her leg. "What's the matter? You okay, honey?" "Just spiffy." Her stuffy nose made her voice sound thick. "If I was any better, I would be twins." Shiloh had trouble after school today. Rodrian slid his arm around her shoulder and gave her a bolstering hug. "What kind of trouble?" I searched Shiloh's face for a hint, but she wouldn't look at me. "Oh, you know," she said. "The usual, hey, look, a wimpy DV chick kind of trouble. I couldn't be normal, could I? Oh no, I have to be a completely helpless dork whose uncle is the most hated guy in the world." "What?" I shook my head at Rodrian, hoping for an explanation. Shiloh was followed after school. She thinks they might have been wares. "And they said that about Merrick?" "No," she said. "That's what the people who pretend to be my friends say. He betrayed all of us by throwing in with the vampires. They say I'm not DV either, and God punished me for what Uncle Merrick did." I stifled an angry F-bomb, not wanting to curse in front of her. "Jerks! Tell them to go float." "Oh yeah," she sneered. "Me, tell them. They're all cusped already. My whole class and half the juniors, too. All they do is tease me and use compulsions to make a jerk out of me, because they know I can't fight back." Bullying made my blood boil, especially when the target was a sweet kid like Shiloh. Brass knuckles ought to help. Sure, me with brass knuckles. Know what Luke said? I'm the most non-threatening person he knows. He said that if I ran at him with a knife, he'd just say, "Aw, that's cute, Shy. Now give me that before you hurt yourself." Her voice wavered toward tears, and she pressed her face into Rodrian's chest. This has been going on for a while then, huh? Since... She sniffed, her nose stubbornly refusing to cooperate. Since spring. Tess cusped in February, and everyone else did before school let out. You're not that far behind then, sweetie. Is she? I looked over her head at Rodrian. It's, a gradual process. Most of them started showing signs when Shy was 15. She hasn't even started yet. I'm right here! Shiloh punched the pillow on her lap. Don't talk about me like I'm not here. Maybe I'm not much, but I'm still a person. Oh no, I said. Honey, we didn't mean... No one ever does. That's the problem. Shiloh pushed to her feet and ran out, pounding up the stairs to her room. The door slammed and echoed like a boom of winter thunder. Okay, I said slowly. What was that all about? She's really upset. Her friends have been rather insensitive for a while now, but being followed today really brought things to a head. After school, he explained, she'd gone to the mall downtown, where she noticed a group of guys lurking nearby. They followed outside when she left. They never said anything or tried to touch her, but by the time she'd gotten to Cordula's, she was terrified. Were they where? My skin crawled as I sympathized, all too familiar with the dread. Rodrian shook his head. She can't tell the difference yet. It's an instinct that comes with the cusp. Crap, that's awful. Poor kid. I know what she's going through. He raised his eyebrows. You do? I decided now would be the best time to tell him, now that the problem was solved. Didn't I tell you? I lightened my voice. Before I moved out here, I got chased after work on a regular basis. I think I shook him now, though. I don't come out through the foyer anymore since I started parking next door. Rodrian looked as if my news had pushed him over the line between concerned father and protective barbarian. Why didn't you say something sooner? I'd have given you a guard. We could have gotten him. Rode? I shook my head. It went on for weeks. Long before I got your letter. His anger faded into a puzzled look. But why didn't you call me? I shrugged and looked away. Same reason why you didn't call me, I guess. Ah, Sophie. His voice was a strained combination of worry and frustration. All that time. You were in trouble and I was too self-consumed to notice. He scooted closer and wrapped me in a hug. I'll always take care of you, Sophie. I promise. And you must promise to tell me everything. Are you being followed now? I shook my head and made a small negative sound. I'd closed my eyes and rested my chin on his shoulder. The simple touch made me feel valuable again. Reaffirmed, validated. Okay. The first sign of trouble, you call me. He released me, stroking my shoulders as he pulled away. His eyes gently warmed with his hazel glow. You mean too much to me. I don't want anything to happen to you. Thanks, Rode, I whispered. A small tear moistened the laugh lines I'd managed to develop, despite not having laughed much lately. It means a lot. It's not nearly what you deserve. Not even close. He rose hastily and rubbed his palms down over pant legs. I'm going to check in on her before I go. Khan is pulling up the bistro's surveillance, and I told him I'd be back to review it. Can you handle her tonight?" "We'll be fine," I assured him. Dahlia planned on coming over to watch a movie. She'd provide the perfect distraction. Kisses to Khan. How about no? He'd only take it the wrong way. He should, the bastard. There you go, getting all sentimental again. He stooped to kiss me on the cheek. "I'll see you tomorrow." I heard his dress shoes tapping on the tiled stairs and listened as his steps faded down the hall. After a few moments, I got up and headed upstairs to change. No one saw me lay my hand over my cheek, hiding the blush that warmed it. Chapter 10. Dahlia arrived soon after Rodrian went back to town, and I got the obligatory tour out of the way. She was like me, more accustomed to simple living, but not above admiring splendor. I could tally up the people whom I consider dear friends on one hand. I had a best friend from high school, with whom I traded occasional notes on Facebook. I had Barb, who, despite being my supervisor, had become my closest confidant on every aspect of my life, except the supernatural. I once had Jared, whom I count even though he's gone, because I still talk to him in my head when I'm lonely. And I had Dahlia, the DV who took care of me, even when I didn't realize I needed the care. Maybe two hands, now that I had Rodrian and Shiloh back. Dahlia would never be what I'd consider typical DV, if there could ever be such a thing. For one thing, she's a vegetarian. Strange, but hilariously true. I kind of assumed that someone who needs to consume blood to survive would be all into the meat experience. But no. She won't even eat fish. Eating with her can be a challenge sometimes, but I always took a little comfort in her vow to eat nothing with eyes. I have eyes. I like the security of our relationship. Dahlia also has a cute little flip of an accent when she speaks English. It's like she curls around every word she says. She told me she was born in Puerto Rico, but left when she was still a child. One day, I'll ask her when she was born. However, she's dropped so many casual references to historic events that I'm worried I won't be comfortable with the answer. Despite my suspicions that she was old enough to have seen the Civil War, Dahlia appeared to be a young Latina, late 20s at the most, with long curly hair that made me drool with jealousy, and brown eyes that would glow bluish-purple when her DV power surged. She worked as a social worker and loved violent movies. I admit I didn't get her, but I adored her and valued our friendship. She was everything I wasn't, but she liked me in spite of it. Halfway down the hallway toward my rooms, she declared herself not nosy enough to gawk at my bedroom. I noticed she did a little shiver and chills shake of her head when she said it. Good manners prevented me from pressing further, although I really wanted to know more about those wards. By the time we worked our way to the tri-suite, Shiloh had regained most of her composure and agreed to tag along with us to the movie rental store for some nostalgia, located in a strip mall 15 minutes away. Mini-mart, gas station, movie rental, cell phone dealer, and frozen yogurt/bagel shop. All the necessities of modern life, minus the shoe department.
I don't get it. Where do they come up with this crap?
Looking up at a poster in the window, Dahlia wrinkled her nose. It was a promo for a vampire series that was soon to be released on video.
It's completely ridiculous.
I don't know, said Shiloh. He is pretty hot if you ask me.
Not the guy, the whole vampire thing. Who came up with it? Don't people have better things to do than romanticize death?
Dahlia looked at me, seeming to expect an answer. I shrugged and made a, "Yeah, stupid people," what do they know kind of face. Who was I to talk, anyway? Up until fairly recently, I thought mainstream vampire lore was pretty much as romantic got. What with the Victorian-style clothing and the eternal love/undying passion themes. Hanging out with the DV came as close to going through the looking glass as a girl could get, without bleeding to death. My ideas concerning vampires were drastically different these days, thanks to my lovely experiences with them.
I don't know why you get so bent out of shape anyway.
Shiloh held the door open for us.
My dad said that we're the ones that keep the farce going. To keep us a secret, you know.
She deepened her voice to mimic Rodrian's. Protecting our interests and all.
As long as it seems made up, it may as well be, right? It's just stupid. If people really knew what vampires were, they'd stop with the love stories.
Been going to Dave again, Dally?
Shiloh said.
Who's Dave?
I asked.
Not who. What? D-A-V-E,
Dahlia spelled out.
It's an organization. Demi-vampires against vampire evolution.
It's PETA for the undead,
Shiloh clarified.
As if.
Dahlia sniffed and tugged her fluffy vest down with an indignant snap.
We're an advocacy group that promotes the maintenance of DV values and lifestyle through education and awareness. We, as demi-vampire, are a privileged society, and as such, we have certain responsibilities.
I thought it sounded snobby, but I didn't say as much. Awareness? Like anti-vampire pep rallies? Movie boycotts and book burnings? Shiloh snorted.
That's good. I have to remember that.
No,
Dahlia said patiently.
Although there are different target audiences, our biggest focus group is the adolescent demographic. If we can instill the proper frame of mind in our young, they'll continue growing with the right values.
Yep, brainwash them early on, said Shiloh.
I don't get you either.
Dahlia whirled around to face her.
You're Merrick's niece.
The sound of his name made me flinch. I stiffened as if I'd been pinched on the ass by an old man. Shiloh, completely unfazed, stared her down.
So, I didn't plan that.
No, but don't you think that you've got a duty to promote what you know is right?
What does Merrick have to do with this? I said.
He's the founder,
said Dahlia.
Yeah, and he's also like a gazillion years old.
Shiloh rolled her eyes with the practiced ease of the under 18.
What does he know about kids? Look, Dally, I totally agree with the whole vampire is bad campaign, okay? My family had its share of Turners, and trust me, I hear about it all the time. But you guys are like Nazis. You won't stop until every DV teen on the planet goose steps to your drumbeat. Educate the kids, that's fine. But you can't make choices for them.
We do educate,
Dahlia shot back.
Kids don't listen. You guys think you know everything, but you're still just kids. You need an older, wiser person telling you the truth. Someone who's been through it.
I slipped away to look over the new releases, since I didn't want to be associated with the older, wiser reference. I suppose it was silly, since Dahlia'd probably been in Girl Scouts with my grandma.
Well then, start by giving us someone who's actually been through it, instead of some old guy who read a self-help book about it.
Yikes. Definitely wanted distance from the old reference now. I spied a historical romance on Queen Elizabeth that I'd seen advertised, and picked up the DVD case before continuing down the wall.
Shiloh, you're awful defensive,
Dahlia said warily.
Is there something you want to talk about?
Great gods, no.
She pushed the movie case she'd been holding into a vacant space on the shelf.
I don't use. I know kids who do, but I don't. But you know, stuff like this makes me think I should, just so I deserve the lecture for once. She turned on her heel and stormed out, letting the door bang shut behind her.
Holy crap, I said. I hope she didn't take off. She had a rough day, and I'm supposed to keep an eye on her.
Don't worry. Dahlia flicked through the cases in the 3 for $20 bin. She's sitting in your car, soaking. Typical teenager.
So you do drug abuse education too? That's a good thing. Why'd she get mad?
Because it's not exactly anti-drug. It's anti-blood. Teens don't need blood until they reach their cusp. But like cigarettes and drugs, blood poses a temptation. The forbidden apple. Blood in the uncusped DV can accidentally trigger evolution reactions, even without death energy. Mostly it just hyperactivates their powers, like a power surge. But some kids get addicted to the surge. They're called Lucian junkies. They even coined the nickname Lucian for blood used illicitly.
Now I realized what made Shiloh so upset. The topic hit too close to home. I didn't think Dahlia knew about Shiloh's condition, or about her brother Boxer, who'd been an evolution junkie. Boxer had turned vamp and had to be exterminated. I shuddered, remembering the day Rodrian told me, the pain he'd carried with him for decades.
The world is becoming so violent, Sophie. Is it wrong for us to keep kids from accidentally killing themselves? DV are lucky to be what we are. We just want to preserve our kind. Is that such a bad thing?
No, I said. It's not wrong. But remember, kids don't make sense because nothing makes sense to them. Keep giving your message, but don't stop looking for better ways to communicate it. Their language seems to change weekly. I think it's so that adults can never figure out what they are up to.
My phone buzzed as it alerted me to an incoming text. Slipping it from my pocket, I read Shiloh's message. Are you coming out here, or did she brainwash you too? Sighing, I smiled at Dahlia.
Got one?
Dahlia grinned and held up a military action film. The girl loved violence. Her idea of a stuffed animal would probably be a war hammer. I couldn't figure her out sometimes. She was so cute, yet harbored wicked tendencies when it came to her guilty pleasures. I'd once asked her about her savage streak. All she'd say was that she used to be an enforcer of peace. It sounded so militant that I figured she'd have to kill me if she told me anything. I countered with my Elizabethan film. Dahlia wrinkled her nose.
Tights?
Again?
What?
I like tights, and they're called hose.
Great, she said. Hose and bum rolls and big dresses. What do you see in that stuff?
I waved it enticingly. There's a beheading in this one.
Okay, you win.
She grinned as if I'd promised ice cream.
But we watch mine first.
I handed my card to the cashier, waving through the window at Shiloh, who slumped in the front seat. I got an exasperated, "Are you coming?" look for my troubles, and she tapped at her wristwatch. Someone was wearing her pissy pants tonight. Promise not to talk about Dave on the way back. She's going through a bad time, and lately she's been touchy. Rode would kill me if she threw herself from the car to get away from your rhetoric.
Dave?
Her eyes glittered with innocence, and she picked up the movies from the exit counter.
Who's Dave?
Once we got home, Dahlia tried another approach with Shiloh. She was a counselor, after all, so I didn't try changing the subject.
Cusping isn't all that bad, Shiloh.
Dahlia closed the door of the microwave and hit the popcorn button, while I pulled a big orange bowl out of the bottom cabinet. Shiloh crossed her arms. Name one thing that I shouldn't hate about it.
You'll manifest your gifts, for one thing.
Shiloh chewed her bottom lip, and I could almost hear the wheels grinding as she thought about it. Well, I have been wondering what that would be like. My dad is always showing off with his. Showing off, eh? I wiped out the bowl with a paper towel before opening the fridge to look for the spray butter. Sure, the box said Butterlicious, but I had higher standards than Mr. Redenbacher. That man had never endured the throes of PMS. If he had, his product would have been banned by the FDA. You should have seen him, Sophie. Gods forbid he actually uses a key to unlock anything. He never looks where he's driving. I'll bet he doesn't even get out of bed to pee at night. He probably just compels. Enough, I said. I get the picture. The big, gross, peeing in bed picture. What's your family good at, Dally? Shiloh asked. You mean my gift? Well, I'm a fabricator. Of? Shiloh rolled her hand, trying to prompt Dahlia for more information. Dahlia, looking sheepish, toyed with the hem of her shirt. Of whatever I need, I guess. I can create stuff. I don't know how to explain it. You mean make stuff appear out of thin air? I said. It sounded too good to be true. No, it's a little more complicated than that. It's more like I can rearrange matter to assume a form that is more convenient. Ooh! Shiloh looked like she was ready to spring. Can you make me a Vera? Sure, if you don't mind a knockoff. Dahlia picked up a sheet of notebook paper from the snack bar and crumpled it. When she twisted her hands over each other, I caught a glimpse of blue and green cloth expanding between her fingers, growing into a flash of familiar paisley. Shiloh's expression twisted in revulsion, and she grabbed Dahlia's hands to stop her. Ew! Never mind then. I'll keep working on Dad for another purse. What's the point of getting talents if you only make cheap imitations? Dahlia winked at me and pressed the cloth first into a ball, then flat as she unfabricated the despicable faux purse into a sheet of paper again. Sometimes a cheap imitation is better than nothing at all. You keep telling yourself that. Shiloh tossed her hair back. But you buy cheap, you get cheap. And people know cheap when they see it. She ducked behind the fridge door to rummage through the shelves. After a moment, she lifted her head and peered over the door. Not that you look cheap, Sophie. I mean, it looks good on you. Not cheap. Much. I smirked. Thanks, smartass. She didn't find the popcorn I'd tossed into her hair until halfway through the movie. Chapter 11. Now there's a familiar expression, Barb said, glancing up as she hung up the phone. You look on edge enough to strangle someone, but happy enough to do it smiling. I haven't seen that look on your face since the week Starbucks opened across the street. I'd popped into Barb's office to hand over some column work for the new market. So far, so great. I had a file full of mail from across the country that I'd tried to hold off on sending since I'd be soon going local in their area. I would take advantage of the timing as long as possible. 2 birds with 1 stone, Sophie, that's me. I stifled a forlorn sigh. Yeah, free mocha lattes. I almost got caffeine poisoning. You didn't fall off the coffee wagon, did you? No. Then why the look? Stupid people in the parking garage, again. Ah, explains the bared teeth. Now the happy part? I'm digging my new crib. House. I hurried to correct my unintentional Shilohism, but I wasn't fast enough. The sounds of slang made Barb's forehead wrinkle. So, you did it. You moved again. You know, maybe you have an addiction to moving, kind of like those women who get addicted to plastic surgery. My neighborhood and I weren't getting along, and my neighbor? I stuck out my tongue and pretended to retch. If I thought about Mrs. Pedersen's bare legs long enough, I wouldn't have to fake puking. Things are different now that I'm house-sitting in the burbs. The change of scenery is doing me wonders.
House sitting? For who?
An old friend.
She eyed me, making me feel like a child awaiting approval from a parent. Part of me really needed her approval right now. After a moment, she dipped her chin and rocked back in her chair. Approval granted. About time you have something to smile about. I relaxed a little and flopped into the red chair by her desk. And Shiloh talks non-stop, so I don't have the excuse to remain secluded anymore. Roommate? You? She came with the house. She's great. Although I don't understand half the things she says. Wait, you're living with a foreigner? No, I said with a laugh. Although, when you think about it, aren't all teenagers a little foreign? Teenager? Barbara looked at me over the tops of her glasses, the scrutiny making me squirm. Whose house did you say it was? My friend. I uncrossed my legs, crossed my ankles, crossed my legs again. Why was I afraid to say it? Rodrian? Your ex's brother? Uh-oh. She used the tone. Sophie, are you sure this is a good idea? I know you're hung up. I'm not hung up. Okay, a little loud. Protesting too much. She drummed her fingers. You are. I'm not blind. Who was your last date? I didn't answer. How could I explain? I lost my soulmate, who was DV, and wrapped me in an unexplainable sensation of power, so there's no way I can go back to plain old human dating? Right, she said. You haven't moved on, which means you're doing this because you think you have a shot to get him back. No, I don't. Another thing I couldn't explain. My ex is more vampire than demi-vamp these days. Then why? Why would you get involved with them again? They ditched you. Give me some credit. Can't I help someone out? That's what you do. But most people don't move in with someone to do it. You're going to get your hopes up and you're going to fall down. Hard. I dug my fingers under my leg, trying to keep from shrieking with frustration. I couldn't use the end-all argument. I'm the freaking Sophia. What do you get out of it? A cool place to live and a parking spot next door? And what's the catch? No catch. Shiloh lives there. I drive her to school on my way to work. But why you? Why did his brother call you? Shy asked him to. Okay, maybe not truth, but definitely conjecture. And so, out of the blue, you said yes? Funny she said blue. That was the color that usually got me into trouble these days. Yeah. But that's not like you. I know. But like you said, I've only been existing. Buried myself in work. I needed a change. Plus, I hated my apartment. Hated it. This plan seemed like a good idea. If it doesn't work out, I leave. No strings. Famous last words. Just remember. She pointed her red pen at me, as if she handed down a judgment. It only takes one string to hang you. I left the office for lunch, and regretted not packing a lunch the moment the wind hit me. Waiting for the crossing signal to change, I dug my cell out of my purse and took a steadying breath before lifting it to my ear. Hello, Merrick. I know it's been a while, but I had to call. I met someone. No, not like that. There's been no one since... I abandoned the line and kept going. Don't lose it now, Sophie. I met another Sophia. She came all the way from Europe, and she can help you. She can... I stalled. She can bring you back. Please. Just let her try. I wanted to say so much more. To finally just say it. I miss you. My life has a big jagged hole in it because you are not here. I think of you and it hurts to breathe. I drive by your house in Chaucer Square, hoping to see you, even if you're just a shadow in the window. And I get so excited when I see a light on, but then I remember you have a timer set in the dining room, and I miss you, damn it. I miss you. Because I can never love anyone the way I love you. I sighed and lowered the phone. Another failed trial run. If I didn't soon get it right, I'd never work up the courage to actually dial the phone. If I could just get him to listen, maybe I could finally fix all the damage the master had done. Could I rewind the evolution that had been forced upon him? Could I pull him back from the edge, the thrall of brinking? Could I do anything to heal his soul? I didn't know. All I knew was I had to try. I loved him with every single breath I took, every single moment that dragged by in my solitude. I had to try. I had to dial the phone. And I probably only had 15 seconds to convince him to hear me out. I had to keep my emotions out of it. I had to be all business. I had to be the Sophia. I had to approach this from a logical standpoint so that he could see this was the right thing to do. He'd searched for the Sophia for so very long, a lot longer than I'd been around. He couldn't have forgotten that, not like he'd tried, so effectively, to forget me. That was the key to my success in this call. I had to be the Sophia, the oracle for which he'd searched for so long. I couldn't remind him that I loved him, because he might remember he once loved me. He didn't want to remember. I stowed the phone in my coat pocket with a frown. I wasn't ready to call him yet. But I knew, without a sliver of doubt, I was running out of time. Crossing the street, I headed uptown to the Euro-style deli. I hadn't gone a block before I noticed that footsteps echoed a few paces behind me, and a casual turn of my head gave me a glimpse of my orange-eyed pursuer. Wolf Boy was back and seemed more determined than ever before. My frustration found a new outlet. This stalking crap was going to stop. Now. I gripped my keys, threading them through my clenched fingers to form a spiky fist. They were the most weaponish thing I had in my purse. I was tired of running out of work, tired of looking over my shoulder, tired of being hunted. Life had already thrown enough crap my way, what with the vampires and the Sophia and the bullshit of having to drive in rush hour traffic every day. A narrow service alley veered off to the right, between the closely packed buildings. I turned suddenly and struck off along the littered curb. The alley was deserted, except for myself and my soon-to-be ex, Shadow. Our footsteps clacked in time, echoing off the walls, until he slapped through a puddle I'd purposefully missed. Slowing my pace, I took out my cell and pretended to dial it in my left hand. I steeled my nerve, put on a mean face, and when I heard him come up behind me, then spun and jumped into him with a scream. My sudden move caught him completely off guard, and I knocked him over. I clambered onto his chest and pressed my pointy key fist into the tender skin under his chin. "Holy shit, Red!" His voice was tight with alarm, despite the softness of a light southern drag. "Don't kill me." "You're lucky I didn't." I bared my teeth and snarled into his face. "What do you want from me?" "I'll tell you everything. Just..." He struggled a little before lying still. "Please, get off. Or at least move your knee. You're squashing my..." All right. I got off him before he could finish. I knew exactly where my knee had been. I'd strategically placed it in case he had any rapey inclinations. He pushed himself up on his hands, but remained on the ground. I stood over him like some kind of conqueror, what with the keys and the pissed-off stance. The stance, however, relaxed a little when I saw how young he was. It disappeared altogether when I looked at him closely enough to recognize him. All this time, I'd been followed by the funny kid from Dark Gardens. This was the guy who'd known Tanner, the were assassin who'd attacked me last summer. The only reason I survived was because I'd bit the guy. Are there others? I'd known my pursuer was Ware, but knowing he was related to Tanner made the threat worse. I scanned the area, but the alley was empty except for us. I'd never noticed anyone else following me, but Wares tended to move in packs. No, just me. Can I get up without you jumping on me again? It's filthy down here. He wrinkled his nose against the odor of city street and alley refuse. Filthy? Good. That's what you get. I backed away out of reach while he got to his feet. You've been following me for months. What's the deal? With a shrug, he lost the swagger. He shoved his hands into his pockets. His shoulders hunched up as if he guarded himself. I recognized it as the stance of someone who was used to getting knocked around. I just wanted to talk. 8 different valid protests flashed through my head, but as usual, my heart cut through the logical nonsense and said the exact opposite. Fine, just not here. It's nasty. We'll go around the corner to the deli. He looked relieved. Really? Yeah. Just no funny business. I don't like wares. He grinned impishly. You'll like me. I raised my eyebrows at him. Okay, how about you just don't not like me, and we'll go from there? He flashed a devilish grin, reminiscent of the one I'd seen him wearing before all the badness happened that night. I remembered his antics, and I remembered the desperate glance he had thrown my way when the DV had hauled his buddy off. How could I say no? 10 minutes later, we sat at a window booth in my favorite sandwich shop. He couldn't try anything in plain view. What made you brave enough to finally talk to me? His mouth was full of roast beef on rye, which he devoured in bites big enough to choke a normal person. He'd eaten half of the sandwich in 3 chomps before even saying anything other than his name was Toby. Poor kid was hungry. I'd already taken in his worn clothes and knew he'd been living lean. Great. Another stray. Simple, I said. This was the first time you followed me at lunchtime. Every other time it had been sundown or later. I paused to take a small bite of my own sandwich. Today I was convinced you weren't fronting a vamp. Anything else? I can handle. Werewolves are something you can handle? His voice had that borrowed bravado again. Skinny ones like you, apparently. He grinned wide enough to show all his front teeth. They looked human enough, but the grin was phony. A bluff. You just caught me off guard. Sure, whatever you say. Enough bullshit. Who was Tanner? His face darkened, but he didn't avoid the question. My brother. I groaned. Your brother? As much as I ever had one. He was the only one who ever looked out for me. That's why I've been following you. Swell. Tanner was his brother and hero. I didn't have a particularly good feeling about what would come next. Why? So you could finish his mission? No, I'd never. I want to make it up to you. What he did, he wasn't all bad. I feel like I gotta do something to prove that. I watched his face carefully, wondering if I'd be able to detect some sign of deception. With a carefully neutral shrug, I feigned disinterest and picked up my Diet Coke. No need. It's done. It's his honor, Toby insisted. He was good to me, and I have a debt to repay. I'll pay it by helping you. I don't need any help. Then I'll hang around until you need me. Oh, brother, I thought. Just what I needed. A werewolf tagging along like some furry Boy Scout waiting to do a good turn. I had enough problems already. Can I have a napkin? He dug one out of the canister and held it out to me. Thanks, I said. You helped me out. You're free to go. Oh, no. He shook a finger at me. You don't get off that easy. This is serious stuff, Red. I sighed. Couldn't blame me for trying. Why is it so important to you? I have to be honest. I wasn't fond of your brother when he cornered me in the club that night. He wanted to do seriously bad things to me, and I had nightmares for weeks about the whole thing. I don't need this kind of baggage. He lowered his voice and leaned closer. Wolf thing. Tanner's wolf is stuck here. It didn't die with him. Toby dropped his head and stared at his sandwich. I know what happened to him after those demi-vamps took him away. He was my blood brother, so when he died, I felt it. But his wolf is still here. I know you don't understand what I mean, but do you believe in a soul? I nodded. Didn't think he needed to know exactly how much I was involved in the whole soul thing. Well, suicide is a crime for a person like me. If the were doesn't die honorably, then the wolf can't join the great pack until it has fulfilled its debt. Trouble is, Tanner's wolf is just like him. It doesn't know a darn thing about making up for anything. So that's why I have to do it for him. And how will you know when you've accomplished it? I don't know, he said. But I'll know it when it happens. The waitress dropped our checks on the table, and his expression clouded over. I didn't want him to embarrass himself, so I reached for both slips. Hey! He slapped his hand down on them. Lunch was my idea. I tried to tug them free. I got it. You can't pay for me. Toby sounded offended. You're a girl. A girl who clobbered your ass, I reminded him. Don't make me fight you for the check. I pulled out my keys and jingled them in a mock threat. He held up his hands. Okay, but next time. If there's a next time. I pulled out my wallet and thumbed through the bills. I hated when people made promises they couldn't keep. Chapter 12. Dahlia got tickets through one of her Dave contacts for a multi-band concert at the Old Majestic Theater in Philly, and asked if Shiloh and I wanted to go. I'd heard of a few of the performers, although I hadn't gone to a show for quite some time. The ticket listed 3 local bands opening for a newer rock quintet who'd recently released their first album. The headliner, Stroker, only brought up disturbing links when I Googled it. Hard rock had been a lot different when I was a teen. Music seemed to be getting a little extreme. I wasn't sure I could claim rights to being a part of the culture anymore. When I was younger and less averse to fighting my way through general admission crowds, I'd been a sucker for live music. I could never get Barbara to go to a show. She preferred to listen to studio recordings in all their produced perfection. Not me, though. My creative edge recognized the spark of a muse in others, and I felt beholden to pay it my respects. Now that career and adulthood had derailed my pursuit of concert hall happiness, all I had was a pile of treasured ticket stubs and concert tees. Those, and memories of music's up-close and personal, pounding sensation in my lungs from the excessive amplifier volumes. Good times. Since Shiloh didn't have her license yet, and Dahlia drove a tiny import with a back seat so small Shiloh refused to get into for fear of wrinkling her pants, I drove. I even managed to find a parking spot close to the theater. I called it luck, but I knew the DV would say luck had nothing to do with it. Merrick had never had problems finding a parking spot. He probably just compelled people out of the way. Dahlia's gift was more creative than causative, so I suspected tonight was a matter of simple human timing. Either way, we were fortunate. The night was freezing. East Coast Novembers were wintry, especially in a harbor city. The posters outside announced the event would be an all-ages show. We waded through the mobs of teenagers, crowding the sidewalk toward the main entrance. Shiloh recognized several people, and alternatively chatted and scowled as we pushed in through the doors. The Majestic had once been a single-screen movie theater before the current DV owners remodeled it into an open-area concert hall/bar. I'd been here only once before, and spent the entire time upstairs in the mezzanine, which was off-limits to the underaged, because of the bar, and therefore much less crowded. Plus, there were actual seats. I liked seats. Usually the boots I wore to concerts were more for admiring and less for actual walking around in. I glanced at the staircase leading up to the mezzanine and saw the bouncer check an ID and shake his head at a slightly built blonde boy. Shiloh must have recognized him because she busted his chops when he sulked past us toward the all-ages auditorium.
Nice try, Jackson. You really look 21 tonight, too. Your lack of wind shocks me.
Crap. I guessed Shiloh wouldn't get past either. We passed the ticket booth and entered the auditorium. I cringed and almost swallowed my gum. The place was packed. I could feel loads of DV. A handful of intensely emoting humans. And others. I couldn't feel them, but I knew they were there. The way astronomers looked at the night sky and surmised the presence of a black hole, simply because they saw nothing at all. Those people were like spots of empty. It didn't concern me as much as the sudden rush of oppression that caught me and made me feel as if everyone had turned to stare at me. "Dolly?" I leaned toward her and grabbed her hand. "Can you mark me?" She shrugged and reached up to fix my coat collar before running a finger along her jaw. It looked like a baseball signal more than anything else. Not at all sexy. But then again, I'd only been marked by guys in the past. The sensation stopped immediately, and I surveyed the room with more confidence. Until I saw the crowd. Gah! I definitely had outgrown general admission crowds, especially metal crowds. I hadn't realized people pierced so many body parts. Shiloh swung back to face us, wearing a scowl.
Ugh, there are tons of wear here.
Is that normal for a place like this? Being a DV oracle, I couldn't sense wear. They were as blank as humans. Shiloh frowned.
I wouldn't call it normal.
"It's normal," Dahlia said, wearing an expression that more or less said, "Accept peace willingly, or I shall beat it into thee." "Most public places are, but I agree. There are a lot of wear here tonight. I heard one of the bands is wear kind. Maybe they brought them in." Shiloh persisted.
"Can we go upstairs, Dahlia?"
"You don't have ID," I reminded her. "That's okay. This is a DV-run place." Dahlia moved to the side as a group of rowdy college boys pushed their way to the gated bar area. "Let me see if my friend is working." Dahlia disappeared in the crowd. Shiloh and I stood like an island as concert-goers streamed around us. The intro music cut off as someone came on stage, much to the pleasure of the roaring crowd. A wang of feedback accompanied a man's rowdy voice when he introduced the opening band. It wasn't the most eloquent speech I've ever heard, but the multiple references to alcohol and fluent F-bombing seemed to provide substantial motivation to the supercharged crowd. As the crowd surged forward to pack closer to the stage, the people rushing through the doors jostled us. Dahlia reappeared before we were sucked into the undertow of the audience, gesturing for us to follow her back out into the foyer. We showed IDs to the bouncer, who merely nodded. Instead of heading up the mezzanine staircase, we passed through the door beyond him. The door shut behind us quickly, and I made out the shape of another staircase in the dimly lit side chamber. "Up here," Dahlia spoke into the shadowy muffledness and began climbing. I grimaced, dreading the long hike in boots up several staircases. It had to be better than trying to keep my balance out in the sea of crazy that had flooded the auditorium. The exertion was worth it. The balcony was unlit, since guests were not permitted on this level. Flashes of color blinked in the darkness. When the stage exploded into bright light, I could make out figures wearing headsets and operating spotlight equipment. Further back along the walls stood other men, apparently standing guard. Their eyes flashed, and a few bowed in our direction. Polite touches of power announced themselves. I realized they recognized me as Sophia. I waved back, feeling familiar with them, although they were complete strangers. We made our way to the edge of the balcony and perched in the front seats. It was very warm up here, partly due to the lighting rigs hanging less than a foot below us, and I shrugged off my heavy coat. The music pounded, but far away from the amplifiers, I had no need for earplugs. Shiloh and Dahlia chatted behind me as I leaned on the rail and watched the show, extremely content. I was spoiled now, I knew. I'd never be able to stand general admission after being up here. It was like having box seats. Totally worth the unsettling thrill of extreme heights. I squinted down through the glare of the lighting rigs at the crowd below, and spied a familiar face and shock of hair. Hey, there's Toby. Who? I forgot that I hadn't told them about him, and pointed down at the crowd. Green shirt, blonde spikes. The where? You recognize a where, huh? Dahlia sounded skeptical as she leaned her arms on the rail, scanning the crowd. How'd you meet him? Well, I danced with him at Folletti's one night, right before his best friend threatened to bite me. Dahlia's eyes took up their violet glow. Wasn't that the night I met you? The same. I remember him now. Dahlia's eyes simmered as her facial features appeared to sharpen with her displeasure. She narrowed her eyes and pinched her lips tightly together, her power taking on an aggressive edge. I tried to disarm her by keeping my tone light. Yeah, him. I bumped into him a little while back. He seems like a good kid. Shiloh appeared uninterested and put her feet up on the railing. Where's our stupid? Ugh. There should be leash laws here. Sounds like you have them all figured out, Chica, Dahlia said. I do. The rest of my life might be in shambles, but at least I know where's suck ass. You're Merek's niece, all right. Dahlia spoke without taking her eyes from the crowd, missing the looks Shiloh and I exchanged. What are the guards for? Shiloh tossed her hair over her shoulder and indicated one of the guards with a nod of her head. I guess they're always here, Dahlia said. See the insignia on their jackets? They're special ops. Special ops? At a rock show? I know those guys are scary, but... I glanced around the balcony, scanning for anyone other than the guards. What do they think will happen? A terrorist attack?
Not terrorists.
Dahlia shrugged off her jacket and settled into her seat.
There's been some outbreaks of underground activity over the last few months.
That's why Brianda has been away so much,
Shiloh said. Reaching into her bag, she pulled her MP3 player free. Either she'd grown tired of the band or the conversation itself. Shiloh knew plenty about vampire and DV dealings, but usually avoided the subject.
She's been helping Uncle Merrick keep order. I guess the vampires don't like him being master, so they cause trouble.
Dahlia nodded.
The special ops are Slayer patrols. Every guy who doesn't have a power signature or a human vibe is scrutinized. In fact, the ticket takers and bouncers are special ops too. They scan everybody coming in.
I didn't know if I should be relieved or worried that they were so close. Do they work for Merrick?
They used to.
I didn't persist. I suspected I knew when they stopped being his. So, what do they do? Frisk everyone? I don't remember feeling like I was under any special scrutiny, except for the not being marked part.
Not everyone. Only the guys.
Isn't that a little sexist? Dahlia looked at me as if I had spoken in Klingon. How do you figure? The Master's a guy. The armies are guys. The lawyers are guys. The toadies are guys. Any and every vamp I've had the horrible misfortune to meet or hear about is a guy. Where are all the women? Home spinning thread for the men's Renaissance fair outfits? Dahlia turned her big, creamy eyes on me, which glowed like electric violets. Oh, Sophie, don't even joke about that. That's not funny. What really wasn't funny, I thought, was this mysterious hush-hush way that DVs tended to dance around subjects. I didn't like being out of the loop, and I didn't like having to admit I didn't know something. I'd much rather fake it and play along. However, I found myself in more and more situations that I couldn't bullshit my way through. There was simply too much unknown when it came to DV issues. I'd clarify one thing, only to realize there were 50 more unanswered questions. My education regarding the demi-vampire seemed to be going as smoothly as stacking dry sand. Now apparently there was a hang-up with girls that I had to sort out. Breathing a quiet huff of tried patience, I smiled. Sarcastically. I couldn't help it. Can you just explain it? Or do I have to look it up online? Dahlia's eyes still simmered. Obviously not a good sign. And she kept her voice low. Did she forget we were at a concert?
Sophie, there are no female vampires. None.
Why? Are women too weak to evolve? I looked back and forth between them, waiting for an answer. Shiloh applied herself to a box of Nutter Butters that she'd produced from her backpack, and feigned deafness secondary to earbuds. Dahlia looked like she'd rather leap from the balcony than tell me. Out with it, Dolly.
No, women are not too weak to evolve, she admitted. It's just the opposite. Females turn as easily as men. They just don't survive as vamps.
Does the process kill them?
No. They are hunted. Exterminated.
She looked at me for a long second.
By vamps.
The boy vamps kill off the girl vamps? That didn't make sense, even for things like vampires. Why the hell would they do that?
Fear. Females are naturally aggressive. You know what I mean. Look down there.
She pointed over the balcony to the audience, where, in the midst of the crowd, a turbulent mosh pit had opened up. Gah! I hated that sort of thing.
It was the main reason I looked for bar seating at concerts.
It's the girls doing it,
she said. Most of them are humans, too. Not that blonde, though. She's definitely DV. See how pushy she is? I watched the roiling sea of bobbing bodies, a couple thrashing sharks smashing into everyone within reach. I shuddered, even more grateful for my seat high above the teeming crowd. I hated heights, but hated general admission of the thrash age more. Dahlia echoed my shudder. Can you imagine how vicious a female vamp would be?
I've heard tales about Brianda, and it frightens me to think how she'd be if she fell. Female vamps would destroy everything in their path, in their quest to own and control and consume. That's why vamps destroy them as soon as they rise. They're afraid.
My thoughts turned toward home, where I'd soon be living with the apparently legendary Brianda. She'd only stopped in once before to drop off a few boxes and to cuddle up with her baby sister before going back to work. Brianda was striking, a blonde version of Rodrian, tall but balanced. She didn't have Shiloh's buoyancy, but when she smiled, it was warm and sincere. Watching her with Shiloh convinced me that even if she weren't her mother, she could double in a second. The love she had for her was undeniable and complete. I looked over at Shiloh, who found feathers on the floor and dropped them over the balcony. I felt my good old gut sense make the connection.
Ah, I see.
Dahlia looked confused. See what?
You know, what makes them so fierce. It's love.
She looked down over the edge at the crowd. You mean jealousy, competition?
Not at first. In the beginning, there is only love.
Love. Love makes a female vamp evil?
Not evil. Fierce. It's a mother's instinct to protect and fight for her offspring. But when children grow up and start taking care of themselves, the instincts and fierceness remain. In some people, it gets misdirected. When someone like that evolves, the fierceness becomes twisted. The lack of a soul begets evil, turning fierceness into something much worse. I thought about the females in my life, the DV who lived their lives threatened by this awful destiny. Brianda has something to fight for. She's DV enforcer, like Merrick was. She has a purpose, an outlet for her strength and ferocity. You do too, if you stay the course you are on. Sadly, not everyone has a purpose. They are the ones who get lost. Shiloh spoke up suddenly. She pulled the plugs out of her ears and peered at me.
Your eyes are blue, Sophie. What did I miss? What were you talking about? I reached out and patted her hand, feeling the tingle in my brain diminish. My eyes must have bled back to their usual brown, judging by the disappointment in Shiloh's face. We were talking about you, in a way. And I missed it, she groaned. I bet you were about to fix the mess my life turned out to be, and I missed it.
You missed nothing you still cannot discover for yourself.
Dahlia had turned back to look down to the stage. I could almost hear her hashing out her plans for Dave and a whole new onslaught of teen outreach events. In English? Shiloh persisted.
You need a purpose in life.
A purpose? Like a crusade? Woohoo! She did a little victory dance with her knees and pointed fingers. I'm gonna find me a purpose. I only smiled. I didn't understand again, but sometimes it was just easier to play along. After the set ended, we crept down the back steps to the foyer where the merchandise booths and food vendors were set up. Shiloh wanted a soft pretzel, and I wanted to stretch my legs. Not that walking was any more comfortable than sitting. I had to walk down the steps backwards because my boots were so jacked. Damn you and your peer pressure Colin Stewart. These boots weren't made for walking.
especially not down steps. A familiar voice sounded behind me. "Hiya, Sophie." I turned to see Toby, who wore a boyish grin. "Hey, Toby. How are you?" "Okay, I guess." He shrugged and glanced over his shoulder. "I didn't know you came here." "Dolly's idea." I stepped to the side and nodded at the girls. I'm a little too old for this scene. "Huh, you're never too old for a good time."
"We're back,"
Shiloh said from behind me. Her voice was louder than it needed to be, considering there was no one on stage and the foyer was relatively quiet. I gave her a be nice kind of look. "Toby, these are my friends, Shiloh and Dahlia." "Nice to meet you," said Dahlia. I could still feel she had her guard up, simmering beneath her pleasant mask. "Pleasure's all mine, ladies." Shiloh huffed derisively. "Sure is." I stepped on her foot. "Everything okay with you, Toby?" "Oh, everything's great, just great." I noticed his smile grew whenever he glanced at Dahlia. Her own expression didn't change, but the pulse of her power quickened when she smiled back, her aggression fading. I had to look twice at her. Did she just flutter her lashes? "You stayin' for the next band, Sophie?" He seemed to have difficulty concentrating on me as he spoke. "Actually, we're heading back to Balaton," Dahlia volunteered. "Need a ride?" Shiloh interrupted.
"I'm sure his friends are looking for him, aren't they?"
Toby scratched his head. "I don't know where they got to, anyway." "I don't suppose you wanted to come along?" Dahlia stepped a bit closer, her smile a bit wider. "Dangerous streets for girls to walk alone at night."
"What?"
Shiloh whacked Dahlia on the arm.
"Since when is the street dangerous for you?"
"I can't ignore a damsel in distress," Toby said hurriedly. "That's if it's okay with you, of course, Sophie." "It's fine." I ignored Shiloh as she crossed her arms in disgust. "Let's go. Grab your coat." "I didn't wear one," he said. "Hot-blooded?" Dahlia blinked after she said it, as if shocked she'd be so bold. She shocked the hell out of me, anyways.
"Dense is more like it," Shiloh said. "It's freezing outside."
"I agree," I said, before Shiloh could continue. I had a nagging suspicion that he didn't have one to wear. "Let's go before it gets any colder."
"The sign said noodle shop, didn't it?"
Shiloh gave Toby a little extra grief as he looked over the menu wearing a dismayed expression. He tugged at the neck of the hooded sweatshirt Dahlia had procured for him before leaving the club. It was dark red, almost brown, with a pattern of shiny metallic lightning streaks flowing down the hood and along the sleeves. She swore it wasn't stolen, but I still couldn't figure out how she made stuff appear out of thin air. I knew Shiloh thought it was a neat trick. I'd caught the envious look she gave Dahlia as she'd tossed the sweatshirt to him. She probably just hated to admit it since it benefited the young werewolf. Dahlia reached over and adjusted the neckline, tugging on it. The fabric obeyed her touch and assumed a more comfortable fit. Toby's expression lightened at her touch, and the looser fit of the previously too tight collar. "Sure," he said. "I just thought they had other stuff."
"Like?"
"Meat," he said, matter-of-factly. "Not this place." I grinned and pointed to words on the menu cover. "They only serve veg dishes here." "Veg?" "Vegetarian." "Why'd they do something like that?" "Well," Dahlia said, "some people don't eat meat, and they prefer to dine in an establishment that shares their beliefs." "That's crazy!" Toby was loud and looked too shocked to care, even when several heads turned in our direction.
"Ain't gonna make friends that way."
Shiloh grinned happily. pouring a second sugar packet into her teacup. Shock melted into confusion, and Toby gaped at her. "How do you figure?"
"Because I am a vegetarian."
Dahlia showed a composed, one wrong word and you die smile. Enforcer of peace, I reminded myself, and hoped I didn't have to remind her, too. He threw me a look that clearly displayed his trepidation and carefully selected his words. "Well, you must have tremendous willpower. I admire a person who sticks to her convictions." Dahlia glowed. Shiloh rolled her eyes in one part disgust and 2 parts defeat. She slouched in her chair, groaning and disappearing behind the menu again. I flagged down a speeding waiter so I wouldn't have to watch budding romance. I hated cheap soaps these days. Shiloh's mood lightened considerably once the food arrived, and she amused us all by doing inappropriate things with her chopsticks when the waiter wasn't watching. I personally wouldn't have eaten with them after she let them hang from her nostrils, but since teenagers had little patience for lectures on germs and manners, I only laughed. Rude, germs or no, it was still funny. Dahlia had talked Toby into ordering a spicy tofu dish, explaining the finer points of protein and texture and other probable lies. I'd eaten tofu before. Meat substitute? My Aunt Fanny. Flavorless squish was more like it. Toby probably would have eaten the tablecloth had Dahlia suggested it, so of course he agreed. Not used to spicy food? I pushed my water glass across the table to him as he gulped down the last of his own. Dahlia wore a "you're doing just fine, honey" kind of look and smiled down at her bowl. "No, I'm not," he gasped. "What did you say this was again?"
So, Toby,
Shiloh pointed her chopsticks at him.
are you going to convert?
His eyes watered, and he cleared his throat several times. "Convert what?"
You know, go veg like Dahlia. I mean, you guys were getting all Lady and the Tramp over that chow fun. It was so cute.
Dahlia flushed. "Knock it off, Shy, or I'll knock it off for you."
Sheesh, touchy.
"Lady and the Tramp? That's funny. It is," I insisted, when Dahlia turned her glare on me. "I'm not a dog," Dahlia said. "But he is, hence the funny." "I hope y'all are gonna clue me in," Toby said. "It's a cartoon. Forget it." Dahlia picked up the check and pulled out singles for a tip, but Toby stopped her, smoothing out a fistful of ones he'd pulled from his pocket. The ride back to Balaton was awkward, to say the least. Dahlia and Toby crammed themselves into the back seat and suddenly ran out of things to say. Maybe it was a case of 2 minutes in the closet. It's one thing to notice an attraction to someone, but another thing altogether to be so close so soon. The Cavalier didn't offer much in the way of healthy personal space. Then there was Shiloh, who exhaled noisily every time one of the kids in back would make an attempt at conversation. Most of the time, they were reduced to gazing longingly at each other when the other wasn't looking. Swinging onto the exit for downtown, I interrupted the 2 lovebirds' fledgling attempt at getting to know each other better. "Where to, Toby?" I asked him. "Oh, anywhere. I can walk." "It's freezing out." Dahlia cast a stern look at him. "We'll drive you so you can be out of the wind." "Well, if you insist, Miss Dahlia." He gave me vague directions to an intersection about 10 blocks away. I felt like the mom whose turn it was to pick the kids up at the mall. Shiloh slumped in the front seat, earbuds firmly in her ears, looking out the window and excluding herself from the conversation. I pulled over to the curb when I reached the intersection Toby had given. He leaned forward between the seats. "Something wrong, Soph?" "No. But this is the corner, right?" He looked blankly at me a moment before it sank in. Yeah, I wasn't paying attention. Thanks for the ride, Sophie. Nice to meet you, Dahlia. You too, Shy.
Yes,
Shiloh said, and I pinched her leg. See you around. When Toby climbed out, the cold air rushed inside and devoured all the heat. Shiloh turned up the heater full blast. I honked the horn and drove off, watching in the rearview mirror. Dahlia settled back in her seat with a pleased smile, waving through the window at Toby, who lingered on the corner. Her power pulsed with rosy tingles, a warm, happy glow. The girl was definitely in like with him. As I headed uptown to drop her off at her apartment, I kept a mental finger on the thread of her power, remembering a time long ago when I'd once felt that bright and optimistic feeling, hoping that her luck would be better than mine had been. What a night! Shiloh rested her head against the window once we dropped Dahlia off. I'm pooped. I circled the block and headed back downtown so I could get back on the parkway. You look it, honey. Why don't you close your eyes?
I'm okay.
She blinked drowsily.
I just get so tired these days. I guess school is catching up with me.
I suspected it was more than school that sapped her energy. How do you feel?
I don't know. Tired, mostly. But sometimes my stomach hurts. I can't eat the way I used to.
I can't eat the way you used to. I laughed, remembering her hollow legs. She chuckled weakly, but there was no humor in it.
Yeah, well, I can't eat sometimes. Period. Even normal stuff like tomato sauce or cheese. It makes me throw up and I'm always in the bathroom. And it just hurts all the time.
Maybe you need to see a doctor. Where's the pain? High up by your ribs? Down lower? She shook her head.
It's everywhere. And anyway, I told my dad a long time ago, when it first started. I had to go to his family doctor, and he was the one who said I was sick in the first place. He's the one that said I had hypolution.
Oh. Rodrian told me about your therapy coming up. I glanced over at her as I slowed for a red light. We were near the intersection where we'd dropped Toby earlier. Are you worried? She slumped down further in her seat.
Doesn't matter. It hurts so much sometimes that I think that maybe it'll be a good thing to go through with it. What can hurt more than it already does?
She finally closed her eyes, so I didn't say anything else. Waiting for the light to turn, I looked through the window and noticed a figure huddled against the glass of a storefront, taking shelter from the wind. It was another thing I hated about the winter. The nights were crowded with homeless who sought shelter in corners and on stoops and near steaming subway grates. I lived in a palace, for the love of God. How was any of that fair? The cross traffic streaked past, and headlights briefly illuminated the person squatting in the shadows. A glint of shiny caught my attention as the light gleamed on the metallic print of the person's hood. As the light changed, I realized I recognized the shirt. Dark red that blended with the cold bricks behind him, except for shiny streaks of jagged metallic paint that streaked down the hood and sleeves. I hesitated, and the car behind me tapped its horn, causing the hooded figure to raise his head from the spot of warmth he'd created between his chest and knees. We looked at each other through the glass as the driver hit his horn in a longer, irritated-sounding blast. Toby. I swung the first turn I could, but by the time I managed to find my way through the one-way streets and much too long traffic lights, he was gone. I circled the adjacent blocks and scanned the streets. I didn't see him again. Shiloh had fallen asleep and missed the whole episode. The ride home was long, quiet, and full of troubled thoughts of the young Ware and whether he found a warmer place to sleep. My dreams that night were only more of the same. Hard to rest easy in a mansion when all you could think about is a kid sleeping in a doorway. Chapter 13. Monday came and brought with it a fresh influx of petitions. I never thought I'd ever have wished for it, but just once, I longed to get a petty letter about choosing colors for bridesmaids' dresses, or how do I tell my friend to leave my boyfriend alone, or something. Anything that didn't turn my eyes blue at work. I knew I'd get caught sooner or later, and the hell if I knew how I'd explain it to Barbara. She was big on eye contact. I sorted the envelopes into their usual piles of column and petition, noticing that the petition pile was 3 times the size of the column. How did Sophia's manage to help everyone who needed it? I was only skimming the DV by taking mail requests. There had to be even more out there that needed their burdens relieved. How could I even begin to be what they needed? First of all, I had no idea what to do about Shiloh. She looked worse every day, and I knew the stress was eating her. Rodrian would be unnaturally quiet when he stopped by, preferring to sit in the den and read. I'd taken to splitting the couch with him, enjoying the blaze of the fire and the comfort of his presence. Although we chatted, he still remained distant. I'd even gone so far as to tell him about Irene, the visiting Sophia, hoping this momentous news would liven him up. He didn't show any interest in the subject whatsoever. If I didn't know better, I'd swear he didn't believe me that Irene even existed. Eventually, he'd call one of his blood dates and leave to meet her, leaving me alone in a big house full of silence. What kind of Sophia did that make me? I lived under the same roof as people who really needed me, and I read books with them. Wow, pass the Sophia trophy on over. And why the hell was I avoiding talking to Marek? If I were any kind of Sophia, I'd march right over to his townhouse, bust open the door, and drain him of every icy, miserable feeling inside him. I'd Mr. Clean his soul until it shined like daylight on a mirror. I'd bring him back to rights, and this whole mess would be solved. So why didn't I? There was only one reason. I was inadequate. A charlatan, a snake oil simile, a cheap knockoff of a real Sophia. Couldn't ask Barb for advice, could I? Nope. Not only would I lose my job, because who wants to pay an advice columnist who couldn't advise herself? But I'd lose my friend when she found out I'd kept my oracular secret from her all this time. She'd also probably get a restraining order on me once she saw my eyes go crazy blue. I couldn't ask Dahlia, because what would happen to me if the DV found out I sucked at being a Sophia? Would they run me out of town with pitchforks and jeers? Would I be turned away from restaurants and shoe boutiques because their DV owners banned me? God, what a mess! And great, I couldn't even ask God what to do because I lost my VIP voucher for heavenly advice when vampires killed my priest and best friend. What a train wreck. Slicing open the column envelopes, I pulled the letters free and began skimming them for potential column topics. As hard as I tried to get into my work, I couldn't stop my inner diatribe. At least I got to see Irene tonight, I thought. She was the only person I knew with whom I could commiserate. Only thing was, Irene wasn't the most compassionate of people I'd met. Maybe I was shortchanging her. We'd only met once, after all, so I hadn't exactly taken a lot of time to know her. Maybe it was simply her country's custom to behave so sternly with strangers. The thought didn't do much to put me at ease. Prickly was still prickly, and Prickly made for an uncomfortable time, especially for a hugger like me. I just had to give her another chance. The main thing was that Irene was a Sophia, and she had offered to teach me what I need to know. She was my Obi-Wan, my only hope. I grimaced. She'd be the crabbiest Jedi ever. Still, it would be better than trying to figure out the Force on my own. Chapter 14.
I want to know your life, Sophia.
Irene and I sat in the parlor of her hotel suite, where a spread of bread and cheeses and spicy crab dip covered the coffee table. Cheesy crabs equals amazing.
What makes you who you are?
It wasn't worth a memoir, but I told her anyway. Okay. I've lived in this area all my life. Grew up a little north of Allentown and went to college in Philly. I practiced nursing for a while before taking a job at the mag, where I work now. I write an advice column, which is either coincidental or destined, considering that I'm Sophia.
You make it sound like a list, dear.
What else could it be?
I want to know who you are. The Sophia doesn't choose someone simply because they have a fitting occupation. What is within the woman matters.
I don't know. I mean, I don't think I am anything special.
Merrick Thurso thought you were special, did he not? Wasn't he the one to discover you?
Merrick thought I was special, all right. So much so that he dumped me, despite me being his potential salvation. I guess. He said there was a spark in me, a willingness to champion a lost cause. I've always been compassionate, to the point of self-sacrifice. It's not something to brag about.
But it is something.
She leaned to dunk a piece of bread into the creamy dip and set it on her plate.
Compassion, true concern for the plight of another, is rare today. Your description of self-sacrifice, however, confuses me.
Big shocker, I thought. I'm too nice, or so I've been sneered at.
Rightfully so.
I almost gasped. Excuse me?
Too nice is not complimentary. It is a sign of epic weakness.
Or maybe I'm just trying to be the change I want to see in the world.
You are a Sophia who is only rudimentarily aware of her abilities and her duties.
She sipped at her wine.
Focus on improving yourself. When you know yourself better, you will be able to serve the world.
I really did not like this woman. I liked the idea that she might help me improve my oracular self. I liked her generosity with food. But I did not like her. How long would I sit here and tolerate her attitude before working up the courage to flip her off and walk out? Taking a big mouthful of dip only kept me from making a smart comment. It didn't give me a backbone. Irene didn't appear to realize I was coming to a boil beneath my skin. Or if she did, she didn't give a turd. Some empath.
Tell me about your family, your friends, she said. The DV to whom you have grown close.
Luckily for me, the answers were the same for all three. I briefly told her about Rodrian and Shiloh, and our life together at the stocks. She appeared keenly interested, sitting forward without wrecking her posture. I congratulated myself on picking the right topic.
So, she said, the child has hypolution. It is a concern indeed. I have known many who did not survive.
Lack of treatment? I guessed.
The treatment itself.
She set her glass down and patted her fingers together.
It needs to be handled by a professional. Of course, in earlier times, there was no treatment. The strong survived, the weak did not. It is nature. Today we have advancements in technology and medicine, and the Divi have a greater understanding of their biological systems. Still, blood in an uncusped Divi can have drastic effects.
Drastic? I didn't like the sound of it. How drastic?
The Divi who is forced to cusp comes into an unnatural power. Their power lies dormant, and forcing it to awaken often strips the demi-vampire of the ability to control their power.
Is it painful? She nodded.
And it is dangerous. Not only to the patient, but also to others unfortunate to get in the way of their unleashed energy. Who is this family?
I didn't want to blurt out Rodrian's business. He confided in me, for one thing, and I knew enough about patient privacy to respect it. Still, she knew about Merrick, and that I'd been involved with him. She was a Sophia, after all. If she knew, she could help. Isn't that what I wanted? For a Sophia to help Merrick? This was one of those times to err on the side of helpfulness. And if I wasn't enough to help Shiloh, it was my duty to find someone who could. It's Thurzo.
Merrick's family,
she confirmed. Yes. I prepared to duck her criticism. It never surfaced.
Good. It is proper that you are shown your due. You deserve a nice home. Of course, in my land where the Sophia is venerated, this is the very least of tribute. But it is a start. Remember, it is one thing to provide guidance, but to directly assist in treatment of hypollution? She clucked her tongue. That is asking much, even from one who is so selfless and giving.
She made it sound so sissy. I almost hackled. Well, I goosebumped. Same thing. I wouldn't call it directly assisting. I'm more emotional support.
Result is the same.
Feeling I'd lose no matter what I said, I changed the topic. Is it only the DV that recognized the Sophia?
Who else would?
Wares, perhaps?
Wares.
Her upper lip curled as if she tasted something bad.
Surely you do not mean lycanthropes.
I do.
What would possess you to even consider them? Animals! They are beneath the regard of the demi-vampire, and should be beneath yours as well.
But they're people.
Once, perhaps, but no longer. Their blood is tainted, poisoned. They lure the unsuspecting demi-vampire into taking their blood, cursing them to wretched animal form. The world would be better if it were purged of the filthy lot of them.
Merrick would have enjoyed this particular conversation. I could imagine him leaning back, crossing his fingers over his chest, and wearing a smirk that said, "See? I told you so." Did you just refer to the Horus bird phenomenon?
Do not romanticize it with elevated titles.
I'm not. Lifting my chin, I tried to look smug and well-informed. Merrick owns a laboratory that researches it. That's the terminology they use.
Research. What is there to know? It's a curse. It steals everything from a demi-vampire. Their memories, their power, their destinies. The Curse of Horus is a tale to be told to young demi-vampires, to warn them of what will befall those who stray too far from their own kind. If bloods mix, the curse takes hold. The demi-vampire becomes an abomination.
She glanced around, as if worried someone could overhear. In a more subdued voice, she continued.
And so, what has his research yielded?
They are looking for a way to reverse the process.
Prevention is key. Kill the shapeshifters, eliminate their poisoned blood, and the problem ceases to exist.
I studied my lap for a moment. My lips pinched shut, so I didn't get myself kicked out of Sophia class. Conversations with Irene, I found, were strenuous exercises in diplomacy. I didn't realize the Society of Sophia would be so bipartisan. Killing is wrong.
Is it not wrong to cause destruction? Is it wrong to eradicate a disease?
People, Irene. They are people.
Your concern should only be the welfare of demi-vampire.
She waved to Dorcas, and the maid cleared the table.
Is your heart in the vocation?
How can you even ask that?
It is my duty to ask. We are a small but vital resource to the demi-vampire. A faulty Sophia will do more damage than good.
Yeah, faulty. A good word for a nagging suspicion. I know I haven't been nominated for Sophia of the Year, but how bad am I? Am I hopeless?
Oh, no.
She left her seat to sit next to me, patting my hand and doing this polite hug thing with a light touch on my shoulder.
Not hopeless, dear, just untrained. We can discuss your technique. You primarily practice through correspondence, yes? At my nod, she continued. Then we will explore opportunities to expand your practice. Most of your deficiency, I suspect, is theoretical. You must establish your station. Learn to take what you deserve. We will also approach the subject of understanding the importance of selection.
I shrugged. Which is? She pressed me again, with her polite half-hug.
Knowing who to save and who to let go.
Maybe Irene was right, I thought, as I drove back to the stocks. Tired as I was grateful for the light traffic. I liked having the road to myself. It gave me the opportunity to drive lazy. I also liked a chance to use my high beams. I could actually see the road that way. The Cavalier was getting a little old and could benefit from new headlights, as well as a long list of upgrades. Oh well, it was owned. Not having a car payment was a wonderful thing. Irene's words were stuck on repeat. I needed to establish my station. As much as I hated agreeing with her, she'd made a point worth considering. If I established my station, perhaps I would grow into the role a bit better. I needed to stop acting like a Sophia and actually be a Sophia. It was time I got a promotion. But how? I thought about what I did as a Sophia. I wrote letters. That was pretty much it. However, Didn't Irene say that correspondence was a good thing? Okay then. I did most of my Sophia work at, well, work. However, it wasn't like I could apply for a Sophia-related position at the mag. I could, however, use a little leverage. Didn't my column bring in extra income for the company? Wasn't I working harder than ever to get more columns out to more markets? Sophia or no, I was an asset to the mag now. I deserved a little something, I'd say. Such as a real office. I'd been in the same cubicle for almost 7 years. 7 years of no privacy. 7 years of overheard conversations. 7 years of other people's aftershave and perfume and sneezes wafting in and contaminating everything in my cube. Once, I erected a beach umbrella roof over my cube, but the nasty office manager made me take it down. I'd been considering plastic wrapping the top ever since. Recently, an office had opened up when an editor retired. Although it was being used for storage at the moment, I couldn't see why I couldn't ask for it. An office would give me the privacy I needed to get the petition letters read and copied into the column. Imagine that, doing work at work instead of at home. What a novel concept. If I could convince Barb to give me the office, it would definitely help make it feel as if I'd earned some type of station. And this was as close as it was going to get to ranking up as an actual Sophia. After all, less distraction meant better Sophia action for my demivamps. The two jobs were really closer to being one and the same. Now, I thought, as I pulled up my driveway, if only I could work up the nerve to go along with such a ballsy plan. I'd never asked Barb for anything, and I had no idea how it would go. Oh well. Sometimes you had to take a leap of faith. If only I didn't have such a huge fear of falling. Chapter 15. The next morning, I paused outside Barb's door to gird my mental loins. It was go time. "Hey, Barb," I said as I marched into her office. "I was wondering if I could move my desk." "Is Tiffany driving you crazy? I figured she would. That laugh of hers can be like a mosquito in the ear." "Yeah, I guess, but it's just noise in general. Getting hard to concentrate in the open office." "I don't think there's an open cube." "But there is an office." She looked taken aback. Private rooms in our department were at a covetous premium. "Office?" "When Ben retired, nobody took his office. I was thinking maybe I could." "You know that offices go to the seniors by pool." "And I've been the first topic of business at the last several editorial meetings. The column is generating real income for the mag. No one else on my level can claim that." "But you still don't have seniority. I can't justify." "Sure you can." I exuded a bit of Sophia persuasion, even though she was human and not as sensitive to my empathic touch. I spent the morning evaluating the staff. I know I'm not taking what is due someone else. Barbara chewed her lip, twin furrows dissecting the line of her brow. She was on the fence. All she needed was a nudge in the right direction. I amped up another Sophia push. Not like I was using hypnotic powers to brainwash her, so this could hardly be an ethics violation, right? My productivity benefits your department. You'll be ensuring that the success of the syndication continues. I'll run it by Tom. Tom doesn't care who sits where, Barb. There's a good reason no one took that office before. I can get a lot of flack for this." "From who?" There it was. We were at an impasse. This was the point where, time after time, I gave in, backed down, slinked away. if I even made it this far. And that had always been my problem. It was difficult, physically difficult, to face off like this. To keep determined eye contact, a solid square of posture, a hard line of mouth. This wasn't me. Barbara's gaze dropped to her desk. I wondered if she had trouble seeing me this way. "I'll see what I can do." I smiled with both cheeks and all my teeth. "Thanks, that's all I hoped for." She didn't smile back, and when I left, she didn't say goodbye. A little more than an hour later, an email from Barb came in. I read the first line of the message and experienced a fat wave of satisfaction. So long, Hive. Guess who'd be leaving the office collective to dwell in an office with a real door? Sophie the Conqueror, that's who. I spent a few seconds on fist pumps and congratulated myself. For the first time, I wanted something. I went after it. And I got it. But at what price? The rest of the email was cut and paste from an actual job description. Offices were reserved for full-time salaried staff. I wasn't salaried, but if I interpreted correctly, I had to start acting like I was. Top of the list was the weekly minimum hourly requirement and the skeleton schedule of editorial meetings. I noticed there was no weekly maximum and no overtime. Seriously? Overtime was a contribution to the company? I got my office all right, and they threw in the prison bars for free. So this was what getting my due felt like. Had to be honest, it was overrated. Shortly before noon, the intercom buzzed, and I heard Barbara's signature greeting. "Hello, hello." I sighed. I'd inferred a lot of tone from her email earlier, despite knowing the rules of office etiquette, and I had convinced myself that Barbara would hate me forever for being so pushy. I'd even decided that if I had to cave and relinquish the office, I'd do it. That "hello, hello" meant all my worries were 100% my own neuroticism. I saved my work and picked up. "Hi, Barb. Want to do lunch here today? There's a boxed lunch conference upstairs at noon." "Thanks, but I planned on going out. Got an errand over lunch." "Sounds more like work. Enjoy." Truthfully, her suggestion was a lot more appealing than what I had in mind. The temperature seemed determined to remain below 50. I'd actually worn an undershirt under my blouse. Today was a day for indoors and hot drinks and a space heater under my desk. My lunch hour was going to rot. The image of Toby sitting in that doorway the other night had haunted me. I knew it wasn't up to me to make sure he was okay. The kid was old enough to take care of himself. At his age, I'd had 2 jobs and managed to put myself through school. Maybe I'd had a negative net worth thanks to my student loans, but I had survived. Toby wasn't me, though. The young Ware seemed to have absolutely no anchor. I knew Dahlia had taken a shine to him, and I trusted her shrewdness would compensate for my lack of ability to make good character assessments. Compassion for his less than admirable plight had gnawed at me all weekend, and by Sunday evening I'd made up my mind. God help me, but it was time for an intervention. I usually took my lunch break around 2. The rest of the office usually went out between 11 and 1, but I often got into the zone doing column work, losing track of the time. I obeyed the muse, not the other way around. Since I'd made it a habit of leaving the office at nearly the same time every day, I set an alarm so I wouldn't get off schedule. The alarm paid off. Toby was in the foyer and slid next to me as I walked out. I noticed he wore the sweatshirt that Dahlia had given him. "Hi, Soph. What's going on?" "Lunch and an errand." Want to join me? He shrugged. I guess. I don't have to be anywhere for a while yet. I got time. I counted on that. I didn't have to be a Sophia to see the lie play behind his eyes, the little shift when he glanced away. He played it smooth, though. I had to give him that. What have you been up to? You know, same old. Looking for work. No experience means no one wants to give you any. I guess I need to network a little more. I nodded. That I believed. Thankfully, Dahlia had been using her social worker mojo to fill me in on Ware's social structure. Can't your den help out? Den? Toby belatedly pulled up a smile, much like a kid who got caught lying, but was determined to lie his way out of it. Well, you see, I don't see them all that much. I decided to be blunt. Do you belong to one? Not really. No. Then they can't help you. I pointed across the street at the convenience store, and we stepped up to the crosswalk. Where are you staying? Downtown. You know, you dropped me off there the other night. But I didn't see you going in anywhere. I was starting to sound like my mother. If I wasn't careful, I'd end up grounding us both. I saw some friends and stopped to talk to them, and ended up walking around for a while. I reached for his elbow, pulling him to a stop. Toby, tell me the truth. Are you okay? He shrugged away, distancing himself from me. I'm fine. I don't know why you're asking. I can take care of myself. You too, if you'd quit being so stubborn and let me do it. Sorry. I looked away and softened my tone. Funny he should say something like that, and odd he should seem to be sincere about it. I guess I get carried away. It comes with the job. It's all right. Just don't hound me about it. You said you have an errand. What is it? I, need help out at my new house. I just moved in, and the place is way bigger than I can handle. I hope to find a private security firm, someone off the books. No one in the phone book says they hire out experienced wares. He snorted. You really think they'd put something like that in the yellow pages? What do I know? You're the only ware I know. I thought maybe you could give me an idea. Well, what kind of work is it? Not too complex, really. I mean, the house has a kitchen staff and a grounds crew and a security system. I was looking for someone who'd be part bodyguard, part assistant. I figured official-sounding titles would be enough of a smokescreen to disguise my lame attempt to provide help without appearing to do so. You know, a hood would be cool. I always wanted my own hired thug, maybe one with an eye patch or a chainsaw arm. But I should probably go with someone a little less obvious. Why, where? My staff are all DV. But the world has more than just DV in it. I'm just covering my bases. Any requirements? Just one. Which is? I looked him dead in the eye and sighed. I have to trust them. He chewed a fingernail and seemed to take it in. I still didn't know him, even though I already felt responsible for him. Something about his ruffled hair reminded me of one of my brothers, who'd had a cowlick that took up the entire crown of his head. His hair had been untamable. I remember getting it to lay down just once, but that was because I'd slathered his hair with petroleum jelly. Mom wasn't pleased, although my father had just shrugged and nodded. It was a long time since I had a brother. I couldn't let a memory dictate how I felt about this kid. However, I knew my gut, and I trusted my gut. My gut told me this kid was an orphan, and that resonated with me. When we reached the door, He pulled it open for me, and we headed for the hot food counter. I selected a foil-wrapped bundle and elbowed him. "Don't make me eat alone." I wasn't going to. Lunch is on me. As he picked up a burger, he cleared his throat. "Is it something I could do?" "I don't know. I mean, you'd have to move in, and I don't know if that's something you're willing to do." I motioned to him to put it on the tray, and I slid our order down to the beverage station. He filled his cup with root beer. Not my favorite, but I took some anyway, hoping to convince him we were on the same team. "Sounds like charity," he said. "I don't like that." "Then don't look at it that way. I have a big place. You have none. There's nothing wrong with staying there until you get your feet on the ground. You can't get a real job unless you have an address and a social security number. Stay at my place until you can establish both." "I do have a social security number. I just haven't needed it." "Well, soon you'll have an address too. I'm only going to keep owing you. At this rate, you'll own me." "I told you, I need help. I don't know what kind yet, but I know I'll need it." He handed the cashier a beat-up-looking 10 and asked her for 2 bags. "Can I think about it?" "Sure. I didn't think you'd move in immediately. I'll, meet you when you go to lunch Wednesday. I'll let you know what I decide to do." Once I got back to the mag, I called Rodrian's cell. "Hey there." His voice was warm, and I could almost hear him smiling. "You at work?" "Yeah, I just came in from lunch. I was wondering if you were doing anything tonight." "Nothing that can't be put off. Are you asking me out?" His teasing tone made me duck my head, as if I'd worried someone could overhear him. I wished he wouldn't go out of his way to be so damned luscious. Then again, he probably wasn't trying. "Nothing so promising. Would you drive me to my meeting with Irene tonight?" "Sure. Can I ask why?" "Couple reasons. 7, okay?" "Can do. See you then." I hung up the phone, and, feeling like my ducks were nicely lined up, I went back to solving other people's problems. Well, the ones I got paid to solve, anyway. Chapter 16. The front door slammed at 10 to 7. I shut down my computer and trotted over to the door of the office where I'd been working. "Hey." Rodrian slid off his black raincoat and ruffled his bangs back as he looked up at me. "Shiloh home?" "She's up here. Come on up." I retreated to my desk as I heard the clink of his keys hitting the side table in the foyer. Shiloh had been sitting on a futon we'd dragged over from the tri-suites. The office had been too officey for her comfort. "Well," Rodrian said. Shiloh patted the cushion next to her, and Rodrian leaned to kiss her head before sitting down, stretching his arm out along the top of the couch behind her. "How was your day, sweetheart?"
Okay. I have a feeling Sophie's going to ruin it, though."
Rodrian regarded me intently. "She is she?" Shiloh's voice dropped to a loud whisper.
"She's been pacing for an hour. Looks like she's rehearsing for an argument."
I stopped pacing. Dang it. "Hello, not deaf."
"And she's touchy, too."
"Sophie, what's on your mind?" Rodrian pushed up from the couch, with a sigh, and crossed the room. He sat on the edge of his desk and crossed his arms. Uh-oh. His power held a taint of suspicion. "Well," I faked a relaxed smile. "I wanted to run the idea of a house guest by you both." "Dahlia?" Rodrian asked. I shook my head. "No."
"How about that hottie from the movie store?" Shiloh smirked. "The one who tries to impress you with his almost vast knowledge of foreign films?"
Rodrian looked peeved. "What hottie?" Not a hottie, and no, not him.
Who already?
I could tell Shiloh was reaching the end of her patience, which ran shorter than normal these days. My friend, Toby. Who's Toby? Rodrian maintained the peeved expression. That sounds like a pet's name. Shiloh guffawed. Really?
Good one, Dad. Fitting, too. Don't you think, Soph?
That's not nice, Shy. I frowned at her in what I hope was a parental manner. She shrugged it off.
That's the way the ball bounces. Incidentally, does he fetch?
Can we be serious?
Serious as in not funny, or serious, the dog star?
I used my no-nonsense voice, which was as effective as a kiss on the cheek. Shiloh? Who is Toby? Rodrian raised his voice, cutting us off. My friend. When he tightened his lips, I knew a compulsion would follow if I didn't come out and say it. He's where? Absolutely not, Rodrian said. Why not? Wait, said Shiloh. Even I know the answer to this one. He's where? He's a person, I insisted. He's not a criminal. Do you know this for a fact? Depends on your definition of no. I tried to look anything but inept, as if he wouldn't sense it. What's he do for a living? My stammering blew any chance of convincing Rodrian that Toby wasn't a bum. Right, he said. No, not a chance. I thought I had autonomy here. Of course you do. Then I want him to stay. And I strongly urge you to reconsider. Rodrian smoothed all expression from his face. Wow. Here I thought we were past the bossy jerk phase of our relationship. Wrong again, Sophie, that's me. Rode, it's almost winter. He doesn't have any place to go. Dahlia will vouch for him. Dahlia knows him? Mm-hmm. So does Shiloh. She does? He craned his neck to look at her. You do? Shiloh wouldn't look up.
Yeah, and he is annoying. But Sophie's right. He doesn't even have a coat. I feel a little bad for him.
See? I edged closer to Rodrian and did my best to look plaintive. I need to help him, Rode. Oh, sure, play my sympathy. He rested his brow upon his raised fist. It's up to Shy. She stared at me, so I could almost see the wheels turning in her brain.
Keep him out of my rooms, especially my kitchen.
Deal.
No shedding in the house or clogging up the pool filter with fur.
I laughed. Deal.
And no barking or dog noises, especially no howling. What's with the howling anyway? Shut up! It's the moon, loser! Get over it!
Finished?
Almost. Is he housebroken?
Now you're just being a smartass.
You bet, she grinned. Where's our stupid?
I sighed. Deal?
Deal.
I turned to Rodrian, technically not needing his approval, but hoping for it anyway. His resigned expression was good enough. Okay, he said, but I'm warning you. One wrong move, and I'll skin him alive. He meant it. If his power ever gave an impression of rock-solid conviction, it was then. He might not be as forbidding as Merrick had been, but he meant every word. He'll be on his best behavior, I promise. I was cut off when Shiloh's cell phone rang. She flicked it open as she got up to leave.
Oh, hi, Lori. Guess what? We're getting a dog.
Who's Lori? Rodrian tugged on Shiloh's sleeve. I don't remember that name. Shiloh pulled out of his reach and hurried for the door.
Overprotective much, Dad? Jeez.
Rodrian watched her leave, a look of disappointment upon his face. It didn't brighten when he turned back toward me. I sank a little inside. He glanced at his watch. "You want to grab your coat? It's nearly 7. "Sure, I'll meet you downstairs." I went to my room to get my woolen coat, crossing my fingers that my little request wouldn't make for a cold ride into the city. I'd hate for a little thing like Toby moving in to get between me and Rodrian, especially when things were going so well. He got us to the hotel in record time, despite the heavy influx of cars. Maybe it was luck the way spots opened between the lanes, allowing him to zigzag the entire way. Maybe he was really annoyed with me for pushing for something I knew he hated. Either way, I struggled to find something to talk about, but couldn't get past small talk. I glanced at him a few times, but he seemed intent on the road. Rodrian's curiosity pressed down on me the entire ride over, even though he'd never actually said anything about wanting to meet Irene. I broke the silence once more as we neared the hotel. "You want to come in?" He flipped on the turn signal and merged into traffic without even looking, a habit that made me cringe. It was as if the turn signal was enough to make everyone give him the room he wanted. Bossy driver. Nah. He wasn't being cold, exactly, but I could tell he was still irritated with the whole Toby thing. That didn't stop him from being curious. "Come on, I know you don't believe she exists. See for yourself." "I guess I could stop in just a moment." His voice was neutral, but I detected a quick blip of, "Oh, goody." I rolled my eyes. No wonder he only dated human women. We must all seem like bubbleheads to him. He flicked on his flashers and pulled up in front of the hotel. Rodrian waved off the advances of the doorman, who had hurried toward the curb, holding his cap to his head with a gloved hand. Rodrian opened my door himself and sheltered me with his arm. Together, we hurried inside, grateful to escape the bite of wind. The lobby swarmed with guests, arriving and departing. After a moment, I spied Irene and her assistant sitting apart from the busier part of the lobby. I refused to refer to Dorcas as a servant, even though Irene treated her like one. Irene seemed to watch everyone at once, her black eyes darting from one to another like a cat. Dorcas sat nearby, stern-faced and uninterested, as if waiting for a command to reanimate her. Dorcas spotted us before Irene did. A luggage trolley slid between us, and by the time it had passed, they were on their feet and heading our way. The Sophia wore a sly smile, a cat-like smirk to match her wary glance, and made no effort to hide her interest in Rodrian. His hair was loose tonight, his bangs flopping down around his eyes like a cologne model in a Cosmo ad. I didn't understand how he refrained from flaunting his appeal. I supposed that, although he was excruciatingly handsome, Rodrian just considered it his face and never thought twice about it. Except when he could play it to his advantage, that is. Tonight he seemed aware she was checking him out. He fell back a step, brushing his hand against my waist and hovering behind my shoulder. "Sophie." Irene's voice was a purr of smooth charm. "So glad to see you again." Although she looked only at me, the expected introduction loomed. I sure as hell didn't want to introduce them. She'd already openly appraised him, and I suddenly felt protective of Rodrian. I nearly stepped in front of him to block him from view. It would have been rude. Thankfully, my manners prevailed. It was abundantly clear to me that a woman like Irene took manners and protocol very seriously. And I couldn't afford to offend her.
"Hello, Irene. Dorcas," I added.
I nodded to the ubiquitous woman. She didn't acknowledge me, but Irene's eyes did a sideways slide, a hint of almost disapproval. Oh well, err on the side of kindness, I always said. I half turned to Rodrian, but between that moment and the next, he began to broadcast, releasing an emotional current so powerful I almost buckled beneath it. It wasn't power per se, the calling card DV used to announce themselves. It was just emotion. Raw, unrestrained emotion. Startled, I looked up at him, wondering what could have happened. His bedroom eyes and charming smile revealed nothing of the pain and worry in which he drowned me. Shiloh. Vague fear for Shiloh's safety, Shiloh's delicate condition. A slight touch of his hand, a small pressure on my lower back, told me not to react. It was followed by a compulsion that forced a calm expression onto my face. A smile for Irene. All the while, Rodrian streamed anxiety so intense that I caught images. Shiloh weak, Shiloh collapsing, Shiloh in a hospital bed, bruised eyes, thin breaths, Shiloh screaming in pain. He clamped down harder with his compulsion, forcing me to drink in his pain while appearing to be perfectly fine. Do not react, his compulsion said. It took every ounce of strength I had to obey, even with the force of his compulsion. Behind my serene mask, I swallowed hard and focused on his hand. Irene, this is Rodrian Thurzo. Rodrian, this is Sophia Irene, who has been gracious enough to offer me her tutelage. Her eyes flashed briefly, a spark of Sophia blue, as she offered up her delicate hand, palm down. He hesitated a moment before grasping her fingers and bowing over her hand, all the while pouring out anxiety and commanding me to be still. I closed my eyes, nauseous from the strain, and hoped his compulsion would prevent me from being sick on Irene's shoes. "A pleasure," she murmured. If she felt his emotion, she certainly didn't show it. Of course, she had control and grace under pressure. I resented her for it.
"Our newest Sophia is fortunate to have such handsome acquaintances. It makes the work more enjoyable, does it not?" "Not as fortunate as are the DV," he replied smoothly. Who knew salvation could be wrapped in such exquisite packaging? Laughter, the sound of crystal chimes tinkled as she basked in his charm. "Mr. Thurso is too kind."
"And running late." He sighed as he allowed his emotional storm to subside. "I'm saddened to part company so abruptly. Call me when you are ready to leave, Sophie. All right?" I nodded, confused and concerned over his display. He sent a discreet wave of assurance. "Ladies." With the slight nod he'd perfected as a restaurant host, he left.
"Is everything well with you?"
Irene tilted her head toward me once Rodrian had disappeared from view.
"You seem troubled."
Slowly, my stomach untied its knots. I am. For a moment, I thought something was wrong.
"How so?"
Hadn't she felt him? I'd have fallen to my knees if not for his compulsion keeping me upright. He's distraught. Family problems. Something must have set him off. I could have wept for his pain. Oh. Her voice was even.
"Yes, his emotions were painful, were they not?"
I nodded, looking back over my shoulder toward the doors, still concerned and wondering if I should have followed him.
Yes, it is evident the work you have ahead of you.
I turned back toward her sharply, not believing my ears. What?
You are troubled by his pain. You do not know how to shield yourself, do you?
Her mouth pressed into a thin frown.
Small wonder you seem to have such a weak constitution, battered about by every little emotion. You expend too much energy caring for every little hurt.
I protested. Sophia is meant to care.
Yes, to care. Not to drown in every emotional river that is cried. Honestly, how do you expect to be of service to the demi-vampire race if you exhaust yourself over one single person?
She shook her head slowly, dark eyes boring into mine.
Control. If you do not learn a semblance of control, you will only be a puppet.
I narrowed my eyes. You mean you didn't have the least bit compassion for him? You didn't want to help him? She frowned in superiority.
Of course I felt him. Of course I wanted to reach out to him. I chose not to react, to loosen what little hold you have over your demi-vampire. If I had offered my gift to him, you would have lost him.
Humility flushed my cheeks, chasing the last of my chill away. Nothing like a good reprimand to warm those cold November evenings. Irene, apparently, was as adept at ignoring my discomfort as she was Rodrian's. She assumed her audience-receiving smile and took up my hand as if we were lifelong friends.
Come, Sophie. We will dine in my rooms. I fear we have no time to waste with you. Your lessons must begin at once, or else...
She looked at the empty space where Rodrian had stood only moments before.
Or else you lose them, one by one.
Irene settled onto the couch directly across from me, skirt smoothed across her lap, under still hands.
Imagine a circle on the ground around you. Lift it up.
What do you mean?
We are raising a barrier.
A wall.
More than wall. It encloses you on all sides.
How high does it have to go? Her eyes flicked away and back as she blinked twice.
That is not important. First, you must raise it.
A circle.
Circle, yes.
But a circle isn't a wall.
Not a wall. An enclosure.
So, a tube. What if they come over the top? She dropped her shoulder and exhaled through her nose, looking very much like she wanted to wrap my fingers with a ruler.
You are making this harder than it needs to be.
Fine. Honestly, I wasn't trying to be aggravating. A circle. What's it made of?
Yourself, of course.
I stared blankly. She wanted me to build a meat circle?
Your magic.
Irene leaned forward, as if by doing so she could push comprehension into my brain. You keep saying magic. I don't have magic.
Your empathy.
My empathy isn't a solid thing.
Neither are your barriers. They are power. Same as what you feel from the DV.
How can I make a circle with that? She closed her eyes in utter frustration.
Just try. Think of something physical to which you can relate. Close your eyes. See the circle on the ground. Lift it up. Let your magic form a curtain which hangs from it. That is your barrier.
Well, that did give me a bit more to go on. I closed my eyes and imagined I stood inside a hula hoop. Slowly, I lifted it, trying to imagine the curtain hanging, and eventually focused on the image of standing inside a shower curtain. It was close and clingy, and I hated it, but if it was what she wanted... Okay, then what?
I will test it.
A sharp mental jab hit me in the side, hard enough to register physical pain. I yelped and dropped the hula hoop. The shower curtain barrier crumpled and vanished. WTF, Irene? Irene barked her displeasure.
That was no barrier.
I rubbed my side. No kidding. I didn't know it was supposed to be an iron curtain.
You are not concentrating.
I am. I just have no idea what I'm supposed to be doing. She pressed her lips together in a grim smile.
Then I will have to show you.
She rose and circled the table, stopping in front of me. She placed her hands on the side of my head, thumbs making an uncomfortable pressure on my temples, and closed her eyes. I felt a tremendous twist, like a pulled muscle deep inside my head. For a moment, I saw a double image, myself from her standing perspective and her from mine, and panicked.
Close your eyes, she said. Focus. Go to the place where the Sophia sleeps.
I closed my eyes, sinking into the place where the Sophia coiled itself. I was inside the Sophia. A gentle almost color, warmly lit, the only sound being the windy pulse of blood in my ears. It was the visual equivalent of the feeling of curling in a warm bed, knowing the alarm wouldn't go off. Comfort and security.
Now, watch.
Irene's voice sounded around me.
Your circle.
A hazy glow appeared where I'd imagined my feet to be, if I had a body here. Enchanted, I reached for it.
Yes, lift it.
It rose around me with the slightest mental effort. It wasn't a curtain, exactly. It was a sheen of power, like a film of bubble solution. It swirled with color, cobalt and gold, a stretch of breezy summer sky. I reached out to caress it, and it flowed around me like water, like sand. Everywhere the scent of apples and smoking wood and clean wind. It was me. My personality, my wonder, my delight. It ran through the colors, making them dance. Everything my DV friends had ever said about me, my scent, it was here. I touched the barrier and recognized it. It recognized me. Irene made a pleased sound.
Your magic. That is you. If you know what you are, you can keep others out. Look through it. Look for Dorcas.
I noticed a concentration of reddish-black haze hovering nearby. I tried not to think how it suited her less-than-sparkling personality, while I reached out my hand in its direction. That?
Yes.
Do all people look like that?
There are similarities, I would say. You will eventually learn to recognize specific demi-vampires by the appearance of their power.
But I didn't think you were DV, Dorcas. I wasn't sure she could hear inside my head. This whole experience was so strange, I wasn't sure what was real. Irene laughed, a tinkle of brittle crystal.
She isn't. She is unique. Now, we will test your barriers again. I fear that Dorcas is not as restrained as I am. You will do your best.
I gulped, watching the barrier waver. Summoning my resolve, I focused on the strength of the barrier around me. The sheen of power responded, color pulsing thicker, brighter. The strength of the shield was controlled by my will. Distracted by the discovery, I nearly missed the ball of red-black haze hurtling toward me. Steeling myself against the blow, I focused on my blue and gold swirl and resisted the intruder. I kept my colors and my pattern intact, untouched, and they deflected the ball. The ball retreated, and Irene's voice sounded.
Good. Now, tell me what you did.
I'm not sure. I saw color coming at me and reacted.
Reacted how?
I didn't want the color to ruin mine. I kept mine pure.
Yes.
Her mind voice lifted with approval.
Now, again.
Another ball of dark streaked toward me, this time with enough force to jar.
Good. Again.
Time and again, different color patterns, different shapes, different levels of power came at me. Some struck with trembling force, while others melted against my barrier, seeking a way to insinuate itself through. Time and again, I held my power, my curtain of protection around me.
Yes, yes. Well done, Sophia. Now I will show you how to reach through your barriers without compromising them. Reach for me.
The reddish-brown blob of Dorcas's light hovered just outside my periphery. On my guard, I kept it in sight, expecting a sneak attack. I don't see you.
I am here.
The Dorcas haze stretched and multiplied. I hadn't expected her to be the same shade of ick. Did all humans look like that? Did I look like that? Because I had to admit, it was a pretty gross color.
Let me inside your shield.
I let the circle fall around me, and felt her move closer to me. Once she was in, I raised the veil once more.
And so we start.
Taking my mental hand in hers, she reached through, and the barrier yielded, stretching easily.
You can touch the power of others in this way, adjusting the thickness of the barrier to control how much you allow through. It is always yours to control.
Mine? I reached out again, without her assistance, and felt my power hum along my skin, covering it like a tight glove. I couldn't believe it. I had the control? Her throaty chuckle filled the confines of my barrier.
You always had the control. You just needed to learn how to use it. Now.
She turned our attention back outside the barrier, where the reddish-black mist congealed into a ball.
You defend yourself, while reaching out to the other power, as I watch.
Dorcas reared and charged as the assaults began anew. I thought they'd never end. Chapter 17.
It was well past 2 when the Audi pulled up outside. By that time, I stood against the front window, resting my head against the glass. Irene and Dorcas had remained behind in their suite, so there were no awkward goodbyes. I didn't waste a moment running out to the car. As I pulled the door closed, he leaned over the steering wheel and watched me buckle in. "I thought you might end up having a slumber party with your new girlfriend." Too weary to even make a proper ugh face, I winced and settled back in the seat, aiming the heater vents at me. I'm gonna be crap for work tomorrow. I spent the last hour looking for a way to leave and couldn't think of one that wouldn't offend her. She seems high-strung. Not even close to the right word. I loosened my scarf as I warmed to the heater. She's so experienced, and apparently there is some set of books that talk all about what I'm supposed to have already figured out. Canons, she calls them. I looked over at him to see if the name registered. He shrugged. Yeah, well, anyways, the Sophia canons are conveniently guarded by some mysterious group who tuck them away in a tiny church in Hungary when they aren't traveling. Hungary? Rodrian's interest seemed to peak. Merrick spent a lot of time there. I figured as much. I found a bunch of travel books upstairs about Hungary. Frank once mentioned they'd been there as well. Frank was Merrick's foster child, who'd spent his childhood with the Thurzos. I didn't like thinking about Frank. When he was killed by vampires, a part of me died with him. Merrick told you about our family, didn't he? Our father's line came from that area. Of course he hadn't. Merrick and I hadn't shared enough time together. I didn't waste time mourning our relationship, though. I was too tired. Get out, I said instead. Merrick never told me about your ethnic background. He made allusions to some ancient culture, but all this time it was just Hungarian? What an ethno-snob. Not Hungarian, he said. Older than that. Our line began long before Hungary drew borders around itself. Figures. Can't be ordinary. Do I get a clue? Thrace. He traced our lineage back to Thrace. Beyond that, it gets murky. Thrace. You mean Spartacus Thrace? The same. He smiled. I should have known your love for ancient culture includes Thracians. Not exactly. Apart from reading National Geographic, I don't know much. Nor do I. Merrick's the historian, not I. The only books I like are the ones that tell me how much money I have. Practical Rodrian. I suppose that will have to change now, he said. Somebody needs to carry our history. I always thought it would be Merrick. The expressway was nearly empty, and he left the speed limit far behind. Even if he were to get pulled over, I was sure he wouldn't be above compelling his way out of a ticket. He's the strong one, the smart one, the one with worlds of research and knowledge in his head. I never prepared to be head of our family. Merrick's supposed to be here, damn it! So much came pouring out in a flood. I had no idea he'd been feeling this way. Pitiful, actually, considering who I was supposed to be. Rode easy. Come here. I reached out for his hand, but he pulled away as far as the seat would allow. No, don't touch me. What did I do? It's not you. It's the Sophia. Don't make this easier. I have to do it on my own. Why? He clenched the steering wheel, his knuckles paling under the effort. Merrick did.
Marek didn't have a Sophia to help him. Exactly. He managed just fine. Did he now? I'll say. He managed himself right to the brink of evolution. That's something to admire. Don't talk about him like that. His anger turned defensive. I'll talk about him any way I choose. I believe I earned the right. You're messed up, Road. Your emotions are warring and you're not at balance. I can't stand by and watch you beat yourself to pieces. I reached out and grabbed his arm. At first he jerked away, recoiling as if he'd push back. The muscles bunched tightly under my hand, but he remained still and didn't shake me off. Gently I woke the Sophia and allowed his anguish to drain. I can't tell you how to fix Shy. I can't tell you how to become your brother. But I am the Sophia Road, and I can ease your journey. Would you deny me the one thing I can offer? It's not the only thing you can offer. His power reared and settled, taking my notice, making me aware of the predator within. It was a subtle shift. Rodrian's power always had an aggressive undertow to it, but it was the rough desire to acquire, to accumulate. Not greed, just the want for more. It suited the businessman. Now it was as if his power lost the Armani shell. Aggression in a less refined form isn't classy. It's just aggression. And a predator is still a predator. It's the only thing that I'm offering right now, I said firmly. I was too tired for gentle redirection, and I thickened my shield. Controlling it was still a skill I had yet to perfect, so I more or less threw everything I had into it. It's up to you to do the right thing. Why me? Because I can't stop you from doing anything. You make it sound like you're at my mercy. I am. He opened his mouth to protest, but seemed to have second thoughts. I suppose you are. So why do you stay? You're worth the risk. All of you are. He took his left hand off the wheel long enough to slide my hand down to his other hand, and held my hand in his solid grip. I'd never betray your trust in me. Do you believe me? I believe you're sincere when you say it, but I also know the rules now. Rules such as, your free will isn't the same as mine, Road. Just as you have the ability to compel humans to go against their will, evolution holds the same sway over you. It's nature. You'd never betray me on purpose, but one day, evolution might push you to do something you normally wouldn't. You really believe that, don't you? I nodded. How else would anything make sense? Marek wouldn't have done what he did if it hadn't been for a force beyond his control. Guilt and sorrow streaked through Rodrian's power. I felt him ebb away as he tightened his control, pushed his barriers up, and locked me out. I guess. At any rate, Irene has my work cut out for me. There are plenty of rules she said I'll have to learn. Apparently, I'm lucky I haven't bubbed everything up to hell with my ineptitude. Thank God she's here. Why? Because she knows how to be an actual Sophia. Don't you see? She can help Marek. She can help all of you. Me? I snorted. I'm a lousy Sophia. Maybe now I have a chance to actually do some real good. Lousy? Compared to what? He had a point. I'm not sure exactly, but I'm pretty confident that I'm not operating on a goddess level. You're not a goddess. That's why. You're an oracle.
Oracles interpret things, make cloudy things clearer, not even close to being a goddess. Irene seems to think otherwise. Maybe because she's a snotty bitch. My mouth dropped open in shock, and I stared at him. Never mind that I secretly agreed with him. She's a Sophia, Rode. I think she deserves a little more credit than snotty bitch. When she acts like it, I'll take it back. But she's a real Sophia. She's read the canons. She knows how to do her job. He sniffed, a disdainful sound. Does she now? Sure. I shrugged. I watched her. Too bad she wasn't willing to prove it to me. Is that why you forbade me to tap you before? You put on a show? To test her? Yeah. He ignored my glare. I couldn't help it. I had to see if she was any good. What a slut. Did Rodrian need to test drive every woman he met? I huffed out a breath, feeling much crankier. Well? Well, what? Was she any good? No. No? My mouth hung open. Good thing there were no flies around. No. I practically had to sit on you to keep you from reacting, even after I compelled you. You almost broke free of it. She never batted an eye. I know. She said she ignored you. Ignored it? His voice was incredulous. On purpose, I insisted. She said she didn't want to interfere with my DV. I didn't add that she'd implied that one taste of her and my puppy would run away from home. Friggin' Pied Piper bitch. Rodrian shook his head and cast me a dubious glance. Yeah, well, anyone who could ignore feelings like that, on purpose or not, isn't my idea of a Sophia. I wouldn't want her. As far as I'm concerned, you're fine the way you are. You don't need to take pointers from someone like her. I'm afraid I don't have a choice. I'm going to see her again. I have to, I added when he groaned. I'm missing something, Rode. If she's the only Sophia I'll ever meet, then I have to keep seeing her. I promise I won't learn her bad manners. It's not bad manners I worry about, Soph. It's just bad. Period. I'll be okay. Everything will be okay. Hope that's a premonition, he said as he pulled up the driveway. Because so far, all the omens have been pretty bleak. Chapter 18. A few days later, Toby met me up in the parking garage after work. All he had was a duffel bag, which he stuck in the trunk. While we drove out to the stocks, I remembered how inadequate I'd felt when I moved in, lamenting that all I owned fit in a U-Haul. All Toby owned fit in the gym bag in my trunk. He cracked the window, despite the cold sting of winter. He just wanted to smell the wind, he said. Sometimes I forgot the kid was a werewolf. I only saw the ruffled hair, the charming grin, the subtle vulnerability in the way he held himself. Then he'd go ahead and do something like press his nose to the open window. He chatted all the way out, but fell silent when I pulled up the driveway. I remembered the first time I'd come here. I'd been stunned too. It was a gorgeous driveway, flanked by green trees and flowering bushes in the summer. In November, all that remained were bare branches with a few stubborn dead leaves attached. Not exactly a warm welcome. He shouldered his bag and followed me up the porch steps without speaking a word, gazing around at the lights and the columns and the high roof. So, this is where you live? Toby was incapable of disguising his amazement. Yeah, quaint, huh? It slipped out.
Merrick's choice of words. Funny how I adopted them. I unlocked the door and showed him inside. His eyes grew round when he took in the foyer. I guess the chandelier was a bit daunting. Depends. Does quaint mean, hoo-wee, shit, I was joking, Toby? I shrugged and looked at him as he paused in the doorway, holding his duffel bag on his shoulder. You want to come in all the way? You're letting the bot air out. Toby managed to take his eyes off the ceiling and hurried inside, closing the door carefully, as if he were afraid to get fingerprints on anything. Well, I said, you get the abbreviated tour. Upstairs are the bedrooms. No need for you to worry about those. Office there, den there. I pointed to each door. Kitchen down that way. Enter at your own peril. I have to tell Bethany you'll be staying here. Basement through that side door there. The basement is neat, so feel free to explore. I guess the guest room is yours. We headed down the hall toward the guest suite. If you keep going, you'll hit the garage and back patio door, but your room is through here. Those other doors stay locked, since the guest suite has its own patio entrance. You can come and go if you need to. I pushed open the door to the guest suite and showed him in. It was like walking into a little house. The Stocks had originally been a simple farm cottage that had grown a mansion attached to it. It had been Merrick's idea of adding on. The suite had kept its rustic trappings, looking authentically decorated in what I figured was probably post-revolutionary Americana, and was completely out of character with the rest of the property. Living at the Stocks had often made me feel out of place, and sometimes the you break it, you buy it feelings ran a little high. I'd often escaped the oppression of luxury by coming down here to read, enjoying the simple feel of country and flannel and comfortable imperfection. Euphrates usually stayed down here when I was gone. Rodrian even had the groundsman install a pet door so Frady could go outside whenever he wanted. He was a very happy cat here. I wondered how he'd react to a werewolf moving in with him. Toby crossed the sitting room to the windows and peered through the curtains. Wow, that's some big yard, Red. You mean you didn't notice it from the driveway? Not really. The house was in the way. These woods yours? Yeah. Hey, if you need woods, there you go. Just don't leave presents on the doormat. Oh, he said, I expect I'll be gone by full moon. This is just temporary. Sure, I said, although I didn't believe him. Anyway, that's your bedroom around the corner there. He bounded through the door, but came to an abrupt stop. Gee, he said, sounding less than enthusiastic. Bed's so... well, I can smell you. Not that it's bad or anything, he added hurriedly. I know, and I'm sorry. It's my old bed. I stay down here sometimes. I hadn't really thought it all the way through that someone would be sleeping in my bed. It kind of struck a discord. I had it broken in, just the way I liked it. And now some goofy kid was going to wolf it all up. Sometimes I can't sleep and I come down here to read. I'd offer you one of the rooms upstairs, but Shiloh is up there, and I just don't think that would go over well. The house phone rang. I gotta get that. Make yourself at home. I sprinted out to the foyer and up to the office. If I didn't soon get a phone put in the den, I thought, my heart will explode. I wasn't built for such strenuous exercise. Maybe I needed the Rocky theme for the ringtone. Caller ID showed it was the mag. Who could still be there at this time? Hello? Hello, hello, came Barb's voice.
Emergency editorial meeting at 7 tonight.
7? I just walked in. You mean I have to come all the way back into town?
Happens. Marketing lost a full-page ad and we need to fill the gap. It can't wait until tomorrow.
I shouldered the phone and shuffled through clips and piles on my desk. Do I need to bring anything to offer?
Nope. You'll pretty much just sit there, listen to everyone else, and agree that what they want is right. This is a seniors meeting. You're too junior to contribute.
Then why do I need to come in?
Appearances. That office of yours comes with a lot of baggage, kiddo.
No kidding. I was starting to regret my choices. Still, I had to maintain my station. I couldn't stop being a Sophia, and it wasn't like I could give back my office. I really liked it. It was a huge sneeze guard. I sighed.
Sophie, are you there?
Yeah, okay. I'm just thinking about the drive. There's construction in the eastbound lane. Traffic was backed up for miles.
Make sure you give yourself enough time to get in. You know it wouldn't have been a problem when you lived in the city.
I considered that. Of course, I left my last apartment because I was being chased by a werewolf, who, incidentally, turned out to be a friend, and also, incidentally, was somewhere downstairs getting ready to move into my house. Damn and blast. My compassionate choices were already biting me in the ass. Well, at least it was only figuratively. I wasn't the biggest fan of teeth marks. I ran down to the Tri-Suites and checked the fridge, hungry and hating to run out on Toby so soon after bringing him here. Finding a bowl of leftover rice and beans from Dahlia's last visit, I stuck it into the microwave and hit the leftovers button. Might be a good idea to find a hot dog or two and add to it, I thought, remembering Toby's dismay at the noodle and nothing else shop, as he called it. By the time I had everything heated, it was almost time for me to head back to town. I stopped in the office to pick up my purse, which I'd dropped on the desk when I had answered the phone. Toby was in the office when I walked in. He was perusing my music collection with amusement. Why was my taste in music funny to these kids? Hard rock was a perfectly enjoyable form of music. An art form, if you will. He lifted his chin in the direction of my rooms. What's down the creepy hallway? Oh. I was pretty sure I knew which one he meant. That's my bedroom down there. How can you stand it? I get itchy just looking at the door. I shrugged and held out the covered bowl. I don't know. It doesn't bother me. Well. He took the bowl, sniffing it and smiling his appreciation. I don't think you're like anybody else. You must be a heck of a lot more if you can stand that pit of pricklies. Feels like a booby trap or something. No wonder you've been sleeping in my bed. I smirked. Just stay out of trouble. I need to go back to work for a while, so maybe you want to hang out in your room until I get back. I didn't even point out how much I disliked hearing him say my bed and mean his bed. Oh well. I made the bed, no matter whose it was now, so I supposed I'd have to lie in it. Sad thing was, I didn't know what bothered me more. Him sleeping in my bed, or me going back to sleeping in Merrick's. Just, ugh. 3 hours later, my patience for evening driving depleted, and my brows lowered in stubborn disgust at having to waste an entire evening at a useless appearance at a stupid editorial board, I arrived home feeling slightly punished. Curse you, day job! I was too tired to shake my fist in anger. Once upstairs, I faced down the mammoth bed, glaring at it. It was time for a change. I set upon the task of removing the thick bed curtains. Perhaps it would help alleviate the dreams and the fear of confinement. That's how I felt when I woke up from one of those dreams. Trapped. The poles were tight and took a little elbow grease and more than a little swearing, but eventually I got the curtains off. I dragged the dusty things out to the hallway and heaved them over the banister, intending to take them downstairs to the industrial washer I'd seen in the boiler room. Returning to my quarters, I gave one last inspection of the room. The only thing left to do was to get rid of the cruddy old sword hanging over the bed. I hadn't really noticed it before when the bedclothes were in the way, but now it stuck out like the anti-Martha Stewart had taken a go at decorating. I didn't relish the thought of falling asleep with a monstrous-looking blade dangling over my head. Euphrates had wandered in and investigated the room, pausing to rub his back on the bureau and against the leg of the bed. Eventually, he hopped up on the bed and sprawled across my pillow, stretching and rubbing his chin against the blanket. He blinked lazily at me, giving me his best glare. Hopefully, we'd both be sleeping good tonight. Feeling pretty much defeated as far as my bed went, I grabbed a stack of sheets from the linen closet in the hallway before heading down to check on my newest orphan. Downstairs, Toby was fooling with the pet door. He appeared to be pretty fascinated by the little gate. I lifted the stack of sheets in explanation before I walked toward the bedroom and peered through the door. He'd rearranged the room completely, positioning the bed under the now open window. He glanced up when I rapped on the doorway. "I met your cat," he said. "I saw. You didn't scare him, did you?" "Nah, he came in through the pet door, I guess. He's pretty smart. I asked him where he came from, and he led me to that little door. He's a cool little guy." "So you made friends with my cat? I figured he would have fallen down dead when he saw you." "Oh, he don't like strangers?" "He doesn't see many, no. But I'm sure you're the first were he's met." Toby just lifted his shoulders in a shrug. "It's not the moon yet. He thinks I'm just a guy who knows how to pet a cat the right way. Don't tell him, okay? About me, I mean. I don't want to upset him." Were we still talking about my cat? Toby spoke of him as if Euphrates was a person, not an animal, even though Euphrates considered himself the smartest beast in the room. "No problem. And here, I brought you fresh sheets." He looked contrite. "Thanks. I just don't want to cause problems by wearing your scent like that. People might get the wrong idea about us." Oh boy. That was another thing I hadn't thought all the way through. What if cohabitating with a werewolf caused problems for him? I was fine taking a dirty look from Rodrian, but I hadn't given any consideration to Toby's position. "I have some fabric freshener upstairs," I said. "I'll grab you some, like right now." By the time I got back downstairs, the curtains and Toby were nowhere to be seen. I took the fabric freshener to his room, calling for him. Not there either. Maybe he'd tried out the pet door. As I checked out the dimensions, wondering if he'd wolfed up or whatever we would call it, I heard the basement door clack shut. His footsteps sounded in the hallway a moment later. "Where'd you go?" I asked. He shrugged. "I took your stuff down to the wash. Wasn't sure what soap you wanted, so I'd just use the all-purpose stuff." I blinked. I figured I'd end up grabbing a corner and dragging them down, step by step. Getting them over the rail to drop them into the foyer had been strenuous enough. It's just that, whatever was on them, I could smell them all the way down to my room. He looked apologetic. "I have territory issues. That smell was telling me to get out, and I just didn't think. Please, don't be mad. I could just about hug him. Oh, I didn't mean for you. You did me a huge favor. He gave me a dirty look. If you think this favor is enough to get rid of me, Red, you got another thing coming. What's with that anyway? You keep calling me Red. Hello, brunette with highlights. Yeah. He shrugged, attempting that cocky smooth act once more. But when you're the big bad wolf, every chick looks like Little Red Riding Hood. I launched a fitted sheet at him, but he ducked the missile with a short laugh. The second time, he wasn't so lucky. You're Goofy, you know that? Another famous dog, by the way. Where you going? I headed for the door. Got work to do. Shy will be home soon, so try not to set her off. Later. See you, Soph. I laughed in the hall as his falsetto voice sang, Whose bed, Grandma? It's Red's bed. Say what? Goofy. Perfect name for him if I ever thought of one. At least he was good for a laugh. Gosh. Chapter 19. I practiced barriers until well after 11, waiting for Shiloh to come home. By then, I couldn't wait any longer. Shiloh hadn't returned any of my texts, so I had no idea where she was, who she was with, when she'd come home. I called Rodrian, crossing my fingers and chewing my lip, praying he would answer the phone himself. Thankfully, he did. Do you have Shiloh? I asked. I haven't seen her since this morning. What? No. Hang on. I heard the phone click. He must have been trying to get her on another line, because after a moment, he picked up. She's not answering. I'm on my way. She knows she's supposed to let you know where she is. That's it. I'm taking her keys. He ranted several minutes longer before hanging up. Good. I wasn't overreacting then. He continued his tirade upon arrival. I waited in the den while he called everyone short of the National Guard. He even called Brianda. Rode had to pull the phone away from his ear when Brianda yelled. Shy would be grounded for the rest of her life, and, considering how long a life she had ahead of her, she was screwed. Eventually, he settled down and joined me in the den. I had a feeling he was more worried than angry, so maybe a little Sophia time would help him rest. Rodrian held a legal pad in his right hand, evaluating notes from his meeting, and sounding ominously quiet about it. I huddled next to him, curled up in the hollow formed under his left arm, where it rested along the top of the couch. The den was cozy and comfortable when the fireplace burned. Cradling my glass of wine, I stared absently at the fire, listening to it pop and sear its way through the heavy log he'd thrown on earlier. It had been so long since I'd been this close to anyone. I'd missed it. I'd missed him. Rodrian hadn't seemed the same since the night we argued on the way back from Irene's. He had been acting different, more cautious around me. Maybe stomping around and yelling about Shiloh earlier had helped tenderize him, because he didn't seem so guarded now. I'd grown fond of Rodrian when Merrick and I were together. He and Shiloh had become family to me. His presence and his mental touch were familiar, a comforting reminder of happier times. I'd spent the last year completely alone and utterly abandoned, but had been determined to survive. I didn't want to admit my deepest feelings. I didn't want anyone near me. I didn't want anyone to get close enough to touch. I feared only pain would follow. I'd been wrong. Now, at least, I had a little of my former happiness back again. Rodrian's presence seemed to banish a bit of the hollowness I felt living here. We'd experienced too much together in the past to be mere friends now. It was that bond that permitted our closeness now. This intimate friendship. I brushed against Rodrian's power. Uncertainty, wavering confidence. Time to squash those feelings before they ruin the whole night. So, who answered the phone the other day? I hadn't recognized the woman's voice. Usually, whenever I called his place, he let the machine screen it. Or, if one of the brute squad was there, they'd answer. It was ultra rare that a woman ever answered, even though Rodrian was practically a chick farmer. He dropped the file, as if I'd startled him by speaking. Oh, Mindy. That was Mindy. The name wasn't familiar. DV? No. She's a friend. I'd heard the slight hesitation. Girlfriend? Not really. We see each other occasionally. Lunch, that sort of thing. Oh. I laughed and nudged him with my elbow. Why didn't you just say so? She's a blood date. He shrugged and hid behind his file again. I don't like to bring it up. It's not like I don't know. No, but... He rested the file on the arm of the couch. Merrick said he'd never discussed it with you. I wasn't going to either. True, I said softly. He didn't. Maybe he would have, if there had been time. Doesn't it scare you? I mean, after all that happened. I thought it'd be a bad subject around you. It happened. It was a long time ago. It's hazy. Teensy white lie. No use in giving him something else to worry about. And anyways, I figured if I said it often enough, it'd eventually become the truth. It was Merrick, he insisted. Yeah, it was. The sharpness of my voice was almost unintentional. I took a deep breath, letting it out slowly. I didn't want to ruin the night, either. It wasn't Merrick's fault. It wasn't mine. And I'm as good as new now. Only a small bit of sarcasm in that last part. Rodrian slid his arm down from the top of the couch, hugging me closer. He pressed his cheek to the top of my head and inhaled deeply. Yeah, pretty much. The gesture made me remember something Dahlia had said when I'd been recovering from the crap that almost killed me. She'd said that before I lost most of my blood, I'd smelled nice, and explained my blood had a pleasant scent to it, like smoked apples. Squirming in my seat, I looked up at him. Do I smell nice again? A faint smile crossed his lips. Yes. What's it like? Sophie. He sat straighter and dislodged me from my nest. I really don't think this is a good conversation for us to be having. Why? Did I say something wrong? No. But I can't do this. I can't sit and talk about something like this. Not with you. Not when I'm trying so hard to be what you need me to be. And that is? Anything but vampire? I frowned. You're not Vampire Road. No. But I am DV. I'm covered in your scent, but you're forbidden fruit. How can I talk about it? It just makes it harder. I'm sorry. Sighing, I pushed up to my feet. I hadn't meant to do it, but I had ruined the night anyway. Killjoy Sophie, that's me. I didn't know. I'll go. Don't. He stopped me with a touch on my arm. Don't go. It's the absolute last thing I want. His eyes simmered as he searched my face. Suddenly, I was afraid to know the first thing he wanted. I wanted to know, despite the faint alarm I felt. I've never asked you to be someone that you're not. I looked him squarely in the eye, hoping he'd get every shade of meaning in my words. He stood and picked up his folder, busying his hands with it. I know, but I don't want to hurt you. Do you hurt Mindy? What? Rodrian blinked, seeming startled by the question, and backed away. He dropped the notes he'd been perusing onto the bar. No. What does she smell like? He shrugged, still avoiding direct eye contact. Warmth. Spice. It's vague. Depends on what she's eaten recently. And me? Rodrian sighed, a small defeated sound, and crossed back over to where I stood. He wore an expression that I was sure I wore whenever he nagged me with one of his bossy compulsions. Don't make me do this, the expression said. I wouldn't do this if I had a choice. Eyes half closed, he leaned and breathed me in, his long bangs sliding across my cheek and his lips brushing my ear. You make me think of the fall, he murmured. Crisp, harvest, bounty. You wrap me in autumn. Bright sun, cool wind, apples. I don't understand the imagery, but that's where your scent takes me. You're full of promise and generosity. It makes my head spin, my heart ache, and my mouth water. Rodrian pulled away slightly and circled behind me, where I couldn't see him. I held my breath, afraid to move. It's not just blood, Sophie. I'd swear your soul runs through your veins. It must be the Sophia that does it. I know I should feel awed and humbled. Emotion tightened his voice, as if it had become painful to speak. But I'm not. It just makes me desperate to think of ever not being able to be near you. I turned to him. His eyes spilled amber light as he confronted me, the glow brightening as he looked down into my face with a haughty, "You wanted to know" look. This is what your blood does to me. I am DV,